Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, shout out to all of the monolithians in the chat. Shout out to the monolithians in the chat. You know what I'm saying? If you guys can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face while you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early, all right? Shout out to my man Carlton. Shout out to Lavanya. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Make sure y'all show Miss Nisi some love. You have some good times and enjoy yourself on your vacation. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to my man Win Loser Rug. All right. So we are going to talk about this issue again. And there's so many ways that we can talk about this issue. It's hilarious. Shout out to Young Nine. What's good with it? It's infinite ways that we can talk about this. We're going to try to get all of them. Now, how you going to get anything infinite? That's the point, right? Because infinite is the upper limit. So there's all these talks of inadequate, insufficient support of Black people, in particular Black men, for the Democratic Party, right? But you see how I just pigeonholed myself into attempting to discuss an infinite amount of angles and talking about this? Well, let's talk about the upper limits on Black Democrat support. We're going to talk about this in terms of how it's being discussed, and we're going to talk about this in terms of mathematical and statistical probability. Here's my question for you guys. In any situation, where is a 90% accuracy rate looked at as a detriment? If you got a 90% field goal percentage, in most cases, your team is going to want you to have the ball. If you have a 90% test rate, in most cases, education institutes would probably like you to be part of their student body. Right? Where's the upper limit of support? Let me ask you guys this question. Has any other group of voters reached the upper limits of support as it pertains to Black Democrat support? Now, my question is, where is the outrage coming from? Shout out to Unsunken One. Where's the outrage coming from? 90% failure rate is insane, right? But a 90% success rate is good, right? So now, how many people are familiar with ISO9000 quality standards and Six Sigma, lean quality management? If you guys are familiar with those things, give me a thumbs up. If you're not familiar with those things, then give me a thumbs down. Now, we're going to talk about the other bell curve, right? And we're going to talk about the other bell curve that's formed when you plot Black voter behavior on a graph. Okay? Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Carlton. Our voting percentage is better than Steph Curry's 3-point percentage, but Steph Curry's the reason why the Golden State Warriors win. We're the reason why Democrats lose. Make it make sense. We're going to be saying make it make sense a lot tonight. These conversations are conversations that are pathways to babble, because there's many people who have nothing to talk about but want something to talk about, and they want people to listen to them. So when a stimuli that leads to a pathway for babble is introduced into reality, people attach to it and attempt to organize their babble in a way of making nonsensical things make sense. Okay? I want to show you guys what people are being scolded for. Scolded. Imagine that, right? I mean, people still stay at home with their parents and you're being, quote unquote, scolded. We got the Pew Research Center here. We got white man statistics. Why we got white man statistics? I would have used the black man statistics if we had any. Where they at? Who got them? Anybody got them? Shoot me the link on Discord. Put the link in the chat. Okay, we're using the Pew, right? So partisanship by race, ethnicity, and education. As has long been the case, white voters are much more likely than those in other racial and ethnic groups to associate with the Republican Party. Hispanic and Asian voters tilt more Democratic. Black voters remain overwhelmingly Democratic. And for everybody that has issues with reading, don't worry, we got pictures. Shout out to NY State of Mind. Don't worry, we got pictures. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, However, there have been some shifts toward the GOP in most groups in recent years. Now, let me ask you guys this. Do you see everywhere? Look at everybody else. Look at white voters right here, right? Look at the red line is the Republicans when it comes to white voters. The blue line is Democrats. Hispanic voters, you see they're a little bit higher at 65%, right? Lowest 61. White Hispanic voters 32 for red, right? 35. Look at the spread between the black voters. The spread. White voters have a spread of, on the high end, 55 to 42, or on the low end, 55 to 42. On the high end, 56 to 41. Hispanic voters on the high end, 65 to 32. Was this about a 33% spread? And then on the low end, 61 to 65. Black voter spread, 86% on the high end, 83% on the low end. 86 to 13, 86 to 12. In most cases, if the score was 86 to 13, 83 to 12, that would be a W, undoubtedly, right? Undoubtedly. Look at these spreads. Look at these pictures. That's why we ask in the beginning, if you can see the pictures, okay, give me a thumbs up. If you can't, give me a thumbs down. Now, with these spreads, how is it statistically possible for anybody who is classified as black to be responsible for Democrats losing? Somebody explain that to me. Help me out here. Why is a former president going on public media spreading mis and disinformation and these videos that perpetuate this message of statistical falsehood not marked with a community warning that this is misinformation and links to the factual corrections of this information? We can end the stream right here. I mean, we've already proved the point, right? What else is there? What else we got? What else we need to say? Any other issues on the docket tonight? You know what I'm saying? Any other issues on the docket tonight? We did it in 12 minutes. Shout out to TD. I think I broke TD's Terry time record, right? Explain to me in these four corners. You know how, remember back in the day, we did it, you know, one of these things does not belong. When it comes to attributing a loss, one of these things does not belong. Which one of these things does not belong? Let's do it like Sesame Street. Let's do it like Sesame Street. Now, here's my argument. My argument is that black men and black women overperform when voting Democrat. Black men and black women are overperforming in Kamala Harris support compared to other groups. Somehow, right, black men will be blamed and are being blamed if Kamala Harris appears to fall short or if she does fall short. I need that to match what the numbers show. If it doesn't match what the numbers show, then it's clear mis and disinformation, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. But this is what I'm talking about how when I say people desire a pathway for Babel, instead of this being discussed in terms of this, it's being discussed in terms of things that are completely unrelated to politics, things that are completely unrelated to math, things that are completely unrelated to reality. If your discussion doesn't translate into reality, in most cases, it's going to probably have a hard time affecting reality. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Okay? So again, where's the debate? Where's the argument? Why didn't anybody show Barack Obama this when he made those statements to the black men who were there at the town hall when those black men were indeed supporting Kamala Harris? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. So here's the problem with the monolith. One issue with the monolith is that everybody moves in the same direction. It's a 1-to-1 ratio, 100% ISO 6 sigma quality on black menticide, brain control, mind control, right? That's the first issue. The second issue is that the people that have an issue with this or claim to have an issue with this, right? Either they don't have the communication skills to be able to articulate this appropriately, they're not concerned about it enough to have the desire to articulate it appropriately, or it truly doesn't matter. We're playing surfing on the algorithm. I'm not sure which one it is, but it's definitely one of those things, right? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. He said where the greens in the bathtub. Right. Right. I can tell you where the blacks in the voting booth are. You know what I'm saying? They would team blue. You know what I'm saying? They would team blue, cuh. You know what I'm saying? They would team blue. You know what I'm saying? So now here says the Republican Party now holds a 15-point advantage among white voters. Let me ask you guys this. Can anybody tell me a time in history, and there has been a time in history, when the Republicans held an advantage with black voters? There has been that time. That time has existed. Just not in recent times, but it's existed. It's been there. My question is, why are there so many people talking about things that are outside of reality? Barack Obama is talking about things that are outside of reality. Anybody being the reason why Kamala Harris loses the race is a discussion that is outside of reality. Let me ask you guys, I'm going to show you guys another representation, another point on this graph. Now, let me show you guys this. When it comes to these other groups, do you guys see these spreads? What these spreads mean is that the groups that have the greater spreads have a larger chance for fluctuations. They have a larger chance for fall, right? If black voting is all the way, look at this. Black voting is 14% away from a 1-to-1 ratio. It's 14% away from 100%. No one has approached close to 100% as close as we have. So that means that for the most part, we are at the upper limits of support. We're at the upper limits. What does it mean if you're at an upper limit? In most cases, if you're at an upper limit, mathematically, the highest percentage action is for you to fall. Not because you may or may not be doing something right, but because there's more distance to fall. Look at the distance here. Look at the spread. This is what the distance is. It's the spread, right? What kind of fall is there going to be from 55 to 42? A 13-point fall. It's not really big, right? 65 to 32, that's 33%. It's a bigger fall, but it's not really that big of a fall. 86 to 13%, that's a missed the jump level fall. Right, exactly. There's only one direction you can go. Shout out to Carl, because we can't go any higher than we already are. Now, is anybody, giving black people the loyalty pin? Because, when it comes to quality control, when it comes to TQM, right? When it comes to total quality management, ISO, right? The idea is to repeat a process to perfection that gives you the desired result again. The idea is that if you can replicate the process, the result will be replicated as well, or at least as close to that result as you want. I would say that the ISO9000 Six Sigma quality menticide that's been run on black people for a long time has been producing very consistent quality results. Why do you go to basketball practice? So that you can perfect your free throw, so that you can have a high free throw percentage. Why do you run layup drills? So you can have a high field goal percentage. This is muscle memory. Now, shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind says, now we get no consolation prize after years of participating. I know some people that won't even go to the same gas station if they don't have a loyalty card. But look, you know what I'm saying? You won't go to the gas station if you ain't got a loyalty card. But the people that cause the gas prices to go up and down, they get to vote with no loyalty card. You know what I'm saying? I'm just repeating observable reality. Shout out to, speaking of reality, shout out to Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? Let me ask you guys this question. If the idea, right, of quality control is to replicate a process to get a same result, I would say that they've done a good job. They've replicated the process of driving black voter behavior to vote with no consolation prize, and it's worked for a very long time. Shout out to them. Black belt level Six Sigma quality control on your brain. You know what I'm saying? Right? Can we agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now, again, how can 86 and 83% be responsible for a loss? Make it make sense. How? Shout out to Carl. Everybody pat yourselves on the back. Pat yourself on the back. Light something up. Drink something. You know what I'm saying? Done great. Those, champagne emoji. Where AB Promotions at? Throw some champagne emojis in the chat. Right? Now, is it just me, or is reality not coinciding with social media? Has there ever been a celebration for these numbers? Shout out to AW1. No, I didn't get a chance to watch it yet, bro. Has anybody ever gotten a celebration for these numbers? And these numbers, you're getting called dumb. You're getting called stupid. You're saying that they're saying that the support's not there. The support's we're looking at the support. What do you mean it's not there? How can you look at this chart and say that the support's not there? You know what I'm saying? You guys think that this has anything to do with one of the reasons why they want the math grades to be so low in, majority black areas, which is something that's been going on way longer than the migrant crisis, but people are more upset about the migrant crisis than they are about the standardized test scores? Remember back in the day when they started having proficiency tests and people flipped out about it? They don't want you proficient, which is interesting because proficiency tests are running quality control on proficiency. You know what I'm saying? See how that worked? See how that works? So here's my question. Why is everybody so upset? I mean, let's look at directions, right? Now, despite voter behavior trend, right? Because trending is different than presentation, right? Trending can cause presentation, but trending and presentation are two different things, right? So there is actually an issue with the Democrat support for black people decreasing. But again, initially, mathematically, when you're at the upper limits, in most cases, you're not going to go beyond the upper limit. So the only direction for you to fall, the largest area, which will create the highest percentage, is for you to fall down, right? That's the highest likelihood of thing happening. Why is everybody so upset? Shout out to Patrick. What's good with it, bro? We've already seen that done. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said the Democrats will tell women to withhold sex from men if they don't vote for Kamala. That is the next strategy. You think that's why Michael Eric Dyson was in Nancy Mace's inbox because he saw the writing on the wall? Hey. You know what I'm saying? Hey. Michael Eric Dyson was running quality control on his sex life, right? He knows that the likelihood of getting some could possibly decrease, so he has to increase his probabilities. Quality control, right? We quality controlling it up. Let me ask you guys this question. What's the definition of this word menticide? Now, this is what I'm talking about. Shout out to Carlton again. Got to shout out my man Carlton. The strange flexes, right? And the inability of people to weaponize things, right? This particular situation could be weaponized in an ingenious way. The only problem is that running that quality control, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to geniuses, unfortunately, they happen to be a statistical outlier, right? So it's not really going to be a bunch of them weaponizing anything because there's not a bunch of them. Quality control, right? So let's look at some more of this. The Republican Party now holds a 15% point advantage among white voters. 56% of non-Hispanic white voters identify with or lean toward the Republican Party, while 41% align with the Democrat Party. All right, so white people are voting at a 56 and 41% rate, given their respective 70% population composition. They're voting at lower rates for both parties than we are, right? Oh, look at that. Shout out to Carlton with the definition of menticide, because it actually is a word. The systemic effort to undermine and destroy a person's values and belief. You mean kind of things like, your babies, you know what I'm saying? You could just coat hanger them and stuff like that type thing. Bathrooms for all, stuff like that. Make you think that it came out of the Bible, stuff like that. Okay. All right. So now here it says this double-digit lead for the GOP among white voters has held for more than a decade. The last time white voters were about equally split between the two parties was in 2008. Now, mind you, right, I would say that in comparison, relative to us, relative to black voters, right, we are a minority. We are the minority. Look at this chart. 1, 2, 3. There go we are the minority, right? Everybody, for the most part, is close to split. White people being the most close to split, right? Which would make sense because they're the closest to 100% of the population. Hispanic voters are the second closest to 100% of the population, right? And they also are closer to being split, but not as split as white people, which would make sense because there's a lot of them, but not as many as white people, right? Now, what's interesting is the comparison between black voters and Asian voters. Asian voters are they're the most similar, I would say. Actually, they're about the same, for real. We got on the high end 35-63, 35-61, 41-56. Again, they not like us, as we can see from this chart, because like us, we got 83 and 12. But we're not a monolith. Okay. And also we're responsible for the laws. But nobody else is. These other groups aren't. The menticide that has been done has been so effective that you've been presented information where it proves that you overperform, and we're having debates amongst ourselves as if there's an underperformance issue. I want y'all to let that sink in. Let it, break through that menticide. Somebody explain it to me. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Now, shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind says, we're the first to get blamed, the last to get saved. Well, you know what they say. SYSBM, save yourself, black man. Truth to that. Right? And I think that people don't know how to fight. So there's that. Right? Because these arguments can easily be debunked. However, there's issues debunking these arguments because people don't know where to start. Now, go back to the problems that people had with those proficiency tests that I was talking about to measure quality control on somebody's proficiency. See, there's always two sides of every equation, right? If 10% of people are stupid, then that means that 90% of people are gullible and dumb. So, while it may be looked at as, you have a 90% failure rate, well, you're also 90% successful at being an idiot, which is the benchmark that we're looking for. We can present to you that we're looking for you to be smart. This test is just really hard. However, when you move a shelf to the side and you open up the safe and you actually get to the real dark purposes of what people are trying to do, inside of those confidential manila folders, it might say quality control is to make sure that 90% of these people are idiots. right? You don't know. We don't know. These are speculation, right? Just like anything, everything is speculation. Statistics are speculation, right? So let's check out some more of this, right? Black voters continue to overwhelmingly associate with the Democratic Party. Oh my. Shout out to DJ Drama, right? Fabulous, and Roscoe Dash. Oh my. Wiz Khalifa was on there too. Although the extent of the Democratic advantage among this group has fallen off over the last few years. Currently, which again is to be expected. That is a normal expectation, right? Currently, 83% of Black voters are Democrats or lean Democratic, while 12% align with the GOP. We're talking very small numbers here. So how is this true? How is any of this true? I see a big issue with the brothers. Do you see a big issue? I see 12% of people. That's what I see. You see something I don't see? Maybe that's why I used the president, and I wasn't. Right? Didn't that joke get Obama some applause at some point? Is it getting him any applause now? Now, people talk about Black excellence, right? Let's talk about Black excellence. I'll show you one of the places where Black excellence is undeniably seen. Black excellence is undeniably seen at overwhelmingly voting for Democrats. We do it at close to 100% ratio. Quality control, overperformance is Black excellence. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Because excellence is the pursuit of perfection. Perfection is a statistical term. Perfection means as close to possible or at 100%, right? Would you got that? That's what that means, right? Shout out to Carlton. Hit the button, right? That's what that means, right? So now we got to revisit this, right? Since Carlton hit the button, we got to revisit quality control.
You ain't black.
True statement or false? Shout out to my man Bronze. What's good with it, bro? True statement or false? They say that the presidents be lying. Okay, we heard what Barack Obama said, right? Barack Obama said the brothers, Black people, Black men ain't coming out for Kamala Harris. Joe Biden said,
you ain't black.
Who told the truth? Uh-oh. Who told the truth? Because see the thing in the corner right there? True Tube. This is the truth. This is why people like Tucker Carlson, allegedly. Like me. Like me. You know what I'm saying? Like my shit. Right? Yeah, shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy says they're trying to target in on the small Black men population in California because they know collectively we are the ones who were affected by Kamami's moves when she was here and hate her. Right. Now, here's the thing, right? Even with that small demographic, the larger demographic, right? The large statistical picture paints a different story than what the former president was saying, the Minister of Information. Yeah, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Biden was telling the truth. I agree. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. You guys remember when we talked about that, when that first happened? We'll be revisiting that later. We're going to put that one in the back pocket, and we're going to revisit it later. Got a lot of stuff in the back pocket. A lot of stuff in the back pocket. You know, remember, them cargo pants never went out of style with me. You know what I'm saying? Got a lot of stuff in the pockets. Right. Now check this out. Shout out to NY State of Mind, right? You ain't black. Now look at this chart. Look at this chart right here. Look at this chart. Is this chart and Joe Biden saying the same thing?
You ain't black.
So now here go my question. If the chart and Joe Biden are saying the same thing, how does what Obama said make any sense? Why is there any discussion about it? Shout out to the former free boy. That why is there any, seriously? Help me out, guys. People like these, they sit up here talking. The people like these arguments destroyed, right? We don't want people. Okay, if you want the argument destroyed, well, come on, let's get it, right? We could put the dagger through the heart on this thing right here. But I'm telling you, man, most people get that dagger up in the air and then their hands start shaking. Man, give me that dagger. You know what I'm saying? I'm pet right in the middle. What are you talking about? Let's go, right? Let's get it. Don't get shaky hands. 90 degrees down. Right? This is what I'm saying, though. Shout out to Jesse. People don't want that. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. They don't want it. Stop spending your energy. They don't want it. All right? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. What's good with it, bro? Right? So we're gonna go back down here and talk about the black people, because that's what makes you money, and that's what everybody else talks about, right? Let me see. Hold on real quick. Black voters continue to overwhelmingly associate with the Democratic Party, although the extent of the Democratic advantage among this group has fallen off over the last few years. Currently, 83% of black voters are Democrats or lean Democratic, while 12% align with the GOP. All right. Now, mind you, 12% align with the GOP. Look at white people. 55% align with the GOP. 42 align with the Democrats. Look at Hispanics. 65% align with the Democrats. 32 align with the GOP. Look at black voters, man. You know what I'm saying? You ain't supporting if you at 13%. Black people have the lowest conservative support out of every human group. Yet it's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. The quality control strike forces come around with the clipboards. They run in quality control. It's your fault. Shout out to Alonda. What's good with it? What y'all do when people come around with the clipboards at work? Everybody come out of their hiding spaces. They put their phones in their pocket. All right? They take whatever they was watching off the screen. You know what I'm saying? They close out that Chrome window real quick and put the workspace back up. Right? That's what they do. As recently as 2020, the share associating with the Democratic Party was 5 percentage points higher. That somewhat large edge in party affiliation had been in place for much of the last 2 decades. So then they go on and talk about Asian voters here. All right. So let's look at white voters by education. All right. By nearly 2 to 1. That's a 2 to 1 ratio, 63 to 33, right? White voters without a bachelor degree associate with the Republican Party. Okay. Let's go down to black people. Black voters by education, black voters both with 79% without college degrees and 85% with college degrees remain overwhelmingly Democrat in their partisan affinity. There's not much difference between black people with or without education. There's a huge difference between white people with and without education. But there's no monolith. We're not a monolith. Oh, you know. Somebody make it make sense. Does any of this make any sense? Black college graduates are somewhat less closely aligned with the Democratic Party now than they were for most of the prior decades. For most of this period, 85% or more black college graduate voters affiliated with Democratic parties. Now, I'm going to tell you something. They can't get black people to pass a proficiency test, but they could definitely get you in that voting booth on quality control. That's very interesting, isn't it? Why is that? One thing that's going to happen is that you will vote Democrat at a high percentage. Quality control. Run it. Remember that song Chris Brown made? Run it. Run it. So how is any of what's being discussed right now true or relevant? That's my question. How many people having these discussions, and how many of the people that are listening to these discussions actually work in factories that actually have black belt certifications, Six Sigma, and ISO as part of their process management, and haven't even put 2 and 2 together to look at this? A lot of issues, a lot of factors, right? You better thank a union member for working at a plant that's got ISO 9000. Oh man, I would say that the United States is a plant that's got ISO 9000. I would go as far as to say that. Right? So let's go down and look at some more here. Oh, look at this. Okay, so black men. You see this? Partisan identification by gender among racial and ethnic groups. Oh, look at white men, 61% Republican, 37% Democrat. On the low end, 60 and 39. White women, 51-47, 53-43. Hispanic men, 68, 29, 39, 61. Hispanic women, 72 Democrat, 27 Republican. 60 on the high end, 32. Black men, 83% QC, quality assurance. Check mark. Throw the check mark in the chat. Who got the clipboard today? Shout out to Patrick. What's good with you, bro? Who's on the quality control team today? Who's the QC supervisor? Who got the QC pager today? We got some issues with some stuff coming off the line. Who I'm supposed to page? We got a problem down here on the floor. we got a problem down here on the floor. Somebody help me out. Black women, 87%, 84 and 10. The two bottom groups, the bottom group right here in the left-hand corner, this is who is getting blamed for the loss. You're getting blamed for this loss. How are you getting blamed at 83% support? Right. Now, shout out to Patrick, right? Patrick says, well, they can only count those that show up. Well, here's my thing, right? None of that. What matters is the misinformation or the disinformation. Barack Obama spewed out disinformation, right? Disinformation is that black men are not supporting Kamala Harris. That's not a fact. That's disinformation. That's false. That's incorrect, untrue information. People are so uninformed that instead of pointing out the fact that Barack Obama is sitting there spewing misinformation and then questioning his integrity about what else he spewed during his 8 years in office, they have taken the invitation to produce babble that is going nowhere. Because people love dancing to babble. You know what I'm saying? They don't really want these problems fixed. If they wanted to fix the problems, they would fix the problems, right? Like, let me ask y'all this. Say, for instance, you got a broken window at your house. If you beat on it, you know what I'm saying, and beatbox over it, is it going to fix the window? No, you might come up with, you know what I'm saying, a pretty cool kick drum line or something like that, but it's not going to fix the window. How are you going to fix the window? You got to get all kind of materials. You got to go measure the windowsill. You got to take it out. You got to do all that. You got to actually fix the problem. And in order to actually fix the problem, you got to look at the information surrounding what's causing the problem. What should be evident is that the majority of people, regardless of what side they claim that they're on in this argument, they're not willing to look at the problem. What they want to do is expand their influence. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, I think they do. but they don't know what to do. Well, here's my thing, right? We got experience curve, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know. How many people are born knowing how to be a parent? They figure out how to do that in less time, right? Then it might not be perfect, but they figure out how to do the basics of it in less time than the entire history of voting. You know what I'm saying? So Barack Obama has spewed mis and disinformation, and the people who claim, right, that they're informed have latched onto the mis or disinformation and have not examined the mis or disinformation, and yet are expected to be taken serious. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So yeah, so these are the facts, right? And this is a pretty recent poll data here. It's from April 9th of 2024. That's pretty recent. That's fair game, right? So where's the black support not at for Kamala Harris? She does have black male support. She's got an overwhelming amount of black male support. The amount of black male support that Kamala Harris has can be looked at as black male excellence, because black males have shown an 80% proficiency in voting or supporting Democrats, including Kamala Harris, right? So why is Barack Obama saying that that's not true? Why is there no focus on the mis or disinformation that Barack Obama has said, and the fact that it's being allowed to be perpetuated? Well, here's my issue, right? As far as the number being high, the number is what it is. But the fact that Barack Obama is spewing misinformation, and this is what the Democrats do to try to run mind control on people, that's the issue. That's how you get numbers that high. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says because they are hypersensitive about. I don't know if I necessarily believe that or not. Look. The only thing that they can do is lose black votes. They can't gain anymore. How would you be hypersensitive about losing something that you can't gain? You already got imagine if you had all of the Bitcoin, right? There's only 21 million Bitcoin. You got all of the Bitcoin. Why would you be hypersensitive about losing Bitcoin? You got all of it. You can't get any. The only thing that you should be hypersensitive about is if the price goes up or goes down. But as far as quantitatively, you have it all. Quantitatively, they have for all intents and purposes, they have all of the votes. This is one of the reasons why we don't get anything. There's no volatility. They know that there's not going to be, and even if there is any volatility, the volatility amount is so small, we're still at our upper limit. Right? I think that there's something else at play. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says they don't want to lose it. Where's it going? Look at it. Where's it going? If it drops 20%, we still higher than everybody else. Where's it going? Let me ask you this question. If you had a jar full of money and you got a jar and it's full of pennies, everybody's seen them jars full of pennies. When you reach in the jars to try to get you some change out, you don't go for the pennies. You go for the nickels and dimes and quarters, right? Nobody's worried about how many pennies there are. Right? But when you start losing those nickels and dimes and quarters, those nickels and dimes and quarters got more value. Now you're going to have more pennies in your pocket. Nobody's worried about the pennies. It's always a bunch of pennies. So many pennies that they've said that, the federal government has talked about not making them anymore. Shout out to my man, We Next, aka DSB. What's good with it, bro? Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man DSB. Oh, make sure y'all throw some cats and dogs and forks and spoons in there too, because he just fed y'all.
In Springfield,
it's a shame, it's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the heat. of my peoples is at? Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Now, that's a real commercial break, ain't it? That's a real commercial break. Now, shout out to Patrick, right? Let's go back to this. Let me ask y'all this question. When you all first fill up your gas tank, are you worried about running out of gas? How many people, after they immediately, when they put the pump back on, right, get in your car and drive away, are you worried about running out of gas? When do you start worrying about running out of gas? It might be different for different people. I'm kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? I kind of start getting weird, you know what I'm saying, at a half tank. But what about y'all? What position on your gas gauge? I'll see when the lights start lighting up. DeAndre, when it's 2 miles left. Shout out to DeAndre. Yo, speaking of DeAndre, make sure y'all show DeAndre some love for enforcing the likes. I appreciate it. When the needle get past that E line, when the lights start coming on, that's when DeAndre get worried. It's people like that, you know. Hey, I get it. I don't like being there, but I've been there before. But nobody, for the most part, is worried about the gas, right? When it's higher than 80%, right? So now look at the gas in the Democrat voter tank when it comes to black people, right? These are the different tanks of gas. They got the, you know what I'm saying, the white gas, they got the Hispanic gas, they got the Asian gas, and they got the black gas, right? They 86% full. You think they worried about a refill? They're not even close to being near a refill. Everybody else, they own about half. So, again, here's my thing, right, with this particular situation. What I'm trying to figure out is why black Kamala Harris supporters are being attacked. I've never seen where people are attacked for their performance. As much as white people talk about DEI and unreliable support, unreliable performance, unreliable competency, right? Well, in these situations here, we see who the unreliable people are. The unreliable people are white, Hispanic, and Asian. The reliable people are black. But you're being talked to as if you're these other three groups of people. But because people are so fixated on current talking points, that element of the argument can't be weaponized. And the only thing that has to be weaponized is we ain't voting Democrat no more. You take every weapon that somebody gives you and use it. Because for one, your opponent shouldn't give you any weapons, right? But if they do give you weapons, you definitely use the weapon that they give you. And this is a big weapon that they've run quality control on people so good that people don't even recognize that they just put a loaded gun on the ground in the middle of a fight. And they have the comfort to put that loaded gun on the ground in the middle of the fight because they know ain't nobody gonna pick it up, point it at nobody, and buck. Just like how ain't nobody except me picked it up, pointed at anybody, and bucked. Because like I said, if we in that situation, I'm bucking. For real. Right? You know? Look at these numbers. Clear mis and disinformation. Now we got to run it back on Barack Obama. If he's able to spit this kind of mis and disinformation, what else has he spit mis and disinformation about? Now we need to start looking at the integrity of his things that he says. Also, what we need to do is we need to take a look at the Democrats and say, if they're willing to utilize this level of disintegrity, what else are they willing to do? If you type in Google the most loyal voter base for Democrats, take a wild guess what it pulls up. Take a wild guess what it pulls up. Here go the link to that Pew study. All right. Now I want to ask you guys another question. Let's compare some more statistics. If black people are 13% of the population and allegedly make up 55% of the crime, and that's a huge issue, then how is it that being 13% of the population and being 85% of a particular voting block causes a loss? How can those two sentences be the same in a reality that's governed by the same mathematical laws? How? You all should feel robbed. You all should feel robbed that you have no pro bono representative that presented these arguments to you to be responded to, because there is no response to these arguments. This is a one-punch knockout. That's how I like to do things.
Joining us now, the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison. Jamie, thanks so much for joining us. As you know, Harris has unveiled what she's calling her opportunity agenda, targeting black voters today. But look at this. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden both won black voters with margins of 85 and 81%.
Woo! Quality control. Quality control. Oh, you ready? Quality control. Oh, they running quality control out here, man. Quality control, man. Let's check out quality control. Let us check out quality control, man. Let us check out some quality control. Would y'all say that those numbers is quality control? Come on, man. Running quality control on your brain. That's menticide numbers right there. Shout out to my man, DC Precise. DC Precise says, I just caught up to the stream and I'll put you all on notice. I'm holding the QC clipboard and I'm going to have to let all of you go for insubordination and off-coding this. He handing you a write-up on the way out the door. And even though you fired, you got to bring it back with your self-evaluation on it. Oh man, shout out to the black people that work, because we all work more than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Everybody know about them quality control meetings, man. Everybody know about them quality control meetings. And when you go to your next quality control meeting, just understand that where you're going is you're going to a place where you're about to be sat down and indoctrinated with the culture and principles of the place that you work at. You work at the Democrat plantation. So every day you're on orientation. Every day you're on orientation. You know what I'm saying? Quality control is a process by which entities review the quality of all factors involved in a production. We're looking to produce a black vote for Democrats. That's what our product is. I would say that they've been pretty effective in producing that product. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The process, for the most part, has been efficient. Quality control is a process by which entities review the quality of all factors involved in production. ISO9000 defines quality control as part of quality management focused on fulfilling quality requirements. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What are the quality requirements of black votes? Because we're getting to the upper limits of being close to 100%. I don't think that there's anywhere in ISO anything that has any type of 100% quality standards. You might get those Lysol ratios, 99.9, but I don't think you're getting 100. You got 99 ISO, you know what I'm saying? But you ain't getting one. Hit me, right? You ain't getting one. This approach places emphasis on three aspects: Elements such as controls, imagine that. Job management, imagine that. Defined and well-managed processes, make sure that those absentee ballot processes are well explained. Why? To get a repeat result of a lot of people going to the poll, right? Competence such as knowledge, skills, experience, and qualifications. Soft elements such as personnel, integrity, confidence, organizational culture, motivation, team spirit, and quality relationships. Inspection is a major component of quality control. Oh, I'll tell you, what are, let me ask you guys, all of those pollings and polling datas and statistics, those are inspections. How many people have ever seen a quality control report at your job, a QC report? Lot of statistics on there, right? A lot of data, right? Well, they're constantly doing an inspection. You want to see what an inspection looks like? I'm going to show you guys what an inspection looks like. This is what an inspection looks like. Let's see what the numbers are looking like for first quarter, shall we? Okay, 92%. Okay, 90%. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We have some problems here. I see a trend here. Things are going down, but still 78%. Republicans are seeing a trend up. Now, you know what? The Republicans haven't listen, black people, shout out to black people. Black people are overperforming in Democrat support, and they're also performing and expanding their influence on the Republican side. Right? Look at the overperformance. Look at how much better we're doing than other people. Supporting the Democrats at superior rates, expanding our support for Republicans. I mean, what you're looking at here is black excellence. Not being discussed in terms of black excellence, though. Over performances are not discussed in terms of being black excellence for some reason. Why is that? Black Republican support has tripled. That means multiplied by 300%. Did anybody get a thank you? Black conservatives have not even taken time to pat themselves on the back for their accomplishment because they're so busy bootlicking that they didn't look up at the dry erase board to see what the new statistics say. What does that tell you about the monolith? It's not very much different on the right side or the left side, is it? You know, whatever happened to those videos about quote unquote black people, quote unquote, waking up? 7, 9, 15, trending in an upward direction. If voting conservative, quote unquote, is defined as quote unquote black people waking up, I mean, these statistics here say that black people are waking up at a 300% rate. Where's the, where's the congratulations at? We're waking up at a 300% rate and supporting the Democrats at damn near 100%. I mean, these are phenomenal feats to be doing at the same time. And yet, this is no shout out for the multitasking. This is what I'm telling you, man. Go work for yourself, because when you put up statistics like this, you'll still be an overlooked employee. The person that's not doing anything, right? We just saw the people that aren't doing anything. The people that aren't doing anything will be next in line for raises. You guys ever experienced that at your job? Or you sit there and bust your ass and sweat, and the people that ain't doing anything, next thing you know, they're your supervisor. That's what's going on here in the United States. What did Joe Biden say? Things need to come through the Hispanics. Look at how the Hispanics vote. The people that ain't doing nothing about to be your supervisor. What is it? You think people just don't like reality or what? Now, I could put on a show for you guys. You know what I'm saying? But, I thought that we all grew up similar, right? I thought that we all had, heard similar things growing up. How many of y'all heard your parents say there's a time and a place? Shout out to David Brown. What's good with it? I would put on a show for y'all. You know what I'm saying? But, 2.5 seconds left on the shot clock. Down by 4. I don't know if that's the time for a show. I think that's the time for a high percentage field goal. I think that's the time when you try to get it to your best 3-point shooter because of quality control, right? Quality control. Want to get it out on the arc to Steph Curry, get the 3, draw the foul. That's what you want to do. High percentage, right? Oh, look at these high percentages. We was already done, right? We was already done. We already shut this down in the first 12 minutes of the stream. This ain't what people want. That's why I don't go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So when you see things not happening that you hear people say that they want, you got to ask them, well, why aren't they happening? They don't want them. You know what I'm saying? So now next it says inspect. So we just saw the inspection. Every time they come out with polling data, that's an inspection. Inspection is a major component of quality control where the physical product, voters, are examined visually through surveys, right? Or the end result of a service is analyzed. Product inspectors will be provided with lists and descriptions of unacceptable product defects, such as cracks or surface blemishes, for example. Right? Quality control. Six Sigma. So again, my question for everybody is, why isn't this being discussed in terms of this? Clear missing disinformation. Right? Even at the spread that we are right here, we're outperforming everybody else when it comes to voting. Yet we're being talked to as if we're not. And people are just taking it. And then people are taking it and running places with it. I guess it sounds good. But do people want sound good or do people want good results? I truly don't believe that most people even know what they want. And I think that even if they did have an idea of a mental picture of what they want, I don't think that many people are capable of articulating it appropriately to where somebody else would be able to have the same mental picture of what it is that they're trying to express. Clearly, by the results of what the content say, right? I mean, why is this even a debate? If we had many competent people, this wouldn't even be a debate. This would just be looked at as somebody just making clickbait and just keep it pushing. Obama's just doing clickbait, just keep it pushing. This is actually a discussion. Why? Why? Do you guys understand? I don't understand why it's even a discussion. But since it's a discussion and it's popping in the algorithm and the algorithm will give me 10, 15 people to watch me sit here and say the obvious, let's just sit here and say the obvious.
Respectively. But Kamala Harris's current margin is far behind that at 61%. Why is she polling worse with black voters? And are you confident these new policy proposals that she's unveiling can turn this around for her?
These questions that they're asking here, these aren't questions that I'm concerned with. Now, these are questions, right, that are valid and can and should be asked by the campaign people, right? But I'm not a campaign person. What I'm curious about is how is it possible for black people to be doing worse when we are far beyond other groups in our support? How can we do worse? Worse than who? We're being compared against ourselves. And the people that claim to be pro-black are accepting that, despite the fact that's one of the tenets of the issues of inequality that they claim to be so outraged about. As a black person, you got to perform better than everybody else. So here goes an instance where we're performing better than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to yeah, go ahead and you can do that too. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, I voted for Barack and I voted for Barack because I turned 18 in 03 because he was black and I was politically ignorant. I've been on the couch ever since. No way Kamala finna get me off it either. Look, here go right, and I don't disagree with that, right? But again, here goes the thing. The people that are voting for Kamala Harris are not getting their proper respects. And it's just okay. I don't know anymore at what point who has more motive to spin these stories. I don't know if it's the white media, right, or the content creators. I don't know who I don't know who is more driven to spin these stories. These things this shouldn't even be a story. This shouldn't even be a conversation. Shout out to DJ Elmo, right? My thing is, I'm not in this particular live stream, I'm not trying to convince anybody of any voter directionality. This is a live stream about mis and disinformation. The numbers are incorrect. The numbers are not matching reality. I don't have any criticism or critique for who anybody's voting for at this particular point in this particular stream. Where my critique lies is, are Barack Obama's statements true or are they false? Now, here goes the problem, right? Post-truth politics. No one is invested in fact-finding anymore. People are only invested in emotional appeal and appearance. People feel slighted by the Democrat Party. So they think that somehow getting off on the Democrat Party, right, is going to somehow do something. It's not. It's not. As a matter of fact, what it's going to do is it's going to force you to replicate your processes of what you've been doing with the Democrats for the last 60 years, with the Republicans for another 60 years, because people are already talking about doing it with the Republicans for the next 60 years. You know what I'm saying? What people are now most concerned with is, I'm going to get off on these. You're not going to get off on these. The Democrats already got, there's not going to be any getting off on the Democrats. Not happening as of right now. It can happen in the future with the proper planning. But what we're seeing is that people have an incapacity to be able to plan. People have an incapacity to be able to process information properly. As a result of those things not being true, there will be no processes that actually deal the blow that's necessary to the Democrats to cripple them. And it's because we live in an immediate gratification society where soothing of emotional appeal is more important than long-term strategic goals and strategic planning. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Jesse. Jesse says, if Dems lose this election, I disagree. Now, here goes my question. The Dems have lost elections before. Here goes my question. What changed when they lost before? You know how people always ask that. I call this a fake Trump support question, right? The people always ask that fake Trump support question. Nothing was, or make that fake Trump support statement. Nothing was different under Trump. There's a few things that was different. There's a few things that was different. You know what I'm saying? We can get petty, right? MAGA hats, that's something different. No other president really had no hats all like that. A few things that was different. shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, boy, Rob rubbing. I don't know why people that say that just don't say, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I don't know why they don't just say it. Just come out and say it. You know what I'm saying? But see, the difference between them cats and the difference between me is I actually believe what I say. I'm all about extra political means, which is one of the reasons why I'm so heavy on the business lens on things. But as you guys can tell, there's a severe deficiency in the business lens on things because most people don't even know what the hell I'm be talking about half the time. Now, what's interesting about this is that, you know, most people don't know what I be talking about half the time, but I'm one of the few content creators where you could go pull information that I said and it's going to come right up. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that with a lot of other people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. And somehow, as a result, that somehow, right, I inherit that problem. You know what I'm saying? I think we inherit enough problems. Right? So, one of the things that has to be done in order to break this process of quality control and menticide is that, yeah, I would not disagree with you, bro. Shout out to you, Jesse. Jesse says what changed was nothing. In those years, 2000, 2004, and 2016, the benign neglect policy still continued. Yeah, I would agree. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, as a result of the way that the politics have been and the way that the politics are currently, I don't know how effectively we would be able to deal with government benign neglect at this time. I think the policy of self-benign neglect would be the most effective policy for us to address. Right? And one of the ways to immediately address the self-benign neglect is to stop self-benign neglecting yourself through the political processes that you use. Remember, process management, right? Process management, quality control. Now we should run quality control on our own politics. If we run quality control, what are some indicators that are favorable about how the voting has been going for the last 60 years? Right? For one, it needs to be shown that the Democrats don't present accurate information. The information can't be trusted. That should be one of the points of attack. Not really a concerted, organized effort in doing that. One of the reasons why it's so difficult for people to accept information that comes from Black content creators or Black people in general is because white people and the United States government have done a wonderful job running quality control on everybody's brains, making people believe that Black people are intellectually inferior. So nothing that we say should be taken serious to begin with anyway, because in most cases, if you run the quality control, you know what I'm saying, in most cases, people aren't adequate according to them. That's the whole issue behind the DEI. So they've attacked your intellectual integrity and people believe it. As a result, you can say something that's correct and have a PhD. Somebody will fact check you. Somebody that is homeless and uncovers himself from a box, if they got the right skin color, you can take what they say to the bank. Despite the fact that it's inflated and shouldn't be worth anything. Quality control. Yet, there's not a concerted effort to be able to disestablish the media like that. And let's just keep it a buck. People are scared of a challenge. People only get loud when they know that the other person ain't gonna get loud back. People only push somebody who they know ain't gonna push them back. And even people might push somebody who they know will get in a pushing match. They're not gonna push somebody that's gonna punch them or reach for something. And that's what we're dealing with. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, if y'all can't see the progress and how important National Hip Hop Day and Juneteenth have been to us, then y'all ain't black, period. Running quality control, bro. Where do you where do you think they get the ideas to get this stuff from? Quality control. They say they're going to run a study on reparations. They've been running a lot more studies than just reparations. They just didn't tell you about the studies they was running. Every time they do a quality control inspection, it's a study.
You ain't black.
Facts.
You ain't black.
Facts.
You ain't black.
Facts. But somehow it's an underperformance. There's a lot of emotionalism going on today, and the emotionalism is causing inefficiencies with thought processes and political movements, and nothing that's going on now is going to improve anything in the next 10 years. And then people will be upset about it. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. What should I say? What y'all want me to say? There's nothing going on today that's rocket science or profound that's going to do anything to change anything that's going on right now. Nothing. Except for what's going on right here. You want to know the evidence? The evidence is that businesses use this type of process. Businesses don't use any type of process that you see anywhere else. And also, the businesses in those directions are non-existent. I don't know what to say. I'm saying I don't know what to say. Let's go back to this quality control. So now, would you guys agree? Well, first, what we have to understand, we have got to come to this realization. The realization is that what we're watching, what we're looking at, what we're listening to, including when we hear a lot of people that we might consider our peers talk, is that they have no idea what's going on. Shout out to Patrick. Bro, we got it. Listen, the medicine don't taste good. It never does. Shots hurt. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says, Stefano from Days of Our Life once said, sometimes people with PhDs can be wrong, while stupid people sometimes can be right. Yeah. Let me ask you, and here's another way to look at that. Being stupid is also a process, right? So how accurately can people with PhDs be stupid? Stupid people can be accurate stupid a high percentage of the time. That means something in some places, right? So let's take a look at this real quick.
Joining us now, the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison. Jamie, thanks so much for joining us. As you know, Harris has unveiled what she's calling her opportunity agenda, targeting black voters today. But look at this. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden both won black voters with margins of 85% and 81% respectively. But Kamala Harris's current margin is far behind that at 61%. Why is she polling worse with black voters? And are you confident these new policy proposals that she's unveiling can turn this around for her?
Well, Wolf, I believe in the end of the day, once this...
Now, another thing that I want you guys to pay attention to, who is this, 2016? Yeah, okay, so in 2016, so we had, who was 2016? Hillary Clinton. 2020 was Joe Biden. These are two white people, by the way. Got to make sure that we, you know what I'm saying? Got to make sure that we bring race into it. We got to hit all of our quality standards, right? One of our quality standards is to point out the black, point out the white. So we got to make sure that we show the fact that the black people supported the two white candidates at a higher rate than the presenting as or alleged black candidate. So we can let people, you know what I'm saying, twist and turn about that.
Around for her.
Well, Wolf, I believe in the end of the day, once this election is done, Kamala Harris's numbers with black voters, black men and black women are going to equal or not surpass what previous Democratic nominees have. You know, sometimes it's hard to compare apples to oranges, right?
What did he just say? What did he just say?
Kamala Harris's numbers with black voters, black men, and black women are going to equal or not surpass what previous Democratic nominees have.
How's it black men's fault that Kamala Harris is not getting support? The black males, the absence of support that Kamala needs is not from black men. It's not from black women. It's not from black anything. He said at the rate that things are going, the numbers in this election may surpass the numbers of the past election, which means that we are in reality actually approaching 100%. Look at all the ass hurt people that can't handle facts. Now, shout out to DeAndre, right? DeAndre said he said that these black voters that are voting for Trump don't exist. Shout out to Angela Rye. Now, effectively, right? Effectively, do they exist if we talk in 95% ratios? Another translation, right? Another translation of what Angela Rice said is,
You ain't black.
Was she lying? Now here go my thing, right? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. I don't, again, this particular live stream should not be looked at in terms of quote unquote following anybody. This live stream should be looked at in terms of following the data. Following the data. And the data is that Barack Obama provided misinformation. Again, this is not the see. I want people to pay attention to how emotionalism plays in. I'm not vote shaming any of these people that voted for Kamala Harris or are voting for. I'm not shaming it. This is not the stream for that. I've done it in the past. I'm not going to sit here and say that I've never done it, right? But that's not what this stream is. This stream is, how is anybody being shamed for them losing when we overperform? And what I'm saying to you guys is that this is more proof that when it comes to analysis of black people behavior and black people actions, things that are not consistent with reality are permissible and fair game. This should not be permissible and should not be fair game. However, somehow it is. And the crazy thing about it is that a lot of black people are giving this a pass. The very people who say that these type of tactics shouldn't be levied against us are levying these type of tactics against us. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, I ain't gonna lie, Rob, you put a cold spin on this idea because you're not lying. Because if black people voting this high, Barack lied like a motherfucker. If he did, if black people ain't supporting him. That's shout out, throw some flames in the chat for DeAndre. DeAndre got it. DeAndre got it. DeAndre got it. We could for real shut the stream down now. DeAndre got it. That's the point. That's the point. It is mathematically impossible for black people to be responsible for a Democrat shortcoming in anything. Why does that get any airtime is the question. It's misinformation. Where's the people that run the social media companies to mark all these? I'll send them all links if they need them. And this is what I'm saying about being able to separate emotionalism from facts. I know people ain't feeling the Democrats right now, but we're going to put that to the side for a minute and use the people that are supporting the Democrats to show how the Democrats will even lie on the people that support them. And then ask yourself the question, you cool with being treated like that? What else do they want you to do? Listen, the Democrats got low education standards, right? They want everybody to pass. But when it comes to voting for them, got to have 100%. It doesn't make any, it's not consistent. It doesn't make any sense. So the quality standards for support of Democrats has to be 100%. But in a school district where people are barely able to read, we could drop the proficiency standards down to 30%. It doesn't make any sense. Why I keep asking about the loyalty badge. Shout out to DeAndre. The Democrats should be kissing our ass. And we shouldn't have to ask for shit since we've been voting like this all the time. That's the facts. That's the point. They're acting like we haven't been loyal. Google, put in a Google search, because we know the AI don't lie. Democrats' most loyal base, and tell me what Google comes back with. Okay. Where's my badge at? Where's my coupon at? Where's my loyalty at? Why I got Barack Obama sitting up here saying you ain't doing anything? The statistics show otherwise. The statistics show that we've been doing a lot. Now, when statistics show how many crimes we committing, it's okay to talk about them statistics. But when them statistics is showing how much vote support we getting, you're still having a shortcoming. Listen, I shout out to DeAndre. I'm gonna tell you, bro, people ain't ready. You can see the levels of staggered evolution. They're not ready. Hopefully they will be at some point, right? But, today just ain't the day, right?
Sometimes it's hard to compare apples to oranges, right? To the exit polls from the final elections and to look at where polls are today. Many times, Black folks aren't polled as much as other groups. And so in the end of the...
We heard that one before, haven't we? Black people ain't polled as much as other groups. Black people ain't polled as much as other groups. And even with the lack of complete polling, still getting Lysol ratios and then still getting shamed and saying it's your fault that these people lost. And people are accepting it. They're accepting it. Accept it. Why are you accepting this? It's our fault that the Democrat Party has a circulation and a heartbeat. What are you talking about? I'm going to tell you guys something else that's going to happen. You know how we having these conversations about hip hop? Who created hip hop? We built the Democrat Party. And whether it's a failed operation or not, it's still something that we built. Our grandkids going to be watching YouTube videos, and their favorite content creators going to be having Twitter spaces and arguments about who the people were that built up the Democrat Party. And it's going to be people coming out and saying that Black people didn't do shit to build the Democrat Party. And then people going to take all the content from this time period here and use that to debunk all of the contributions that we've made to creating the Democrat Party. And I'm going to just be sitting comfortably in my casket with a big ass smile on my face. Right. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, bro, did he not just see the QC chart? Let me ask you guys this. In any live stream or any content that I've ever made, have I not ever proven my point to beyond reasonable doubt? Listen, you know how I tell you guys that I'm OCD and I'm saying like I'm a perfectionist and all that? Technically, that's pathological quality control. You know what I'm saying? That's pathological quality control. Being OCD, obsessive compulsive. You know what I'm saying?
Right, to the exit polls from the final elections and to look at where polls are today. Many times, Black folks aren't polled as much as other groups. And so in the end of the day, I believe there's only one candidate in this race that actually has an agenda for Black America, and that's Kamala Harris. And what this agenda that she rolled out today is a really great opportunity to begin building and focusing on the issues that Black men really care about. It's about wealth, it's about health, and it's about freedom.
Now, here's the thing, right? Whatever. Shout out to James Hudson. What's good with it, bro? Whatever, as far as this goes, right? Well, we're talking, again, listen, if they were really in fear of losing Black men, they would have done a specific black male agenda that goes beyond the Biden era policies that have been put in place, because these new this agenda that she's just rolled out, it's not actually a new agenda. What it is it's a template that has been drawn from the Biden administration policies. All right. So again, don't get wrapped up in the policy discussion. Stay on the data. Okay. We've talked about policy extensively, and we can talk about policy more. But what the point here, what we want to do is we want to thoroughly debunk Barack Obama's incorrect talking point and repeatedly ask the question, why is this particular ex-president not being charged with dis or misinformation? And what we're going to do is we're going to involuntarily weaponize those people who vote Democrat. Thank you for your involuntary support, and use them as our vehicle for chopping their man down at the knees. Isn't that a beautiful way to end somebody? If you guys think that that's a beautiful way to end somebody, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, then give me a thumbs down.
And those are the core components of this agenda. It was great to see that today. Again, she's the...
Now, you know I saw that. Shout out to DeAndre. You know I saw that. DeAndre said, Rob, you see she want to regulate crypto for you in this plan. I thought regulate. What you mean? Regulate. Quality control. We're going to control about how much of the capital gains that we can get for taxation. We're going to maximize our taxation amount. Yeah, we're going to talk. Hopefully I get a chance. Right, we're gonna talk about that eventually too. Yeah, oh, you know I saw that, bro. You know I saw that. See, I'm gonna shout out to y'all, man. I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Shout out to DeAndre, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton, DJ Elmo, James Hudson, all the people that have been around for a very long time, right? There's like, you talking about running quality control? Go watch one of my old streams. I guarantee you it's relevant for today. Even if it's one of the older ones from like 2020. You don't even have to watch a new one. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Sybil. What's good with it, Sybil?
Only candidate in this race that actually has an agenda for black men, and that's because she has been talking to black men for months now, going around the country, having forums with them about the issues and the barriers that they have in terms of living the American dream.
You're in Pennsylvania, where President Obama delivered a rather impassioned plea message to black men, calling it not acceptable to sit out this election. Republican vice presidential candidate.
I'm gonna go as far as to say marginal amounts of people are sitting out. We just saw the numbers. This isn't even a real complaint. Do we need to put the charts back up? Do I need to get my clipboard back out? I need to get the quality control stuff back out? Who's sitting out? Who's sitting out? I think that there's a deeper issue with why Barack Obama wanted to make the statements that he made and who he made those statements for. And I think that the fact that people are not dealing with the motive behind Barack Obama making those public statements is more problematic than the fact that, you know, people are missing what's right in front of their face. This is right in front of people's face. But the emotionalism post-truth society, the dedication to emotional appeal instead of facts, is so high that opportunities like this are not seized.
You're in Pennsylvania, where President Obama delivered a rather impassioned plea message to black men, calling it not acceptable to sit out this election. Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance writes this, and I'm quoting now: 20% of Latinos and 26% of black voters rate the economy good or excellent, but the Democrats go around hectoring them that anyone who doesn't vote for Kamala is a sexist.
J.D. Vance just said what I said. And of course, it's of more value. You know why. Not my rules, but you know why. I got massive, as a matter of fact, not only do I have massive streams pointing this out, we got the series, the Black Voter Monolith series. I don't know what to say. I told y'all JD Vance is good at his job, but emotionalism stops people from being able to say whether a task is performed efficiently or not because they don't like the person that performed the task. I'm beyond that. I've lived long enough to be the villain.
President, is a sexist, period. President Trump is winning because he's listening to voters instead of lecturing them. How do you respond to that?
No, my response is, well, what does Donald Trump do and JD Vance do? They go around and basically say Haitian Americans who are.
There we go, right there. That's what your response. That's what the response is. What JD Vance said here can be backed up with charts, data, and information. What is Butterball gonna say? What is Fatso gonna say?
A sexist, period. President Trump is winning because he's listening to voters instead of lecturing them. How do you respond to that?
No, my response is, well, what does Donald Trump do and JD Vance do? They go around and basically say Haitian Americans who are of African descent are eating cats and dogs. My response is, Donald Trump has gone out to say, cats.
Where's the upper limit for black support? My question is, why are black people expected to vote at higher than 100% for the Democrats? And here's my question. Is there any group of people that has ever voted at higher than 100% for any candidate or any political proposal? So shout out to black people, man. You know what I'm saying? We are truly amazing. We are so amazing that it's been normalized that we're expected to do things that are inhuman. I mean, 400 years of slavery is inhuman. Now they expect us to go beyond 100%.
Investigating Native Americans in this country, Latinos in this country, basically saying that they are poisoning the blood of this nation. And so these are folks who have borderline racist conversations about the minority groups in this nation. Those folks are not.
Facts. Shout out to my man, Patrick. Patrick said completely ignored the question. Facts. Shout out to Bronze the God. Let's ignore actual data. Yeah. Now, again, this is why I stay on this, right? And I'm telling you, is a lot of times when I be saying stuff or when I'm talking about stuff, it'll be right on that edge. It'll be right on that fringe. And people like, really, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, Rob, like, here come Rob coming with this BS again. Listen, what I'm telling you is that by the time I get through with y'all will be able to take anything and turn it into a weapon. Anything. If someone breathes, it's a weapon. Because you're going to need it.
Going to be with them in the end of the day. There's only one party that is fighting for the freedom of all Americans. There's only one party that is fighting to make sure that
the Democrat Party is fighting so much for the freedom of Americans that they removed the choice of black people's preferred Democrat candidate. That's how much freedom they're fighting for. The preferred Democrat candidate, per the statistics that were provided in the video earlier, was Joe Biden. The Democrats are fighting for your democracy so much that they removed him as a choice. That's how much they're fighting. They're also fighting to get you to believe that statistics are not real. Fighting very hard. This guy, the buttons on his, you know what I'm saying, collar is, they fighting to stay together, and that tie fighting to stay on too. You know what I'm saying? A lot of fighting going on here.
all Americans have a seat at the table. And that's the Democratic Party led by Kamala Harris, who is our nominee. And so that's my response to J.D. Vance. Go and actually work with your constituents and stop lying on them, right?
Who nominated her? Who nominated Kamala Harris? For vice president or for president we talking about? Let's do it. Right? Let's do it.
Work on their behalf instead of castigating them, making sure that the kids that are going to schools can't go because they're bomb threats, because you continuously lie and then you admit to the media that you're lying about them. So clean around your front door.
Yeah, they lied. Yes, they absolutely lied. J.D. Vance and Trump lied. So did Obama.
Before you come clean around ours.
Vance is also backing Trump's suggestion that he would use the U.S. National Guard or the U.S. military to fight what he calls the enemy from within if riots were to break out in the aftermath of the 2024 election. What's your reaction to those words?
Well, it's sad, and it's just J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are really the worst that we see in American politics.
J.D. Vance and Donald Trump said that they would use the military and National Guard to fight any type of issues with the quote-unquote 2024 election, right? Tim Walz deployed, if I'm not mistaken, the National Guard in response to issues going on in Minnesota regarding the George Floyd murder. Yeah, shout out to Miss Niecy. Pot meets kettle. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to PD. They really think that their boo-boo don't stink for real. Facts. Roses really smell like boo-boo. Shout out to, you know what I'm saying, Andre 3000.
Remember, Wolf, that when Donald Trump, the Central Park 5 in New York, where Donald Trump accused 5 young men of color.
Facts. Hey, look, shout out to AW1. Hey, you ever sat there and watched 2 people that you can't stand just beat the brakes off each other and they both end up in the ICU? That's what we looking at. I can't stand neither one of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I hope both of y'all win. I'm putting money on both of y'all. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, right, I'm running quality control on y'all, right? Because this is how I want people to be able to look at these things. I want you guys to be able to look at this with no inefficient filter over it. Be able to look at this for the purity and the rawness of it, and process the purity of the rawness of it. It don't matter, the statistics may not be how we want them. None of that matters. What matters is we got the crosshairs on some BS that Obama and a bunch of other people was on. We're gonna keep hitting that bullseye until we break through the other side of it. That's the point. We'll deal with the other stuff later. Stay on the bullseye. You feel me?
And basically said that they deserve the death penalty. And then when they were exonerated, he doubled down on that. He knows better. This is a guy who just recently said, well, let's give the police hours upon hours where they can do whatever the hell they want to do to beat down whomever. That's not who we are as a nation. We are freedom-loving people. We are people who understand that there's a rule of
so much freedom that you no longer have the freedom to vote for Joe Biden. So much freedom that you didn't have the freedom to not get certain medications that had kind of just came out during a certain period of time. So much freedom. You got freedom to mutilate yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got freedom to mutilate yourself. Right. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, so he ignored the Democrat judge and DA in the Central Park 5 case? Bro, facts. Shout out to PD. PD just got the bonus membership. Shout out to Call Obsidian Plays Gaming and Music. What's good with it, bro? Good to see you, man. Make sure y'all show Call Obsidian Gaming and Music some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Call funding the organization and expanding the organization. That's quality control right there. Speaking of quality, we're going to talk about quality control when it comes to the channel in a minute.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Now, you guys see how I've been subliminally programming y'all for this? Where we at with the 1-to-1 ratio? Throw the 100s in the chat. See that? Now you already are somewhat conceptually ready to be able to see the picture that I'm trying to paint here. Do that make sense?
Of law in this country, and that rule of law should be applied to everybody. But Donald Trump doesn't believe it should be applied to him or whatever he wants to do. That's not who we are as Americans. That's not what we want in our American president. And that is why, in the end of the day, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are going to be spending more time in Mar-a-Lago than they will be at the White House.
As we all learned today, Kamala Harris will sit down with Fox for an interview this coming Wednesday. This is the first time she has ever done an interview with Fox.
Now, let me look at this. Let me ask y'all this. I shout out to TD because I can't remember. TD put out a lot of content today. I don't know if it was when he was live or if it was one of the premieres, but in one of the comment sections, I had talked about Kamala Harris going on Fox News. I don't know if that's the best idea. I don't know if that's the best idea. What do you guys think? I don't know how good of an idea it is if you have an issue with a Dana Bash interview that you had your hands held through to go for real to the visiting team alone. I don't know if that's the best. I don't know if that's the best strategy or not. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, James Hudson. James says brothers were turned off by Magic Johnson going to Flint to tell black men what to do after seeing his son grow up. You know what I'm saying? Doing that and doing that and doing that. I'm just saying. Facts. TD's live stream yesterday. Okay, appreciate you, Miss Nisi. Yeah. Now, again, right? None of these mainstream media outlets will never, none of these people, they listen, they will never cross paths with me ever. Right? Never. Never, ever. And this is the reason why. Crossing paths with somebody like me would be extremely bad for quality control. It would be a quality control nightmare. Okay.
Is this a response to the tightening poll numbers? What do you think?
Well, I think it's Kamala Harris isn't afraid. She understands that when she's going to be president of the United States, she's going to be the president of all people, not just the folks who agree with her, with all of the people. And we see that time and time again. She understands when a disaster happens, you don't just help the people in Democratic areas. You are the president of all people, and you help all Americans. Donald Trump has not understand that. Wolf, when's the last time he's done an interview with CNN or MSNBC? He's always on Fox.
Did y'all hear what he just said? It's one of the notorious long pauses. One of my notorious long pauses. That means I'm waiting for y'all to fill in the blank. Did y'all hear what he just now? Did y'all hear what he just said? Yeah, see, shout out to Patrick, got it. Patrick said, here we go. Really? Is that again? We got it. Let's do it. Is this misinformation? Is what's being said here true? Now, if you sit here and say this is true versus this is not, somehow, right? Somehow, this turns into you, quote unquote, being a quote unquote MAGA supporter or a Trump supporter. So, just so you know, for the future, next time you go get a hearing test, next time you go to your audiologist, when they all those times when they play the low frequency and high frequency sounds, when they ask you if you can hear it, when you leave the doctor's office, make sure you ask them to pick up your red hat on the way out, because asking if you heard something competently and to repeat it is MAGA.
Again, she understands when a disaster happens, you don't just help the people in Democratic areas. You are the president of all people, and you help all Americans. Donald Trump has not understand that. Wolf, when's the last time he's done an interview with CNN or MSNBC?
Here's the question: when is the last time he's done a debate in friendly territory? Really? I don't think when it comes to Donald Trump, aside from his rallies and his independent interview scheduling, any of the mutual meetings between Trump and his opponents, they've all been on the opponent's terms. Now, you know, he had the issue with the mics being turned on or turned off or whatever. That's something that his team established. But as far as, you know, all of his games were away games. Is this a true statement or a false statement? For the most part, all of Trump's away games have been, or all the games of the politics so far, for Trump, they've all been away games. This is a true statement, right? I'm not making this up. But if you simply say anything that's the truth, regardless of who it supports, if it supports Kamala Harris, then it's true. If you say something that's true and it happens to somehow support Trump or somehow support J.D. Vance, you're automatically MAGA. You're an angry black man. You're emotional. Hey, don't come at me crazy. I'm part of the group of people that, you know what I'm saying? I'm part of the group of people that racially supports Kamala Harris at higher rates than anybody else. Don't come at me telling me nothing. Don't come at me telling me nothing. You know what I'm saying? Part of my intersections are intersected with that group of people that supports Kamala Harris at 83%. I ain't trying to hear nothing anybody got to say about what I need to do or how I've been doing. Look at the team I'm on. I'm just saying. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? That's about that, right? What I just said, that's about as right as this.
And you ain't black.
That's right. Right?
He's always on Fox and Sean Hannity so that, you know, Hannity can give him spoon feed him questions. But Kamala Harris has shown that she is going where all of Americans are. If that means going on Fox.
What? He said that, look, hey, did y'all hear that? He said that Trump he said Trump just went to where they spoon feeding him questions, like what, at the debates? You have to have had mass quality control ran on you to be able to say such insane things, right? See, I told you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Look, I got you, bro. I got you. It might start out bad, but it's gonna be all good. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get there. You know what I'm saying? He said that Kamala Harris is going to the difficult interviews. And Trump just goes somewhere where they spoon fed him at the debates. What they spoon feed him? A bunch of interruptions and fact checks? Okay.
Donald Trump has not understand that. Wolf, when's the last time he's done an interview with CNN or MSNBC? He's always on Fox and Sean Hannity so that, you know, Hannity can give him spoon feed him questions. But Kamala Harris has shown that she is going where all of Americans are. If that means going on Fox or on CNN, she's going to do a town hall with you all soon on MSNBC. She's done interviews there. She's done interviews on Black media. She has been all over.
What is Black media? She's done interviews on Black media. What is Black media? How come he don't call it J media? Because it's not Black media. It's J media, what he's talking about. This is misinformation here. What Black media she went on? Okay.
Over the place. On the late night, she goes everywhere. Donald Trump doesn't do that. He's scared. That's why he's scared to get on the debate stage with her again.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to ask you guys this question. If Donald Trump and JD Vance are scared, do a YouTube search and find all the locations that JD Vance and Trump have done interviews or talked, and do a search of Kamala Harris and where she's done interviews and talked, and just sum it up. Yeah, I would completely agree. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says there is no black media. It's liberal media. Yeah, what he's talking about is the liberal media. Absolutely. Yeah, and shout out to Miss Nisi, reverse projection by the DNC. Facts. Yeah, and shout out to DeAndre. I seen she was on the Shade Room today, man. I seen it. I don't know.
We are focused on talking with the American people, and Vice President Harris has shown that she has the conviction, the strength, the leadership in order to lead this great nation.
Now, look, check this out. Shout out to now. This is the question that we got to ask, right? Shout out. I mean, I'm glad you brought that up. Let me see what we got over here. Hold on, real quick. Now, let's see something here. Yeah, okay. Now, we got to ask this question, right? DeAndre says, bruh, black people who fall for this is crazy. She did some interviews. Now, all of a sudden, Trump's scared. Right. Now, here goes the question, though. Are they crazy? Some people might be crazy, right? Or are they victims of menticide? Are they crazy or are they victims of menticide? Shout out to Carlton, because Carlton had put the definition of menticide in the chat earlier, because yes, menticide is an actual word. Believe it or not just a word, it's a process, a quality control process. Menticide, a systemic and intentional undermining of a person's conscious mind, also known as brainwashing. Let me ask you guys this question. What is the goal of brainwashing? We talked about it briefly in the last stream. We might talk about it some more. It depends. Yeah, shout out to Miss Nisi. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre says menticide, for sure. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How come we don't talk about this word menticide very often? Let's talk about the crime of menticide. The concept of menticide indicates an organized system of judicial perversion and psychological intervention in which a powerful tyrant transfers his own thoughts and words into the minds and mouths of the victims he plans to destroy or use for his own propaganda. Modern psychiatry may deliver him several tools for this perversion. Our psychiatric standpoint toward this challenge has to be formulated. Examples of menticide are described and ways of protection are indicated. Let me ask you guys this question. Has the Democratic Party been running menticide on black people? You have to be a victim of menticide if you overperform and are presented with data that indicates that you overperform and yet are able to be convinced that you underperform. You have to be a victim of menticide. Post-truth politics and post-truth reality can also subject somebody to being vulnerable to being a victim of menticide. This is what we deal with right now. This is one of the reasons why this was so rough in the beginning. It was rough in the beginning. Everybody mad because of that Democrat support. Don't get caught up in the Democrat support. Stay on the bullseye. The bullseye is Obama's a liar. We will prove this without a doubt by the end of the live stream. We've already proven it. We'll deal with the Democrat issues later. This is one of the reasons why I call emotion human inefficiency. High emotionalism and high impulsivity decrease effectiveness, efficiency, and safety of decision making. This is why you can always get the Democrat combo meal. They'll give you a traumatic experience and then tell you what to do that supporting them will help you with that, not to experience that traumatic experience ever again. How many people watched the DNC? Man, it was crazy how many DNC horror stories there were. You have the, 13-year-old female up there explaining why abortion is so important, and she'd tell you how somebody violently violated her in the worst possible ways possible. I didn't really need that story, But some unsuspecting young woman who will hear that story, oh my God, Lord have mercy, I don't ever want this to happen to me. What can I do to prevent this from happening? Well, vote for the total controls. Shout out to We Lit. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Deneen. What's good with it? Right? Let me ask you guys this question. What Democrat policy or talking point is ever given to you and coupled with a positive experience? What's interesting about the way that Trump is presenting his campaign is that he's not really coupling it. Well, there are some places where he's coupling it with fear and negative, situations, right? But it doesn't seem as overwhelming as it does with the Democrats, in my opinion. And again, these are just opinionated statements. I'm not saying this as a statement of fact, because I haven't counted them all. I can't say that, like comparing, I'm just saying from what I've seen, from my observation. And I watch a good amount of both. I would say even. Probably I watch more liberal stuff. You know what I'm saying? So we've been up and down and through the post-truth politics. Everybody who watches the content frequently should be very versed on post-truth politics. So now again, we got to ask this question. How is it possible for Black anything to be responsible for Democrats losing? Black men, Black women, whoever they want to blame for the day. How is it our responsibility that they lost when we vote at the highest percentage rates? Why are we expected to vote at beyond 100%? And how is that possible is my question for Obama, the Harvard graduate, mind you. Barack Obama graduated from Harvard, didn't he? Quality controls, that's supposed to be a high education. This is an article from The Economist. Now, mind you, this is an old article, right? We're going to put the date into reference. African Americans are the Democrats' most loyal constituency. They are now at the center of the party strategy. Now, again, this isn't current. This is from March 7th of 2019. And look who they got on the cover there. There is no such thing as a base voter, says Stacey Abrams. So that's good to know. So to not provide you with the accolades that you deserve for building the Democrat Party, they'll say that you don't exist. Sound familiar? There's no such thing as a base voter. Really? Well, why did you put in Google the most loyal base of the Democrats? Articles like this come up. There is no such thing as a base voter, says Stacey Abrams, who last year came closer than any Democrat in this country to becoming Georgia's governor. Ms. Abrams embraced identity politics. She contributed to an article to the current issue of Foreign Affairs entitled Identity Politics Strengthens Democracy, and made registration and mobilization of young and non-white voters central to her campaign. To win, we had to activate voters in communities that had been discounted because they were not seen as viable. Republicans didn't worry about them because they could never win, and Democrats didn't engage because they didn't vote. Now look at this. In purely strategic terms, It is not obvious that Democrats make special efforts to court black voters. Now, have we seen these special efforts occur? And when people say we need special efforts, you got people coming out with their amateur comedy routines saying that we're just babbling and asking for things and not being, quote unquote, very masculine at all. Which I don't know what this has to do with masculinity. This is process. This is business. This is the business of politics. Now, I'm not saying this, right? The Economist magazine is saying this. Or Economic Times, I should say. Anybody got a comedy routine for Economic Times? Can we take a little time out? Can we take a little roast for the Economist, who is partially owned by the Rothschild family? Take a little time out to, quote unquote, go at their head. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the last Republican to win a majority of their votes was Herbert Hoover in 1932. No American ethnic group is as reliably and deeply partisan. Have anybody ever gotten a congratulations for the loyalty? Anybody got a sticker or anybody got a, pin, a loyalty pin? We get a discount anywhere? My question is, why are you so worried about the gas station that you fill up your tank at? But you know what I'm saying? Not really, you know what I'm saying? A bigger investment, which would be voting, you know what I'm saying? A loyalty thing is not really, it can tend to go down the wayside that way. Shopping habits, right? Human behavior is inescapable. I think that I don't know if there should still be an expectation of logic anymore at this point. I think that we should just look at action on an action event basis until a pattern shows logical actions being taken. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. No American ethnic group is as reliable and deeply partisan. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Has this changed? No. But Barack Obama, who, mind you, got the benefits of this reliability and partisanship, sat there and pointed his finger in people's faces and said, you don't do enough. Shout out to Black Male Pimp Network. Black Male Pimp Network says, Black Light Revelations. I wonder why when it comes to black folks, it's about masculinity and not about economics when dealing with politics. The reason why is because of quality control. You guys should run quality control on people to choose who you deal to engage with or not. If you see people that have a, standard deviation of not really being within the parameters of reality, I would suggest, possibly looking at them for entertainment and not really anything substantive. You know what I'm saying? Think about this. Let me ask you guys a question. How many people have heard of the term deviant? You're a deviant. This person is a quote unquote sexual deviant. This person is a quote unquote criminal deviant. What is a deviant? What does that mean? I'll give you a hint. We run in quality control. What is a deviant? Deviating from acceptable behavior. What is another word for acceptable behavior? The norms. You mean the normalized processes? The normalized acceptable human actions? Parameters of normalcy? I appreciate you, crew. And shout out to DeAndre. Make sure y'all show DeAndre some love for being a like enforcer. Enforcing quality. You know what I'm saying? DeAndre got his clipboard, quality control strike force out here. Did you hit the like button yet? We need the 1-to-1 ratio. See how that works? There's a standard deviation of expected behavior. In most cases, the parameters are put forth by behavior codes and laws, right? Quality control. Police are the for real quality control alleged people, right? Because they're enforcing the quote unquote acceptable standards, the alleged quote unquote acceptable standards. We know that these things aren't quote unquote true acceptable standards, but the people that make them, they call these guidelines, right? Black people are the least political deviant. Would you all agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Based on the numbers that we've looked at, Black people are the least political deviant. If that is a mathematically true statement, give me a thumbs up. If it's a mathematically false statement, give me a thumbs down. If Black people are the least political deviant, right, because we're not deviating from the norm, because the norm is 100% Democrat support, what is Obama talking about? What is Obama talking? What is anybody talking about? Now, being a deviant is nothing more than a quality control term, right? Really, for real, it's not anything into the context of it unless you put prefixes on it. You know, you say someone's a criminal deviant. Well, that's because you're deviating from the established norms of what law should be, right? Yeah, right. Facts. Shout out to the former pretty boy. He on that old man stay in the house logic. Facts. Right? So, you know, being a political deviant, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with it. If you deviate away from the norms, right, which that, you know, the normal, it's we've established mathematical normalization, political process, Black people voting Democrat. These are math terms, right? This isn't condescending or calling anybody names. We're talking about this in terms of math, right? If saline is normal at 90%, you know what I'm saying? Black voting is above normal at 85 or at 95%. So again, we're just using math terms. This is why we got to, you know what I'm saying, draw a thick line down the emotionalism and the data, right? So, you know, again, there's nothing wrong with politically deviating. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just an adjective to describe the numerical representation of the direction that you are moving towards or away from the line of normalcy, right? There's nothing wrong with it, right? We are the least likely to be politically deviant, and yet how many people would say that Barack Obama just literally talks to Black men like we're political deviants? The charts say otherwise. Not having very much deviance means that there's a small amount of volatility. Yeah, deviated septum. Folks with crazy noses. What that means is that their septum goes down the middle, right? It's supposed to be parallel with the middle of your nose, but then it goes, you know, certain degree to the right, certain degree to the left. Look like your nose is pointing a certain direction. Standard deviation. There should be a standard of deviation because every plot's not going to be on the line, but we want it to be as close to the line as it can. So there should be an ideal distance between the line. Standard deviation, you know, going 5 miles above the speed limit. That's the standard deviation of people violating a law. When you get beyond the acceptable standard deviations, now you got misdemeanors, felonies, right? Life sentence, you know what I'm saying? Death sentence, quality control, right? Getting them up out of here, running quality control on folks, right? Well, it would depend on what the actual calculated standard deviation would be, right? So you would for any distribution, right? You would have to calculate you would have to calculate what the standard deviation would be, right? Now, shout out to the crew, right? Actually, what the issue is if the deviation gets larger. You want the standard, so basically imagine this, right? You're driving down the street. If you're driving down the center line, right, for the most part, you're in control. You can get on the line or you can get, a little bit over, but you don't want to get too far over. When you start crossing lanes, the further over you cross the lane, now you're getting outside of the acceptable standard deviation. That can cause an accident. Quality control, an accident. We don't want accidents. That's bad driving process, right? Quality control. Now, shout out to DeAndre. That would be, you have to customize that, right? For any given sample size, you got to customize it. You have to come up with the calculations based on, however was, whatever sample it is, whatever the process is, how many times it was done, right? So, standard deviation. In statistics, the standard deviation is a measure of the amount of variation, right? Variation, right? See how everything is a math term? Of the values of a variable about its mean. A low standard deviation means that the values tend to be close to the mean, also called the expected value. Now, what is the expected value? The expected value is Black positive vote for Democrat. Okay? That's the expected value. So we want the values to be as close to the mean as possible. All right, well, if the expected event is a Black vote for Democrats, we got those quality control ratios at between 85 and 95%, running quality control. She would be deviating. She would be deviating from her normal pattern. That means that, right, 66% of the time she voted for Trump. 33%, we starting a new trend, voting for Harris, Democrat. That's what the inspection, quote unquote, would say, right? Now, remember how when we was talking about this yesterday and I asked the question, do you notice that all of these articles that are talking about Black males failing to vote for Kamala Harris, none of them have any numbers in them whatsoever? There's no numbers. Why don't these articles have numbers? Now you see why they don't have numbers? They don't have numbers because people like me exist. In statistics, the standard deviation is a measure of the amount of variation of the values of a variable about its mean. A low standard deviation indicates that the values tend to be close to the mean. Now, you guys know the mean is the same thing as an average. The average, on average, Black people vote 80% Kamala Harris, right? Also called the expected value of the set. While a high standard deviation indicates that the values are spread out over a wider range. This is where you get into quote unquote variation, right? Variation and deviation, right? The standard deviation is commonly used in the determination of what constitutes an outlier versus what doesn't. So if you're driving on this, if you're parallel parking and you park within the lines, you're in control. You're in control. Now, if you go over the line a little bit, that's the standard deviation, right? If you go way over the line and somebody can't park in the space next to you, you're outside, you're out of control. You're way beyond the reasonable acceptable standard deviation. Does that make you should be able to graphically see that? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make any sense, then give me a thumbs down. Okay. So now standard deviation may be abbreviated SD and is most commonly represented in mathematical text and equations by the lowercase Greek letter sigma. Like 6 sigma, quality control. How many people ever heard of 6 sigma, quality control? If you guys ever heard of 6 sigma, quality control, give me a thumbs up. Six Sigma is a set of techniques and tools used for process improvement. It was introduced by an American engineer, Bill Smith, while working at Motorola in 1986. Six Sigma strategies seek to improve manufacturing qualities by identifying and removing causes of defects and minimizing variability. Oh, look at that. They go to the same graph that we just looked at in manufacturing and the business process. This is done by using empirical and statistical quality management methods by hiring people who serve as Six Sigma experts. Each Six Sigma project follows a defined methodology and has specific target values, such as reducing pollution or increasing customer satisfaction. So again, this is the question of why I ask, what is the upper limit on the benchmark of Black voter support? What's the benchmark? Shout out to Mina Jean. What's good with it, Mina Jean? Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for Mina Jean. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is what I'm saying making sense now? If what I'm saying is making sense, then give me a thumbs up. If what I'm saying is not making any sense, then give me a thumbs down. Now, you got to ask yourself the question, now that this has been laid out for you, why is nobody else discussing this in these terms? Because here's my question. When discussed in these terms, who can debunk these talking points? And how would they debunk them? That's my question. Somebody explain to me how what I'm saying is false. Shout out to Deneen. Deneen said nobody's as smart as you are. I wish that was true. Honestly, don't even get me started on that. I'll tell you, look, you know, smart is a relative term, in my opinion, right? Just because somebody has a lot of information or just because somebody has a brain that can process information in certain ways, the only thing that you can do is either store that information or process information in certain ways. You know what I'm saying? That's how that's you know, like to me, you know, I don't know.
Now, we are in the final stretch of the presidential election. The polls are tightening up. Trump seems to be gaining some ground, making some traction here. And former President Donald Trump is calling out black male voters. Joining us now to discuss this and so much more is Washington insider Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Angela.
Now, before we get to the meat of stuff, I want to ask you about a video that you posted on X that's gotten, I think, so far like 1 million impressions. You were up early Sunday morning. You spotted a lot of security on the Capitol. And you posted this. Why don't you take it?
You got all this? What's going on here? Let's turn around, look at that again. Man, turn around, look at that. Let them see it. What's going on here? Oh.
Yeah, now our viewers just saw all the action there, all the law enforcement agencies. What was going on? Did you ever find out what's the deal here? Because this is getting a lot of traction right now on social media, Armstrong.
Yeah, it is. You know, first off, we should acknowledge that even when we sleep, law enforcement, whether it's the Metropolitan Police Department or Capitol Hill, they're up very early during their job. This is a routine thing for me. I power run every morning around 4:30 a.m. And so you just run into this. You see all these cops park awkward. You hear this noise in the background and you just walk up on them and they look at you, you look at them, and they're planning. Obviously, there was a 10K race. Obviously, they have security issues and perimeters that need to be alerted about. They post people all across the district. It starts early in the morning. This is their drill. They get their assignments because they want to make sure they don't want to drop any balls. What's so fascinating about it is this. People are really concerned about security and their well-being, whether there's a terrorist attack, whether there's going to be a disruption, Angela. But not all the time is that you have to wait until something like this happens. It goes to show you that law enforcement is up during the wee hours of the morning, doing their jobs, and oftentimes they just don't get the credit for trying to do the best they can to protect us against a terrorist attack and protect us against...
Now, speaking of law enforcement, right? Let me ask you guys this question. How many people... Let's ask the question like this. Who is quality control enforcement for the monolith? I need you guys tell me in the comment section who the quality control people are for the monolith, or are there any quality control people for the monolith?
Lawless people who would destroy and take our lives at a moment's notice. So, kudos to law enforcement.
Well, I want to get to something else that's happened the last couple of days. It's also kind of blowing up on social media. And this is regarding former President Barack Obama kind of urging and in some ways admonishing black male voters. I want you to listen to a portion of what he said.
And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly now, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Remember, Obama said that he's using feelings. I'm just not feeling. Well, we just looked at facts. And my question is, what do the facts show? His feelings surely are not rooted in the facts. The facts are that when Joe Biden was removed, black male and female support increased for Kamala Harris. The facts is that we've proven quality control has been ran on black people, and black people at a upper limit of 90%, close to 100%, support Kamala Harris. So what is this? My question is, what world is he talking about? What reality is he talking about? And menticide, facts. Is Barack Obama consistent with reality? Let's run quality control on Barack Obama. Has Barack Obama's talking points deviated from reality?
Strong, I don't know if you saw this, but earlier in a Christine Frizzell piece, she had that Kamala Harris isn't polling as well when it comes to black voters overall. But Barack Obama specifically was talking to black.
How is Kamala Harris not polling well when it comes to black voters? How is she not polling well? How is that possible? What's the expected support? We just looked at the numbers. Literally nobody else, no one anywhere else has, even at our lowest at 70, no one else even has 70% support. How is Kamala Harris not doing? How is she not doing well in the polling with black people? I don't understand. What is the definition of well? What is polling well? What is the definition of, what is our upper limit of well? I want you guys to just understand when it comes to this particular content, when it comes to this particular topic, just understand this. What this is white people saying that we're not doing our job and black people accepting it. That's what this is. And that right there is how you know that quality control has been effectively done. This is an article that was published October 14th at 3:24 p.m. Kamala Harris erases Donald Trump gains with black voters. Again, which are very marginal. But remember, she's not getting support. And people are running with that. So again, there's black and white people that are running with it. Black and white people. You know what I'm saying? Black and white people are responsible in conjunction with this destructive propaganda. Black and white people are on code with each other with this BS. Okay. A new poll reveals that Kamala Harris has similar support from black voters as Joe Biden did in 2020, contradicting previous claims that she was losing their support for Donald Trump. I told you that this was a false claim coming from the people that always make false claims. Now, where's those people at to sit there and say that I bash Kamala Harris all the time? Where they at? They got videos up about me. Where they at? Get your ass in here. Get your ass in here, because it's time for me to intellectually put Lucille to the top of your head. Barbed wire side up. Shout out to DJ Elmo. Right. I'm on autopilot. DJ Elmo said, attention to detail in full effect. You even stated the time of the article. Right. Now, we told you that this was false, that this was a false claim. Right. But again, I don't have the power and ability. And of course, this is because I'm a, black male, and, black males don't have no power. Right. Shout out to YouTube. Right. So, I can't make the concessions to correct incorrect information. The poll was conducted by YouGov for CBS News between October 8th and October 11th. It found that 87% of black likely voters would vote for Harris and 12% would vote for Trump. Yet it's somehow still our fault if she loses. And Barack Obama was right there waiting. He was right there waiting, doing the backstroke in a shit slosh of misinformation. And everybody ran with it for dollars. Everybody ran with it for dollars. I'm sitting here, people tapping out, you know what I'm saying? Running the risk of possibly offending my wonderful subscribers that I have, to keep things on QC. And look at the data. You know what I'm saying? Look at the data. YouGov's exit poll from 2020 found exactly the same party breakdown, exactly the same, with 87% of black voters having said they voted for Biden, 12% said they voted for Trump. The results show a slight change from a New York Times Siena College poll published last week, which found Harris support among black voters at 78% and Trump support among 15%. And again, what did I tell you? Usually with these polls, it's a 4-point margin of error. So if there's a 4-point margin of error, if you add 4 to Harris and you take away 4 from Trump, that puts it at the exact same. You add 4, right? You get 82, right? You take away 4, you get 11. Up here, you got 87 and 12. Get the hell out of here with this BS. Now, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think that I'll get any credit or any esteemed respect? Nope. And I'm going to tell you why. Most people do not leave reality to find reality. Most people leave reality to leave reality. Most people coming to the web, most people coming to the internet, most people coming to social media are not coming to validate reality. They're coming to validate their emotions, and they're coming to validate their worldview, not to validate facts. You know what I'm saying? With the race currently on knife edge, a small percentage of shifts in turnouts among specific demographics in key swing states could determine the outcome of the election, right? If elected, Harris would be the first woman to hold the White House and only the second black person overall. Polling aggregator 538 gives Harris a 53% chance of victory against the 46% for Trump. All right. Other surveys suggest Harris is struggling to match Biden's 2020 appeal with non-white voters, with a Newsweek analysis of recent polling finding she has support of 56% of Hispanic voters, down from Biden's 59% 4 years ago. So the support hasn't changed very much in any direction. But the way that people are coming at black people, and the way that black people have adopted anti-black talking points in regards to discussing math, which, at least according to the Democrats, math is racist. But when it comes to most people, math is not racist. In most cases, math is data-based, right? Somehow people have found a way to anti-black math. All right, Miss Nisi, enjoy your vacation. Get you some sleep. Somebody make it make sense. And again, you know, I only ask for one thing when it comes to, you know, my live streams and, you know, the content that I put out. I just ask people to make these things make sense. So my question is Barack Obama and, you know, the people that are supporting his critiques, are they accurate? Yeah, shout out to the four pretty boy. The four pretty boy said she on them Diddy tapes. I give a 65% chance. That's hilarious. Patrick says, not sure she's gonna get all this black support. Yes, she'll get the most, but I think it's gonna be a surprise unless they cheat. Now, here go the thing, right? If she get the most, that's all that matter, right? You know, I've seen, I've seen NBA games where it didn't seem like a certain team was going to get 100 points, but they still won. Right? That's what matters if she win or not. The Democrats is on this because of quality control. Now, shout out to Pat. I don't know if you saw the recent articles that came out, but there's some recent articles that came out that says that she's kind of not really doing real well with the mail-in ballots. So again, we got to ask. My question is, why hasn't this conversation been shut down when it's very obvious, beyond a shadow of a doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Barack Obama was repeating mis and disinformation? Well, for one, that's a given, right? We're saying that this is beyond reasonable doubt. I don't think that we've adjusted what reasonable looks like, because I don't believe that most people are reasonable. So this is my personal thing. I don't think that there's any such thing as reasonable doubt, because look at what we are. Look at where we are. Look at what we're dealing with. Look at the people around us on YouTube. We're not dealing with a majority of reasonable people. We're dealing with a majority of idiots and mentally unstable people. So I don't know if we can use the same parameters for reasonable or not.
Male voters. Is this the best way to reach black male voters who polling is indicating a larger number may be going towards former President Donald Trump?
Well, actually, Angela, is very condescending and offensive, because if you want to appeal to an intellect, you talk about policies, issues.
Now here goes my thing, right? As far as the, you know, condescending and all that, you know, that's you know, that's cool, and there's something to be said about that. But again, you know, the fact that the major talking point about this is that it's condescending, that shows that there's too many men, you know, kind of worried about feel goods. One punch knockout with the data and keep it moving, if you ask me. Oh, this, you know, this was kind of, hey, you know, whatever. I could care less about it being condescending or not. Is it correct? No. Know what I'm saying? That's a weird picture with Barack Obama holding that man like that, isn't it? Speaking of them Diddy parties, the weird picture of Barry embracing that man.
Like, you talk about policies, issues that they're concerned about, the economy, the open border, the escalation of foreign conflict abroad, whether they can take care of their families and provide quality education for their kids. But yet he reduced it to two things: her being a woman, and there were the subtleties of race. I mean, this goes to show a deeper issue that the vice president and those have made a calculated decision to put him out on the road to do all they can to change the tide of voters, especially those who happen to be Black in their mind, because he thinks he has an appeal. But Barack Obama won because he had policies that people embrace.
I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that, but it could be, right? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Hit the button. Hit the button. Patrick Tyler says, we deserve the situation we're in. Many of us do not want to take the time to fight, but instead assign it to someone else. Ninjas just want to party. Hey, the world is correct. The world is correct. We just living on it, right? Shout out to Deneen. Deneen said, I was listening to Anton Daniels talking about making men be masculine. Now, mind you, that's the guy that's masculine. The guy that promotes, what's his name? The Booty Warrior, the Booty Bandit. I don't, you know, so he over there with Fleece William and them talking about masculinity. You know what I'm saying? Or Fleece Johnson, whatever that weird ass nigga name is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how you do that. That's that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, let's shout out to Deneen, right? Hold on real quick. Deneen said she tired of America acting
just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
Yeah, so we've officially entered the fuck shit part of the stream.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Yeah, man, the Reaper crazy as hell, man. Who's seen the Reaper today? I think maybe it was yesterday. He had the Reaper had the werewolf mask on today, man. I was crying laughing. Oh man. I'm not surprised. Shout out to Black Male Pimp Network. Black Male Pimp Network said Anton Daniels will be appearing on Fresh and Fit soon. Yeah, look, listen, and I'm not mad at Anton Daniels, man. Anton Daniels doing what he do. He making money the way that he can make money. You know what I'm saying? You know, he running that audience that is willing to listen to his type of content. Not mad at him at all. You know what I'm saying? You know, when it come to me, it's just like, you know, certain things be kind of inconsistent. You know what I'm saying? shout out to Deneen. You said, is it weird? Who you talking about? The Reaper? Man, the Reaper funny as hell, man. Shout out to the Reaper, man. The Reaper funny as hell. But I'm not surprised Anton Daniels to be appearing on the Fresh and Fit podcast soon. And then, you know, they can sit around and talk about black people as much as they want to, you know, in non-factual ways. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're gonna do. Because talking about black people in any way, well, I wouldn't say in any way. Talking about black people in a negative way is a moneymaker. Talking about black people in a positive way can be a moneymaker. It can be. It's not guaranteed. And, you know, just trying to present facts for awareness and discussion is low income YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's low, like where we at. This is we in Section 8 right now. This is the Section 8 of YouTube right here. You know what I'm saying? If I gaslit y'all and told y'all everything y'all want to hear all the time, might be a little bit more money. Not a lot though, right? If I decided to just full coon out, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, it's man. Look, I could quit the day job. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know what I'm saying? Probably drive a Maserati around. It's a big business in it. And listen, that's a whole nother topic, man. Me and TD got to start that What Makes a Coon series back up again.
He built a huge coalition, and what he's trying to say, you're not giving me the love that you're giving to the vice president. No, because she's not you. It's not about whether you're a man or a woman or not, or what your race is. It's about the policies that resonate with voters. And voters.
Well, look, shout out to Black Male Pimp Network, right? Black Male Pimp Network said if Kamala wins, these red pill dating content creators will be getting political. Bro, they've been political. Back in what was that? I want to say 2019, back in 2020. Right, I've been making the bridge between like showing how, you know what I'm saying, these people try to create this dotted line between politics and the dating content and the gender war and all that. You know what I'm saying? And you know, even back then people wasn't feeling it, but now that's the trend. Now that's the word. Oh, this person that. I've been saying that. The videos is up. You know what I'm saying? Man, listen, I've been there's a content creator on here called Expose the Manosphere. I've been making videos about that. The dude named Expose the Manosphere, shout out to him. He don't make content no more. He actually sampled one of my videos where I was talking about it and used a clip from it. Back then. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that, you know, like you just gotta understand that, like, when you are, oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. I know you're absolutely right, bro. They will be. They will be. But what I'm saying, go back and check. If you go back and look, they've been doing it. They've been doing it. They've been doing it a long time, and they've been trying to fly real close to the radar of like they not doing it. You know what I'm saying? And I got a whole content library. Like, yo, look, this would, you know what I'm saying? XYZ, like, check this out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they pulling this from here and pulling that from there. We talked about the race realism, you know what I'm saying, and the bell curve and all that. Like, you know, but, you know, like, when it comes to certain things, a lot of times, like, sometimes people aren't ready to adopt those things. So it kind of gets missed, or, you know, people don't pay attention to it, or they're not really willing to accept that reality at that point in time. And then what happens is, if there's like a situation that's a reboot or something that brings that back up, then all of a sudden you have what I call these quote unquote so-called new geniuses that come up with all of these things that have already been talked about. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, it's insofar female nature. Yeah, facts. Don't give me. Man, I should actually do another. I should do another live stream where we go into that, because there's actually, again, see, I'm gonna tell you like this. Red pill is reality, right? When I say red pill is reality, what I mean is that the idea of red pill, taken from the movie Matrix, red pill simply means an individual's ability to see unfiltered reality. Red pill does not define what that reality is. The idea that how content creators present female nature as red pill is a false idea. Red pill is only the phenomenon of being able to see unfiltered reality. That is it. It does not define the parameters of reality. It just simply defines an individual's ability to see unfiltered reality. Red pill content creators and anti-red pill content creators, in collaboration, while they sit there and say that they don't collaborate with each other, they both collaborate on the false idea that red pill is based on quote unquote female nature, and it's not. The guy who was the OG red pill, Neo, had a significant other named Trinity in the movie, who didn't exhibit any of the red pill talking points about women in the movie, other than the fact that, you know, Trinity could be kind of masculine and take charge at times, right? But again, given the situation, right? So, you know, somebody make that make sense. If you say quote unquote red pill, what parameters of reality or what rules does red pill define? Red pill is similar to saying 20/20 vision. 20/20 vision doesn't define the letters that are on the board that you're reading at the vision test. It just simply it describes your ability to visualize them correctly. Oh, they will. Any, you know, just, you know, that'd be a content bag. You know what I'm saying? Now the thing is, you know, if there's some critiques in there that are accurate, you know what I'm saying, and then that's true. But just to push the line on something, you know what I'm saying, if it's not accurate, you know what I'm saying, that's not true. And the thing is that the anti-red pill content creators push a heavy line on inaccuracy, and it's just okay because they're anti-red pill. they both push misinformation, a lot of red pill content creators and a lot of anti-red pill content creators. But again, it's because they're in collaboration of keeping up this eternal conflict for AdSense revenues. They have conversations behind the scenes. They all cool and all that. They sit there and act like they beefing with each other, but you know what I'm saying? They break bread behind the scenes. The same way the Democrats and Republicans break bread behind the scenes. If there was no red pill content creators, there wouldn't be any anti-red pill content creators. There's this Venn diagram of union and intersect of all of these things that have to exist for people to maximize the amount of money that they make. So they all know what they're doing. Don't let them tell you anything wrong. When you listen to anybody that's anti-red pill, only listen to them with half an ear, because if they didn't have red pill, they wouldn't make any money, and they don't want the red pill to go away because they need it for their Hegelian dialectic. Now, remember, when I'm talking about red pill, I'm talking about the fake red pill. The fake red pill is females fall under this particular parameter that is not at all like how Trinity was portrayed in the Matrix movie. That's the fake red pill. That's the fresh and fit YouTube bullshit that people be showing on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and again, it's wild how people are okay with just running with false information. I mean, they're running with false information with this. You know what I'm saying? They have concern that, you know what I'm saying, like Kamala Harris is going to lose the election because of black people. Like, okay. I don't know how. So what Democrat support is in the green, right? When it comes to black people. Everybody else is in the yellow or red, but nobody else is of concern. Why? So again, why? Make it make sense. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Feel these are desperate times in America, and they need to vote for the right candidate.
You know, speaking of that, I want you to touch upon this. In the last 24 hours, and Mark kind of touched on.
Yeah, shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says Black Light Revelations, the red pill manosphere will spend 4 years babbling about Kamala Harris instead of talking about how to get females. Well, here, check this out, right? Me personally, I don't believe in a red pill manosphere. I don't believe that the manosphere is red pill. First, if you ask me, many of the, not all, right? Not all of them, but many people that consider themselves manosphere are actually blue pill. Not only blue pill, but they fit the definition of simps and simping. So, you know, these terms have been coupled and they call it like the quote unquote red pill manosphere. I wouldn't consider it, many of those people red pill. You know what I'm saying? I don't consider the manosphere red pill. The majority of it, even the white manosphere, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't consider none of them manosphere. Like, I don't consider that red pill. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those people, they don't do things that are consistent with actual red pill. Denial of facts is one, right? You know what I'm saying? And then also allegedly not supposed to be simping, but there's an extra expenditure of time and energy in a direction of where you're not getting reciprocity from it. It's not. Somebody needs to run quality control on the red pill and on the manosphere. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bronze the God. Bronze the God said the Democrats already getting their political SBE material ready. Bro, you looking at it. That's what they brought Obama out for. He with the clipboard, quality control. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says, how do you correlate politics with dating coaches teaching men how to pick up females and not simping? I don't, you know what? It depends. I don't know. I don't really know about dating coaches teaching men picking up women. I don't know if those methods are effective or not. Somebody got to run quality control and see if the methods are effective. I think if quality control got ran on pickup techniques, I think that the quality control would be real low. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, as far as politics goes, politics, in my opinion, should not be it shouldn't have anything really to do with picking up females, because you should be in politics for that should be more of a personal improvement, wealth building, economic advantage, legacy making. Like that to me should be more of on the business side. And again, right, me personally, I'm not a big advocate. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm old school. I got my ways. I don't really think that you should be mixing business and pleasure. You know what I'm saying? And women come with pleasure. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the way that I feel about it for me, right? And this is for me, my personal practice. If you're doing interpersonal communication, in most cases, you're probably going to be doing communication with you do business with some women, right? But in most cases, the majority of people that you're going to do business with are males. I don't know how getting a female into bed is really going to help you land a business deal with another guy. I don't know how those things correlate. I've never used male to female communication techniques or tactics in communication with a man. I don't know how in my life experience, I don't know how those things correlate. You know what I'm saying? So me personally, like I don't know. I don't know how it will work. You know what I'm saying? What do you guys think? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said they hijacked the term red pill because they think that they're waking people up to these females. Right. Yeah. What people really need to get woke up to is the fact that, you know what I'm saying, like there's a strong male arm behind every feminist, but that's another conversation for another day. You know what I'm saying? all of these things that people are complaining about, where they're talking about feminism has placed constraints on male movement. These are all things that were encouraged by other men. Men provided the pathway for feminism. The way that people say that men, you know, support society and men created and built society, men built feminism. It's one of them things that men built. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like the guys who claim to be able to see reality properly sit there and, you know what I'm saying, you know, they kind of go at the people that didn't really build it and really don't have any power behind it, right? And somehow are not understanding why they're not getting any type of results. Well, you're not getting any results because you're shooting about 15, 20 feet away from the bullseye and you missing every time. You know what I'm saying? But you want to miss. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go in on these recipients of a financial endowment instead of going at the money supply, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess. Somebody make it make sense. You know what I mean? How does it work? So the thing is that what's interesting about this whole thing, like with the red pill and all that, is that what you will find is that, like, in all of this data pollution, when it comes to the red pill, a new false reality, like a new matrix construct based on false realities, false expectations, and misinformation has become a reality. So now there's a new matrix, a pseudo reality where people think that they've escaped reality and gone, or people think that they've escaped the matrix and gone into reality, when actually they just went from layer 1 matrix to layer 2 matrix. And they're still not consistent with reality. You know what I'm saying?
On this on the live desk, there have been so many polls released that says former President Donald Trump is chipping away at the vice president's national lead. You have the USA Today reporting that Trump is in better shape now than he was in 2016 and also 2020. Do you believe the polling? We've talked about this before, but also, what do you think? Do you think the headwinds that Trump is having, these headwinds right now rolling into Election Day?
Well, what the mainstream media is doing now is trying to recover their credibility before the elections, because this could either be a landslide, particularly with the Electoral College. What they're realizing now is that when they say it's close, it means that Trump is winning in 6 out of 7 battleground states. She's not winning in Pennsylvania. She's not winning in Arizona. She's not winning in Georgia. She's not winning in Michigan. She's not winning in North Carolina. She's losing ground. Why? Because when you see her on 6 Minutes with Bill Whitaker, when you see her on The View and she says there's not much she would change, when you see her at a Univision town hall and it looks like there's a prompter in the background, which means it could have been a setup, people want to know who Vice President Kamala Harris is. And their strategy is to say less, and because you're not Trump, you will win. That strategy is not working anymore. That is why you see her out with this serious media blitz, not doing real interviews with real journalists, but soft journalists, at least to say she's answering these softball questions. But she can't even answer the softball questions. It's baffling how she comes across on TV. People are saying, where's the beef?
Armstrong Williams, thank you so much. We ran out of time.
Hey, again, these are honest critiques, right? I mean, these are facts. If you guys would agree that these are facts, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to P. Morton. P. Morton said the U.S. military was trying to use Six Sigma back in 2007. That crap didn't last long. Well, here's my thing of why it probably didn't last long. It didn't last long because when it comes to the government doing enterprise actions, in most cases, the government operates less efficiently than privatized industries. So as a result of that, being at the military as a government operation, they might have had that inherited inefficiency causing issues. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is that there's the companies that use Six Sigma, like Toyota, you know what I'm saying? Hyundai, right? They all have excellent quality standards, and they've been given total quality management awards in the automotive manufacturing arena, right? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, "Yo, Rob, CNN should have you on there, bro. If they had me on there, they would mute my mic and all kind of like it, you know what I'm saying? Like it ain't even. I mean, you know, it ain't even worth it for real. For real, they'll get all mad and be talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Well, now here's the thing, right? The Six Sigma process is supposed to be dynamic and change every day. And if you got the right type of software, if you got good database software and AI running and all of that stuff, your Six Sigma quality control system should be operating faster than the fastest speed that the dynamic environment that you're in can operate in. That's why you're supposed to be able to have this kind of stuff for quote unquote future projections. So again, my thing would be, I would say that the constraints of the military probably made it where Six Sigma wasn't efficient or effective for it. But regardless if it wasn't effective or if it was effective, the military absolutely uses uniformity and quality control standards. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, the U.S. military and DARPA, some of their quality control standards prior to things like total quality management have actually been adopted in the private sector. You know what I'm saying?
We need you.
From former presidents to celebrities.
Madam Vice President.
The Harris-Walz campaign adding star power to their strategy for securing voting blocks absolutely necessary for a Democratic victory. Some in the party growing nervous about whether they can count on their support. Former President Barack Obama back on the campaign trail, starting in must-win Pennsylvania, a state he won twice, delivering a blunt message to Black voters.
So now again, we gotta ask this question, right? This message that Barack Obama quote unquote delivered to Black voters, is this an accurate message? Is this message in place or is this message out of place? This is an out of place message. This is a non-factual message. I'd like to know where Barack Obama got his data from. We just looked at all of the data. So unless Barack Obama got some of that CIA, Area 51 classified data that none of us have access to, where did he get this information to make such an incorrect statement? And my question is, the sources that he got his information to make this kind of incorrect statement, is this the kind of information he was using to make his policy decisions while he was president? Here's an even better question. Why are the people who are overperforming displaying Black excellence in their support for Kamala Harris, why are they not upset that they've been targeted and called mediocre? The quality control has been run so efficiently that they don't even know when they're under attack by proxy.
We have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. I'm speaking to men directly. Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
Where's that data coming from? At 83, 85% support, those men don't feel comfortable with a woman leading. If those levels define misogyny amongst Black people, then the other groups of people have a very serious problem with misogyny. Shame on white people, shame on Asian people, shame on Latinos for being inherently misogynist, right? If we're using these voting ratios as a gauge for misogyny, because if at lowest, right? If at 70%, 70% Black male support for Kamala Harris is indicative of misogyny. Woo! Look at those 40% ratios and 35% ratios and all of those lower ratios of other demographics of people. They probably beat the brakes off their wives at home. Matter of fact, anytime you see a non-Black couple walking down the street, make sure you call the police to make sure that the woman in the couple is okay, because of the levels of misogyny that could possibly be going on. If 70% is misogyny, technically, if we actually correlate some things, those ratios would be consistent with the familicides that go on over there. We don't have a lot of familicide that goes on over here. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Start doing well checks on people.
A fresh New York Times Siena College poll of likely Black voters shows about 8 in 10 say they'd vote for Vice President Harris.
It's not enough support. It's mediocre. How many people agree that this is mediocre and that the support ceiling needs to be higher for expected Black support? You need to be at 100%. Let me ask you guys this question. Can Black support triple? Can it double? Can the Black support for Kamala Harris double? Can it triple? Shout out to AW1. AW1 says, yo, Rob, will Obama call out the other groups? No. Yeah, look, I mean, it's tag, and not only all content creators who incorrectly say this message, and also all content creators who knowingly falsely represent these numbers also need to be chided along with Barack Obama, because we're in clear denial of reality. Shout out to Deneen Grant. Deneen Grant, he's probably fine. You know what I'm saying? He probably, he's got a credit card with a huge credit limit on it. You know what I'm saying? Access to, you know what I'm saying? Like he's probably doing great. I guarantee he's doing a lot better than me. Shout out to him, right? Barack Obama is probably doing fine. Barack Obama is doing better going in on Black people than I am trying to make this argument. He's doing great. You know what I'm saying? He's doing excellent. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to provide people a infallible, invincible argument to debunk these nonsensical, inconsistent with reality talking points. And the guy who put the argument up is doing 10 times better than me. So, you know, and again, these are numbers, right? This is true. This is not fake. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. All right. Barack Obama got access to wonderful health care. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He probably get on any plane anytime. You know what I'm saying? He doing good. He all right. You know what I'm saying? He all right. You know what I'm saying? He'll come out and say it again, probably at some point. You know what I'm saying? There's other content creators that are saying shame on black men for not supporting Kamala Harris. I just want to know who these ones are that ain't supporting Kamala Harris. With these ratios, right? I'm one of them. Shame on me, right? But I'm part of the group. So, you know what I'm saying? Don't keep coming at me when the group got it. Right? You black men, me black men, what? There go us black men right there. What? You know what I'm saying? These are what this is. This is a pathway to Babel. You have to be careful because a lot of people will take certain content, certain information that's known to be politically charging and use that political content or use that emotionally charging content as a pathway to Babel. These are people that can't put two words together to create a coherent sentence in any other situations, but are so scorned and chided by their own personal shortcomings and failures in life that they need to try to get other people riled up by taking a false concept and playing on other people's emotions with it. There's a lot of people like that. A lot of them make a lot of money on YouTube. I'm trying to figure out why people, you know, I saw two major arguments when this first dropped. The first argument was Barack Obama was being condescending to black men. That was the first argument. The second argument was that black men don't support black women, which, you know, I don't know what that this isn't black women, right? We're not a monolith allegedly, but somehow Kamala Harris she becomes black women in this conversation, but we're allegedly not a monolith. But we're looking at the monolith right here. Again, I don't understand these nonsensical things, right? So what I found the most disheartening, the most disconcerting, the most unfortunate, and the most sad was that there was not very many, I don't think any, I think I was the only one that decided to deal with the specifics of the data. And what that should tell you is that the concern with specifics of data that we have or the deficiency of it. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, I've been accused of quote unquote being a Kamala Harris basher, right? And again, this live stream, I'm not bashing Kamala Harris. I'm trying to figure out why her supporters is getting bashed by somebody that benefited from her supporters. And I'm trying to figure out why so many people are okay with false data. I know why they are. And I know why all this stuff happens. But I just want to see if people will say it. Like I said, it doesn't matter to me. You know what I'm saying? I've lived long enough and I've seen enough to be the villain. So I could care less. But if you ask me, this is the only context that this should have been discussed in terms of, because you would have been able to knock out two birds with one stone. The first bird that you would have been able to knock out is Barack Obama is undoubtedly a liar. Here's the lie, undebunkable. Next. Second bird that would have been able to be knocked out is that it's impossible for the Democrats to lose at this current point in history with current voter support numbers as a result of anything that black people do. The Democrats are perfectly okay with manipulating information and using false data. Two birds, one stone. But instead, it turned into gender war babble and feelings hurt. which is more evidence that shows that people are still stuck in the post-truth reality. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Patrick. Do you see that this article right here? Hold on, I'm gonna put this in the chat real quick. This article right here, Kamala Harris erases Donald Trump's gains with black voters. This just came out yesterday. This is a brand new article. This came out yesterday, October 14th. Hold on, I'm about to put it in the chat real quick. Now, here goes my thing, right? People are upset about the amount of support that Kamala Harris is getting, right? We got to figure out the root cause of why people are getting why Kamala Harris has the type of support that she has. And if you ask me, that there's a couple factors, right? One of the big factors is not being able to properly interpret information, as well as a mainstream media propaganda machine that purposely espouses mis and disinformation. And shout out to you, James Hudson. I appreciate you, bro. And also people not being equipped to be able to deal with being bombarded with mis and disinformation. Those, among other things, are why these things occur. Now, again, it could be the error margins too. People got to take into consideration those error margins, right? It might actually be the error margin that make it look like the lead, or whatever, has been decreased, because most of these polls that I've seen, all of the leads have been within error margin. So you know what I'm saying, like I don't, it just depends on who's writing the article, you know what I'm saying? But again, I don't know though, right? I don't know. But one thing I do know is that Democrats, in particular Barack Obama, has shown that he has no issue with lying. And one thing that has also been proven is that there's an acceptable level of misinformation that people will accept. And I believe that this proves that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says most people who have failed in their lives financially and economically adopt a life of plebiscite babbling and stand outside with an African poncho with a vest on their head. That's hilarious. Or they get a job on the news. Or they get a job on the news. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's my question, right? Where are our fact checkers to come out and deal with this right here? This right here. Because again, we got to do it. We got to do the trifecta, right? Here go the trifecta. Look up on the screen, right? You see what this says here. Now, Joe Biden says this.
You ain't black.
Did Joe Biden lie? Read what's up on the screen there.
You ain't black.
I'm just saying, 80%. Pretty damn black. You know what I'm saying?
Compared to the 9 in 10 who supported the Biden-Harris ticket in 2020. Harris is turning to another former president.
Compare 9 and 10. 9 and 10. So as of right now, it's at 8 and 10. When it was Biden-Harris, it was 9 and 10. 90%. You're already at the upper limits of support. Where else you gonna go? We don't even have people that are competent enough in statistics and math to be able to present this argument. No, that's not what I'm saying. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, so Rob, you telling me that blacks out there are celebrating Kamala? No. What I'm telling you is that people's voting patterns in most cases, in a large majority, probably have not changed as dramatically as they're being made out to have changed on social media. However, what I'm saying is that Barack Obama is providing misinformation. Barack Obama said that black men are not supporting Kamala Harris and will be the possible reason that she loses. And I'm saying that that's not true. And I'm saying that black people and white people will come together and utilize misinformation and disinformation to go in on black people, all while a large amount of them black people sit there and claim that they pro-black or claim that they care. That's what I'm saying. As far as anybody celebrating Kamala Harris, and you know what I'm saying, like, I don't know about all that. Shout out to you, Deneen. I appreciate you. So yeah, no, I don't think it's, you know what I'm saying, I'm sure there's some. I wouldn't go as far as to say, you know, it is a lot or whatever. Then you got the people that's voting reflectively or reactively, right? But what I'm talking about is the bizarre behavior. What I'm talking about is the inconsistencies. And the inconsistency is that we don't like Barack Obama because Barack Obama's a liar. Barack Obama blatantly lies, and literally nobody addresses the lie. No one is addressing the lie, because in our reality, people are too emotionally appealed to, quote unquote, getting off on the Democrats instead of putting a nail in the coffin. You know what I'm saying? People are more invested in saying, oh, don't nobody care about the Democrat, don't nobody care about her, instead of actually, you know what I'm saying, taking one out. Barack Obama could effectively be taken out to paint and completely shunned as a liar if people wanted to. And so could a whole line of people who have adopted this talking point. This could be shout out to the RICO statute. This could be a sweeping indictment, but we don't operate with that level of consciousness. And there's not evidence of that level of strategy and intellectualism. So what you get is what you see. And what you see is just a bunch of ticker tape up in the air, which will free Barack Obama to be around to say stuff like this in the future, which he will. He will. He might even say it before the end of the campaign. And then people will complain, well, why did he say that? Well, he said it because people let him. You know what I'm saying? That's why he said it. You know what I'm saying? People make a choice. We can address Barack Obama and completely get him exposed to where there's undeniable evidence that this dude is a fraud, right? Or we could be emotional, right? And turn it into an amateur comedy routine, or make a lot of money on Kamala Harris because she's hot in the algorithm right now, right? Or we could put the nail in the coffin. These things are all three choices. The optimal choice would be to close the casket, put the nail in the coffin. But quality control has been ran, so suboptimal decisions get made. You see how that works? Shout out to Black Male Pimp Network. I got you, bro. If I can find it. Hold on real quick. Where'd it go? Wait a minute. Oh, here you go.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
Right. Shout out to Crew Reality. Grift while nailing. Facts. They got him right here. But the emotional shift has been, I'm about to show these Democrats. I mean, you could have really showed the King Democrat. Could have really showed the King Democrat. You know what I'm saying?
20. Harris is turning to another former president, one with Southern roots, to shore up support in Georgia, a state she and Biden won in 2020 by fewer than 12,000 votes.
It is literally possible that the whole election could be decided here.
Despite her husband no longer being the nominee, First Lady Jill Biden remains a valuable campaign asset. With a 5-day, 5 battleground state tour through Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
I had no idea any of this was even going on. I had no idea that Jill Biden was I had no idea that Jill Biden was on a campaign tour. Did you guys? I had no idea that was happening. How many of y'all knew that Jill Biden was on the campaign tour? I had no idea. Man, they really coming out to now. Listen, if black men, right? If black men are the reason why all of this is about to go up in flames, why are they not concentrating all of their efforts on black men? If we make up the majority of the problem, why are the majority of the resources not being directed towards mobilizing black male votes? The reason why is because they already got the black male vote. They got them. Which again, is not an issue, right? It doesn't matter. What matters is the integrity of the data. That's what matters, because that's how you break free from the mind control, is to repeat. If polluted information repeatedly creates groupthink, absolutism, confirmation bias, and echo chambers, then the repeat of purified information, in theory, should reverse those things, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. It should.
There's a clear gender gap in this race. Polls show Harris has the advantage with women voters, while Trump leads with men.
So what does this show? Did she say black? Now, you know that's something that everybody noticed. Oh, she didn't say black. Why is it that people don't notice that she didn't say black when it works in their advantage? Because sometimes when black's not mentioned, it actually works in your advantage. Sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. But the only time when it's ever pointed out is when it doesn't work in our advantage. Why don't people start pointing out things that work in our advantage? Suboptimal decision making. Quality control has been ran. Why am I saying that? Because I'm a coon. That's why I'm saying it. No. I'm saying that because the normalized direction of voting in this election cycle is that men are trending towards Trump and women are trending towards Harris across the board, which means that there's no issue with misogyny. The voter behavior that we're seeing with black men is consistent with males across the human race. So again, what data is Barack Obama drawing his assessment of a diagnosis of misogyny when it comes to black men, when black men are trending in the same direction as every other man? Is Barack Obama saying that men in general are just inherently misogynist and he expects black men to, quote unquote, stand tall above the misogyny of other men? Now, you know, they say that we score lower on tests, right, than other people, and they say that we're not as smart as other people. And when we move opposite the direction of other men in regards to those things, we're looked at, you know, on an individual basis. But here's an example of when we're moving in the same direction as other men, and we're also singled out and looked at on an individual basis. Somebody make that make sense. I don't understand that. It's because I'm dumb, of course. It's one of the reasons why I don't have a large subscriber base. One of the reasons why you never see me on any of these type of shows. Right? Now, let me ask you guys this question. If black men are trending in the same direction as other men, and there's no difference in the way that other men are trending, this isn't a black specific trend. This is a male specific trend. This is a gender specific trend. We got our lecture about misogyny. When is the generalized lecture about misogyny going to come? Since we've diagnosed allegedly as the problem is out, that's what it is. You guys follow? If you guys get what I'm saying here, give me a thumbs up. If you don't get what I'm saying or you lost, give me a thumbs down. This whole entire thing is inconsistent as hell. And again, where I'm lost at is that no one is calling it out. Shout out to Denise. Sabby would, man, the way that I went in on the Revolutionary Blackout Network, she probably would never have me on there. But shout out to Sabby though. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate Sabby's content. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know what the upper floor of support for black people should be. I want, how close to 100% do we need to be for it to be an acceptable level of support? I mean, to me, that's a very simple question. Right? I know no one's even asking that question. No one's, you know what I'm saying? No one's asked that question. And like, you know, and also, you know, I'm kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of a loner for real. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Moxie. You know what I'm saying? The people that I rock with. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? You know, some birds ain't meant to fly with the flock. I'm one of them. You know what I'm saying?
To close that gap with men, the Harris Walls campaign is turning to non-traditional niche groups like girl dads for Harris Walls, hunters and
girl dads. Didn't I call Barack Obama a girl dad? Whoa, let's back this up. Let's slow down a minute. Didn't I call Barack Obama a simp and a girl dad? Now, you know, shout out to the anti-black light people, right? Whatever you try to associate me with, right? Like I just very clearly told you that I fly alone. I'm a bird of prey. I fly alone. I don't fly with no flock. I fly alone and hunt alone. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I call Barack Obama a girl dad. So, you know, you might have somebody that's got a high-pitched voice out there that might fly off the handle and their head pop off like a jack in the box and sit there and say something about emotionalism. But is it really emotionalism when you got yourself on a bumper sticker? Is that?
Groups like.
So did I call the name or did they call the name themselves? Shout out to Carlton Wade, because I be running quality control on these people, bro. I know these motherfuckers better than they know they self. I called you a name and you got it on a bumper sticker. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says nothing wrong with being a girl dad. That just means that you're the father of a daughter. Well, girl dad is a condescending term for the way that an individual father of a daughter deals with having a girl, right? So I would go as far as to say that the father of a daughter, right, is something different than a girl dad. You know what I'm saying? Usually when you got the adjective in front of the noun, the adjective is describing the noun, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't know if you would you do you know what a girl dad actually is? A girl dad is a girl dad. The definition of a girl dad is not a man that has a daughter. That's not the definition of a girl dad. A girl dad is a specific slang term. I would go as far as to say you're probably the father of a daughter. You know what I'm saying? A girl dad is something else. Something else. You know what I'm saying? That's your homework assignment, crew. Look up find out the slang definition of a girl dad and report back. Find out the definition of a girl dad and report back. Now, look, I want y'all to see this right there. You know, people, hey man, they called himself a girl dad. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said, "How you talking right now is exactly how the Red Pill Manosphere will be talking if Kamala wins," which is wild because a lot of don't even get me started. But yeah, they will be saying these things, but it'll be hollow. You know what I'm saying? They'll be saying these things, but it'd be hollow. Shout out to Denise. Yo, I like Moscato. I like the red Moscato the best. I like it cold. You know what I'm saying?
Girl dads for Harris Walls, hunters and anglers for Harris Walls, and white dudes for Harris.
White dudes for Harris. You know what I'm saying? They got the bases covered. All of these groups right here, the white dudes for Harris, that group is severely failing. We could blame if Harris loses on the white dudes for Harris. Look at the statistics. If white dudes for America can blame crime on black men, we can for sure blame Kamala Harris losing on white dudes for Harris. They did give her a lot of money though, because they got the money. You know what I'm saying? I think they put up on one of those record-breaking Zoom calls that kept happening. They put up some money. Oh man, this is hilarious, man. This is hilarious. Listen, man, listen. Hey, if y'all haven't hit the like button, let's run some quality control real quick. Y'all probably gonna be quality controlled out. Make sure y'all hit that like button. If y'all haven't shared the stream, take a moment, share the stream. Called the dude a girl dad.
Harris.
End of the day, you're your own man. It's your call.
We're learning in Harris's effort to win over voters beyond the traditional Democratic base, she'll sit down for an interview with.
Shout out to Crew Reality. Look, Crew Reality said, I sent on Blacklight Discord. Even the AI agrees with him. See? And look, hey, and y'all know, I rock with the AI, man. I mess with the AI. I got this. AI might be a little bit biased toward me. You know what I'm saying? AI might be a little bit biased toward me. I think it's because of my, you know what I'm saying? What would be looked at as a human brain defect might actually be looked at by AI as, you know what I'm saying, an actual good human brain. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? We don't know these things. The machine learning will tell us, I guess, in the future, right?
Fox News on Wednesday from Battleground, Pennsylvania. In Washington, I'm Atrell Nishar reporting.
All right, so there's that. All right, so I thought that was, So now we about to look at, this lady that on Sky News, and it just, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe it. Like, she kind of, she be cracking me up, man. She kind of like a little stuffed animal, a little bit.
For lefties losing it, and let's start with the many accents of Chameleon Kamala. She can go from Ivy League to the ghetto.
So, friends, 64 days.
Yeah, see, look. Shout out to the Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said, "Yo, Rob, girl dad is how beta male simps respond to being the father of a girl. They submit to the daughter." Oh yeah, they are modern woman manufacturing. They running quality control on creating modern women. They raising their daughters to be modern women. You know what I'm saying? Toxic modern women. Because I'm not gonna go as far as to say that all modern women are a bad thing. I'm gonna say that the antagonistic, toxic modern women. I think I don't think that all modern women are necessarily bad. I'm talking about the bad ones. You know what I'm saying? I just want to put that out there too. I'm not, again, I don't think that, you know what I'm saying, just because you fall under certain criteria, that don't necessarily make you bad. Like, you might be a modern woman, but you might actually have some attributes, you know what I'm saying? So like, that's just a classifier, a category, right? And in most cases, most categorization is not always bad. It's not always bad. Sometimes it can be, or sometimes it can be used to demonize, but in most cases, categorizing should simply be used for cataloging. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, again, right? Look at that. Look at that. This is ridiculous, man. All of the accents, they about to go through all of this, right? Now, again, shout out to the little stuffed animal lady, right? How many people y'all seen make videos about her? She look like some type of cat or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But like, didn't nobody make no videos about her? And she going in on Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying?
Lefties losing it. And let's start with the many accents of Chameleon Kamala. She can go from Ivy League to the ghetto.
So, friends, 64 days. Let's just get through the next 64 days.
Oh my God. She go from Ivy League to the ghetto. You can't make this up, man. You cannot make this up, man. You can't make this up. Yeah, she's like a little stuffed animal. You know what I'm saying? It's like a little stuffed animal. The people would buy little dolls of her if they sold them. You know what I'm saying? Throw some little cat ears on there. You know what I'm saying? Put some little bunny ears on there, you know what I'm saying? One of them top hats with the cat tail. I ain't never seen nobody that looked like that in my life. That's crazy, man. She got the costume surgically put on. Like, that's wild, you know what I'm saying? But whatever. Now, hold on real quick. It's too much comedy going on. I gotta get back in form here.
Time for lefties losing it. And let's start with the many accents of Chameleon Kamala. She can go from Ivy League to the ghetto.
So, friends, 64 days. Let's just get through the next 64 days.
She's even pulled out a little Latino heat in.
Now, listen, look, I can't even lie on this, right? Now, did y'all listen? Did y'all? Oh, man, y'all about to get mad. Y'all about to be mad at me, man. Y'all about to be mad at me, but Carlton about to be here for it, though. Hey, listen, I actually just said something like this like a couple of days ago. You know what I said? I was at work. I was at work, you know what I'm saying? I was talking to one of my coworkers, and I was like, listen here. All we got to do is just get through these next 2 days, and we good. You just got to get through these next 2 days. You know what I'm saying? Here she talking about the next 64. You know what I'm saying? She ain't shit. Hey, look, here go what's funny. She ain't shit, right? But she actually meant that. She for real wants this shit to be over because she's struggling. She looked like she's stressed out than a mother. Look at this, right? Do y'all see how how Barack Obama's hair like instantly turned gray when he became president? Man, it's about like Kamala Harris. She finna turn. If she wins, her hair finna turn gray the moment they read the results. Because she don't even want to be president for real. She just doing this because they picked her name out of a hat, right? So, you know, she really for real just want to, she want to be done with all this. You know what I'm saying? She gonna be mad as hell if she win. The next thing, after, I guarantee you, I put money on it. If Kamala Harris wins at some point in the first 4 years, she's gonna say, all we got to do is just get through 4 years. I guarantee you, I put money on it. She gonna say that. We just got to get through these 4 years. And she mean that shit too. She trying to clock out.
days. Let's just get through the next 64 days. How about that?
She's even pulled out a little Latino heat in recent weeks, but I believe this may be the first time she's tried a Jamaican accent.
Have you no empathy, man?
I didn't know about the Jamaican accent. I didn't know about this one. What? Yo, man, why didn't y'all tell me about the Jamaican accent, man? Why didn't y'all tell me about the Jamaican accent?
Jamaican accent.
Have you no empathy, man? You know, for the suffering of other people, have you no sense of purpose?
She's so authentic, so likable and confident. Of course, I jest. Now, Kamala has a man problem, and it's not just Doug, knock him out, Emhoff. No, he's...
Oh, my God. Oh, man. Listen.
Is not the only one causing her headaches, but the fact that so many American men, including black men, do not want to vote for her. Now, the reasons are numerous. They're real and valid reasons, but of course, the simplistic take is that these men must be sexist. Here is Barack Obama lecturing the brothers, as he calls them, on why they must
Oh, man. Oh, man. Man. Oh, 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 man. Man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hey. You know what I'm saying? Hey.
Kamala.
We have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers.
He then went on to lecture them about why they must pick Kamala and why any reluctance must be due to what sexist, misogynist monsters they are.
You just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
Again, so at what levels of support would we eliminate misogyny as an issue? Because at 83%, it's not. It's clearly still somewhat of an issue, right? According to Obama. Right? Shout out to AW1. Yeah, she be cracking me up, bro. I don't know. I don't know if it's a combination of her dry humor with her crazy looking face or what, but she be having me dying laughing.
Coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what.
Let me ask you guys this question. How many people have ever gotten an employee evaluation before? If you ever have gotten an employee evaluation before, give me a thumbs up in the chat. If you guys have not gotten an employee evaluation, give me a thumbs down. Why am I asking about an employee evaluation? Because we run in quality control, right? So let's just say, for instance, on your employee evaluation, your score was 9 out of 10 that your supervisor gave you. You know, they got to, you know, the employee, did they show a competency in this? You know what I'm saying? You get a score on it, right? And your score was 10, right? And the maximum that you're supposed to get is 10. Right? My question for you guys is, if you got a 10 out of 10 on your employee evaluation and your boss gave you this lecture that Barack Obama is giving these individuals here, what would you do? What would your reaction to it be? How would you go? What would your next action be after he finished saying what he had to say? Don't be shy. Yeah, I shout out to Crew. I don't disagree. Crew says I evaluate them at the same time. They can kick rocks. This is a trade, mutual. Yeah. How many people would sit there and take this from their supervisor or from their boss, or from a coworker who might have some type of seniority where they're able to, have input on your eval? Let me ask you guys this: is this an accurate eval? Anybody who says that this is an accurate eval should be able to stand there and take while their boss denigrates them after getting a 9 or 8 out of 10 on an employee performance evaluation. Based on the numbers, right? Why do you think people have such issues making these connections to these very obvious and easy to understand points?
Being a man is putting women down. That's not acceptable.
Now, that little rant inspired some feedback from members.
Did you see him? Did you see how he wagged his finger? Look at that. Look.
Now that.
Hold on real quick.
Because you think that's a sign of strength? Because that's what...
I think what's not a sign of strength is if you're able to wrap your entire hand around your bicep. If your thumb and your index finger touch when you wrap your hand around your bicep, I don't think that that's a sign of strength. I don't think that your bicep should be like that. You know what I'm saying?
Being a man is putting women down. That's not acceptable.
Now, that little rant inspired some feedback from members of the Black community, male and female.
I want Barack Obama and every Democrat out there to know you do not own Black people. We are not slaves. Our chains are gone. We do not owe you anything. And we don't have to give you an account for how we choose.
Right, small biceps and strange flexes, like we put him in office. Strange flex, you know what I'm saying? Strange flex.
To vote.
The Democrats then unleashed Barack Obama into the wild to shame us Black men for not supporting Kamala Harris.
Shout out to him. He just told everybody we live in the wild, you know what I'm saying? Right?
For how we choose to vote.
The Democrats then unleashed Barack Obama into the wild to.
So we just, we just out here in the wild, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, shit, I had to fight off a tiger on the way back, you know what I'm saying, from the mailbox and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Shame us Black men for not supporting Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she's yet to unveil any policies that represent our interests. But if it was a white politician shaming other white men for not voting based on identity politics, y'all will call him racist. Why is it okay for Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, and all these other people that supposedly look like me? Why is it okay for them to get on TV? And
it's okay for them because that's part of their weapon. It's the way that the machine is set up. It's part of quality control. Those people are what's called proxies and surrogates. That's why it's okay. Why are you asking? You shouldn't even be asking anything about why something is okay. What people need to understand is that any type of harm directed towards us by people who are not like us are permissible and encouraged under the United States Corporation of America. So there should never be a question of Why is anybody allowed? You just need to be able to defend yourself from all hostile actions against you, because there's no one else that's going to defend you except for you. And the system encourages that being done to you. So until the system is completely destroyed and dismantled, there should never be any questions about why is anybody allowed. Everybody's allowed to do anything as long as it's done to you. That's the answer. That's the rules. That's how you got to walk through life. Why was this person just allowed to run me down? Because you're you. That's why. Because you're you and we haven't stopped it yet. That's why. See, like when people say those type of things, shout out to Leonard. What's good with it, bro? When people say those kind of things, that's when, you know what I'm saying, my antennas go up like, oh, okay, I get it. You think that something else is going on here. You know what I'm saying?
And shame me for not voting for them simply because they look like me. That is racist, brother. I don't know how else to put it. That is racism.
And again, listen, man, me personally, right? Okay. I don't know where this whole look like me thing came from, but now I don't know why people say that so much. For me personally, I don't think all black people look the same. You know what I'm saying? I think that there's very different features about a lot of different black people all over the world, right? First and foremost, right? Second of all, right? When people say this whole look like thing, if somebody else said that we all look like, everybody's top would get blown. Joe Biden, everybody top blew when Joe Biden told the truth.
You ain't black.
So imagine if he said, well, you know, they kind of look alike. It's a black dude. Oh my God, it's racist. It's the white supremacists. Ah! But then he can sit up here and say, well, you know, if we don't all look alike, we don't all look alike. We don't look alike. You know what I'm saying? It's some of us that's brothers and sisters, actual blood brothers and sisters, and we don't look alike. Man, shout out to the Black American people, man. How many people got like a high yellow, light skin, light bright, damn near white brother or sister, and like, you know, you more kind of look like black. A lot of people like that in the same family. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why. I don't know where this look like thing came from. But again, it's just more the weird stuff, more the nonsensical stuff. And, you know, as long as there's a high level of weird and nonsensical stuff, you will be more susceptible to normalize weird and nonsensical stuff. I don't think we all look alike. You know what I'm saying? And that's not a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? In many cases, you know what I'm saying? In some cases, people really better be happy that a lot of people don't look alike. Some entire groups of people would be SOL if they all looked alike. Thank goodness they don't. You know what I'm saying? But again, this is running quality control, right? One of the things, if you go into the way that genetics is set up, quality control for genetics is kind of where things occur at a more stable and predictable rate when there are larger differences. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a lot of this stuff is weird and it's not consistent with reality. And anytime when people start saying that I start thinking of like incest and Oedipus complex, and it's cringe. It's cringe. You know what I'm saying? Like Barack Obama looked like Drake, but he don't look like too many other people. And when they say president to look like, you know what I'm saying? Like Kamala Harris don't look like him. I don't know where did this all come? Where did this come from? Where did it come? Who made this up? You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I mean? It's to me like, okay. So now again, and then let me ask y'all this. So I want to here go my question, right? Do everybody look alike? I'm just curious. What's the parameters on quote unquote looking alike? Because you want to know what's crazy? We had actually talked about this in Discord. Let's just say like an alien civilization that was not comprised of humans landed on the planet tomorrow. In their eyes, what does look-alike mean? If you walk upright and have 2 legs and 2 arms and a head, do you look like another human to that thing that's never seen a human before? What is the parameters on look-alike? You ask me, Vivek Ramaswamy looked like he could be somebody that used to sing songs, you know what I'm saying, part of a Motown group. But, you know what I'm saying? He didn't. So, you know, whatever, right? I'm just curious. I think that I've always said I don't think that nonsense should be allowed. Yeah. Vivek Ramaswamy looked like, you know what I'm saying? Looked like him and Lil Richard will put down some mean tracks together. And Lil Richard, Vivek Ramaswamy, and and Smokey Robinson, bro, they have it lit, right? Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have to vote for Kamala because she's quote unquote black. Just like I shouldn't have voted for yo because you got up there, you tap dance for the establishment, and you ain't do a goddamn for the black people that put you in office. You, brother.
You ain't did a thing for us in the 8 years that you was in the White House. And you think you gonna pop up during an election year?
But again, though, who put him in the White House? Who put Barack Obama in the White House? All the people that put him in the White House is all the ones on these TikTok videos.
And try to scold black men for not wanting to vote for your candidate? Have you lost
But for one, again, that's not even the evidence shows that black men are voting for Kamala Harris. So again, this is where this is all entertainment fodder for Sky News. There's not any intellectual there's not any intellectual or information value in this TikTok compilation. Right? This is just people to laugh at. Like, look at how stupid these people are. There's not anything to be learned here. And that's the reason why they put this up. And again, this is what I'm talking about. So you got people I look at this. I'm stylishly going viral, going in on the Democrats, right? But you ain't really like, you know what I'm saying, put the stake through the heart, though. You gotta put the stake through the heart. You know what I'm saying?
And I spent 7 years of my life fighting your.
Oh, this that crazy lady. What's her name? It's Denver Knights or something like that. She wild, man. Now again, I don't know if she's ever been a Democrat, but this individual right here, I can tell you this person been going hard in the paint, not being a Democrat for a long time. So I don't know who them other people are, but she legit this individual here, she legit don't fuck with the Democrats. This one here, out of all the other ones, I don't know them other people, but this one is legit right here.
Administration, you and Biden, by the way, for my husband's military benefits. My daughter died because of Obamacare. I don't give a about you.
This message is for President Obama. First and foremost, you're not going to tell me what I'm going to do.
I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. I'm going to tell you exactly what you're going to do. When that video get done, you about to turn on some country music in your car. That's what you about to do.
And what I'm not going to do. Number one, I ain't going to vote for Kamala Harris. I think that she's going to make a bad president. She's a bad vice president. Everything she does, she tries to politicize it. And she hasn't shown the fact that she wants to put America first ever. So I'm not voting for that individual.
What you thought you was doing, Barack Obama? Boy, you didn't step out there. All you did was black men off, bro. All you did was black men off.
What y'all think? Hey. What y'all think?
Why y'all think the American people why y'all think the Democrat Party own black folk? The Democrat Party don't own black folks, bro.
Really? I would disagree. I would say they definitely own black people's minds. I would say black people getting quality control ran out on them. And as much as I feel what you're saying, brother, I feel what you're saying, right? I feel what you're saying. The numbers don't support what you're saying.
You ain't black.
The numbers don't support what you're saying. The numbers support that black minds are under Democrat ownership. The numbers show that black minds have had quality control ran on them. That's what the numbers show. Look at this. I'm speaking. Let's just. This is a great place to. This is a great place to look at something else. Right. So again, we got to be consistent with reality, right? Oh, do your thing, bro. That's what's good. We got to be consistent, and being consistent with reality is okay, because reality, when you're consistent with reality, information is your weapon. No information is bad information. You got to remember that. I don't like how that say. It don't matter if you like how it sound or not. No information is bad information. Let me ask you this question. Say, for instance, you like automatic weapons and somebody dropped a revolver on the ground and you was fighting them. Would you not pick up the weapon and end the fight because you don't like revolvers? You're going to get it out the way as soon as you can, right? Or how you can. Why so many black voters are Democrats even when they aren't liberal? Now, you know, they said that, black men are misogynists. Well, back in 2020, they were saying that many black voters aren't liberal. Maybe black people are seeing that the world is moving a little bit further to the left than they're comfortable with, and the spring back is coming to the right conservative side. No. Something's wrong with you. You're a misogynist because you're black, and the standard condition that white America has told the entire world about the quote-unquote condition of black is that there's always at some point something wrong with you. So Barack Obama then adopts that talking point and says that you're misogynist. It can't be because of math. Remember, math is racist. That's what the Democrats say, right? How many people heard the Democrats say that math is racist? If we need to pull the receipts on that, we can pull them. At first blush, black voters appear, look at this, at first blush, black voters appear to almost monolithically, to be an almost monolithically Democratic bloc. That's the first sentence of the article, man. That's the first sentence of the article back in 2020. What y'all think about that? That's the first sentence of the article, man. At first blush, black voters appear to be an almost monolithically Democratic bloc. And almost, that's a quality control term, right? That means close to completely. Right? In 2016, black Americans cast 24% of Democratic primary votes, the largest share ever. And in the general election, 89% of black voters supported the Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton, and she lost. That's one of the reasons why South Carolina's primary on February 29th is seen as a bellwether for the Democratic field. If a candidate can't win a state where a majority of the Democratic primary voters are black, what does that mean for his or her candidacy going forward? And they should have asked this about the party as a whole, because as you can see, this has been a concern since 2020, and yet the concern has never been addressed. And how are we going to deal with it? We're going to get Barack Obama with his clipboard and come out quality control task force. No one's equipped to deal with the clipboard crew. Whose fault is it that we don't have counter clipboards? Not mine. And if counter clipboards are not important, hey, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, right? That's one of the reasons why South Carolina's primary on February 29th is seen as a bellwether for the Democratic field. And if a candidate can't win a state where the majority of the Democratic primary voters are black, what does that mean for his or her candidacy going forward? But black voters aren't the monolith the exit polls make them out to be. I disagree, right? I completely disagree with that, right? Because again, you can break, it depends on what we're talking about as far as the units of consistency, right? Because you could break down anything into component parts. A monolith, as we learned, is a single unit block stone structure. But if we break down that stone into molecules, elements, atoms, now we got different component parts. So it goes from being a monolith to being diverse. So what are we calling the unit block that is the standards and parameters of the monolithism? This is a monolith of 100% limestone. Okay, but it's got, silicate, right? It's got silicate. It's got nitrogen, right? It's got carbon. It's got graphite, right? It's got sodium and chloride and lithium and all these different things. Now all of a sudden we've broken it down and it's not a monolith anymore because we're looking at it on a different scale. We're looking at it from a periodic standpoint, elemental scale, right? Instead of looking at it as a rock scale. Okay, well, if we're looking at this as a race scale, it's a monolith. But now if we subdivide that race scale into, smaller, yeah, of course. We're going to, quote unquote, scale it down, scale it up, scale it down, scale it up. This is one of the reasons why standardization is so important. We got to talk about what the standard is. If we're talking about voting along racial lines, standardized as the term of what we're looking at, then the standardization of racial lines across racial lines, black people vote as a monolith. End of discussion. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Pew Research Center found that a quarter of black Democrats identify as conservative. Now, that's something for you right there, right? And 43% identify as moderate. Let me ask you guys this question. Do moderates and other Democrats, or do moderates and other conservatives vote this way in other demographics? No, we just saw the Pew studies. No, they don't. A monolith. We're not a monolith, but the first sentence of the paragraph is a monolith. So how to square that circle? How can a big chunk of black voters be unwavering Democrats who differ ideologically from the party? We spent years investigating that question for our new book, Steadfast Democrats. What I tell you about these investigations? Let me ask you guys this question. Is an investigation the same thing as an inspection? Running quality control. What's our investigation say? What does our investigation come up with? Look at this. Look. Look. Look at it. Look. Black students gave more to Obama when with another black person. That's code switching. Quality control being ran. You behave different around another person. Oh man, oh man. We got our work cut out for us, man. We got our work cut out for us, man. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of work cut out for us. What's hilarious, right? A lot of times, you know, people be like, Rob, you stream for a long time. I stream for a long time, but in most cases, that's about the same time you'll see me sit down doing something that's not productive for a long time. We talking about 60 years of history right here across a bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? The most I've streamed. I think the longest stream I've ever done has been like, I don't know, it's been like 8 hours. I had time that day. I ain't never sat down and done the same thing, you know what I'm saying, except for, you know, program stuff like breathing for that damn long. And you know what I'm saying? Even breathing, shout out to breathing, you get life out of it, right? Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. That's his thing, the breathing thing. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying.
They own black folk. The Democrat Party don't own black folks, bruh. What you thought you was doing with that? We see the play. We know, we see the play. Kamala Harris is losing. She's not going to win.
The audacity of you to say to us that we are required and we better vote for Kamala Harris and that we don't want to see a woman in a position of power. You're a liar.
That's just a sample, folks. Plenty more where that came from. Now let's check in with the man who Kamala Harris handpicked as her running mate, Tim Walz. Here, Tim tries to reload a gun. This is the man they picked to inject masculinity and country vibes into the campaign. They set up this contrived hunt to showcase that masculinity and gun prowess. It's not...
Oh man, that's crazy, man. Shout out to Bronze. I did put a 10-hour stream before. See that? Well, there you go. Shout out to you, bro. I couldn't remember if it was like 8 or 10, and I appreciate you, AW1. I'm glad you enjoyed. He can't load the girl dad. Can't load the gun. Now, right? I can call him girl dad because he called himself that, right?
Not working out too well there. That is just appalling stuff. Now it's time.
Man, that's crazy, man. That's wild, man. That is wild. So, yo, check this out, right? So, all right, and see again, we got to go through all of this. See, the reason, look, man, we got to go through all of this. We need to break down this question here, man. And this question here is, why are people... I ain't talking about you, crew. Why are people so allergic to the truth? Now, we're going to take a look at Byron Donald, right? Oh, look at this. Hold on. I actually had this as an article, and it looks like they got a video of it. So let me just pull this up real quick so I ain't got to read it. Hold on. Yeah, they got it. They got the editorial dude doing the commentary. That's what's up. Real quick, shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smash the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. All right. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Let me just look at this real quick. Let me see something here. Did we look at this? No, I don't think we did. I don't think we did. Yeah, man, we got to get to the bottom of this. The information to be out there for future generations. But what's funny about it is that, you know what I'm saying, my succession plan with my YouTube channel is whenever I stop making content, it's all going on members only. No one will ever have access to it unless you're a member. So anything that could possibly be helpful for the future will be gone forever, like it's in a treasure chest at the bottom of a digital sea.
Let me turn to the topic of what Kamala Harris is doing this coming week, particularly Monday and Tuesday. She's got several events courting Black voters. I know that you are talking about the Black vote coming out, particularly Black men for Donald Trump. You're trying to help him along with that. To that point, can you talk specifically about what Donald Trump would do policy-wise in a second term to help Black Americans?
Sure, and thank you for that question. What Donald Trump is going to do is going to be actually quite similar to what he did in his first term. When you lower tax rates, when you cut these reckless and crazy policies that are now in the Kamala Harris administration, and you cut those regulations down, what it does is it frees up the ability for businesses to thrive, for people to be able to earn more money, for them to be able to keep more money in their pockets. All of his economic policies actually have a stabilizing effect on prices, and they grow our economy. You couple that with his energy policies. He calls it drill, baby, drill. But what it is being energy dominant in the United States of America. That also allows for us to put a cap on these massive price increases under the Kamala Harris administration. What that means in particular for Black families is that you have an ability to earn more money, keep more money, wages actually growing when you adjust them for inflation. And then the big stat, and this happened during the first Trump administration, nobody likes to talk about it. I heard Senator Warnock mention it. Wages adjusted for inflation were massively up under Donald Trump for Black men, for Black families, but for all Americans. The wage gap that Democrats love to lecture about, the wage gap in 2019 was actually shrinking under Donald Trump's administration, his economic policies, his energy policies, and his regulatory
Can I just
policies.
go back to the tax?
So that's the agenda that Black men are looking at.
Okay, thank you for that. The tax cut question.
Go ahead.
I would imagine that Kamala Harris would say or would ask the question about how tax cuts for wealthy Americans will help the Black community. What's the answer to that?
Well, Kamala Harris would say something like that, but we know that she's wrong because economically she's been wrong for the last 1,400 days. If you look at Tax Cut and Jobs Act, it cut tax rates across the board, mostly for middle-class families. So this is why wages adjusted for inflation for Black families was higher under Donald Trump than any other administration in the history of our country. That is a record of economic success.
Dana Bash don't know what to do. She about to Dana Bash looks like she's trying to grab her purse and get on the elevator.
Let me just quickly play for you what former President Obama said exactly on this question of the economy a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was pretty good because it was my economy. It wasn't something he did. I had spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time. He didn't do nothing except those big tax cuts.
How do you respond to that?
Now, you know, they say that Trump is the narcissist, and he might be. But if you ask me, you know, narcissism is more normalized and, you know, an actual part of the human genome than people want to admit.
Days ago.
Yeah, it was pretty good because it was my economy. It wasn't something he did. I had spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time. He didn't do nothing except those big tax cuts.
How do you respond to that?
Very easily. I was working in finance during Barack Obama's administration. Let me tell you, the economy under his especially the last 5 years, was growing at about 1 to 1.5% per year. I think at the time, President Obama was saying that, you know, this era of large economic growth is something of the past. We're going to have a more consistent economy. Well, in his words, a consistent economy meant one that barely grew. So when Donald Trump came in, he brought his tax cut policy in, which cut taxes across the board for everybody in our country, coupled the fact that he did cut massive regulations from the Obama administration. And what did we see? Economic growth in the United States went from 1.5% under Barack Obama to 3.5% under Donald Trump. Wages adjusted for inflation, like I said, because it's the truth, increased for every subgroup of Americans in our country. The wealth gap was closing. We were actually booming economically far more than we did under Barack Obama. So that's a cool statement he made on the stump.
So there's that, right? There's that. So let's again, yeah, and I don't shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind says we got to go through hell to recognize our mistake and not make it again. I agree, but if you ask me, the optimal thing would be to kind of have events projected out, you know what I'm saying, on a, have expected events paired with actions to project into the future what type of results could happen and try to pick the optimal results. See, but what we have to come to realize is that there's people like us, and then there's the people that are fighting against that. Right? There's people that are fighting against that. There's people that believe that it's good for you to burn your hand on the stove. I don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? I believe that an experience curve and biological memory and genetic memory are superior to trial and error. And I believe that trial and error should only be in the initial phases of learning a new piece of data. I don't believe that trial and error should be the process of analyzing every encounter with data. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says, I had bigger channel growth than you, Rob, because I went from 10 views to 35. That is 350%. And that's a fact. Again, this is one of the reasons why I tell people to take a look at meme coins, right? Look, I don't know if anybody has been paying attention. All this stuff is all the same for the most part, right? If you apply, you can apply this to anything. It's all the same, right? How many people has seen the growth in the meme coins lately? Anybody invested in Mog, or anybody invested in Pepe or Bonk, or, you know what I'm saying, Crow, not Crow, but Crow with Knife Call? I don't know if anybody been paying attention, man, but the meme coin's been lit. The meme coin's been stupid lit. Why? Higher volatility. It's easier for a coin that's less than a penny to double multiple times than it is for Bitcoin, which is damn near $70,000 to double. These are distances. It's easier for you to travel an inch than it is for you to travel a mile. It's easier to travel 2 inches than it is to travel 2 miles. You know what I'm saying? People got to look at these things spatially and conceptually in a three-dimensional way, right? But most people don't utilize the three-dimensional, the three-dimensional abilities of their thought process in order to transfer information into a geometric standardized language versus, you know what I'm saying, a written linear language. It doesn't make any sense. See, now this idea of a geometrical spatial language, right, is not my original concept. I didn't make that up. They actually show that in the movie Contact with Jodie Foster. I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie. Have you guys ever seen that movie Contact with Jodie Foster? Basically, what ended up happening, there's an organization called SETI, and it's called the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And they have found some type of signal that seemed to have a pattern to it, right? So then they started investigating this signal, and they thought that it was a pulsar because pulsars have a pattern to them, right? Turned out it wasn't a pulsar. Basically, there was these deep space instructions that have been getting broadcast, and they showed how to build some type of machine. They put the instructions on a flat surface, and they weren't able to figure out how to get the machine to come together. And then I don't know where they got, I can't remember exactly how they got the idea, but then there was the idea to make the instructions into a three-dimensional shape. And when they made the instructions into the three-dimensional shape, that's when the pieces came together, and they were able to utilize that blueprint to build the machine. These things are real. You know what I'm saying? Our DNA is a three-dimensional, actually more than three-dimensional language communication system. So, you know what I'm saying? Like these are not things that are like science fiction or like far-fetched. These are just things that, you know, people like the Democrats say are racist. You know what I'm saying? So now check this out, right? We saw that tweet that JD Vance did, right? And we're going to listen to what JD Vance has to say here. All right. Yeah. Shout out to Crew, right? Crew says it's like dollar shots. A penny to 1.5 cents is nice. Exactly. Right? Because that's a what? That's a 150% increase. You know what I'm saying? That's a 150% increase. Uh-oh. Hold on real quick. My bad. Y'all ain't even tell me that I ain't had a video up. Y'all ain't running quality control on me.
Senator Vance, in Pittsburgh on Thursday, former President Barack Obama admonished Black men for being hesitant about voting for Kamala Harris. I was wondering if you could contrast your approach to
now, if JD Vance had his way, right? If JD Vance had his way and was able to say what he wanted to in this particular situation, he would say, well, I would actually expand with Barack Obama on other things that I feel that Black men are inadequate at and have underperformed at. We all know that that's what JD Vance wants to say, right? But like, instead, he seized on the opportunity and did this.
hesitant voters, and how do you try to earn them over?
First of all, I don't believe whether you agree with me or disagree with me, whether you agree with Donald Trump or disagree with him, I don't believe in hectoring voters. I believe in persuading voters.
So now, again, I want you guys to pay very close attention to how JD Vance is so race sensitive. He can't even address the fact that the question was specifically about Black voters. So just understand that for everybody to think that, the liberation is coming through JD Vance is not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's not coming through JD Vance. You know what I mean? He don't care about you the same way Kamala don't care about you.
Your support is not something I'm given or something I'm owed. It's something you got to go out there and work for. So one, I just don't like the tone of going in. I mean, look, the better question for Barack Obama or anybody to ask is not why Black men. It's not how dare you not vote for Kamala Harris. It's maybe they're thinking about voting for Donald Trump because they're sick of being censored. They're sick of being told what to do, and they're sick of not being able to afford the American dream. Maybe that's why we're getting.
Now, does JD Vance want to actually deal with why we can't afford the American dream? No. No. So what's the point of even bringing this up? He should have just kept it with the all lives matter shit and kept moving.
Getting a lot more Black voters than Republicans in the past, but
hey, did you hear when he said we're getting a lot more voters than the Republicans in the past, and all the white people in the background was like, boo! It got quiet when he said that.
Than Republicans in the past. But, the last point I want to make is, I got to say, and shocker, newsflash here, I've defended Kamala Harris once. I'm about to defend Barack Obama once. So set to the side the hectoring and the tone of Obama when he went in and talking about Black voters, like whatever. Obviously, I just criticized that. You know what I was watching him talk? You know what I thought to myself is agree or disagree. And obviously I disagreed with about 99% of what he did when he was in office. He had substance and Kamala Harris does not. Like he actually had thoughts in his head. And what a contrast that is to Kamala Harris, who just repeats slogan after slogan after slogan. I got to be honest with you. I am offended, not as a person running to be your vice president, but as a fellow citizen. I am offended that a person who is so substanceless as Kamala Harris dares to think that she could be the president of the United States. It is a disgrace.
Well, that's your misconception and your false reality view of how you're looking at the United States. The United States is a soulless corporate box. It's a sweatshop that uses human input as gasoline. So I don't know why you think that something like that should have some type of soul or substance, but whatever, right?
I mean, what does she want to do about Israel and the Middle East? She'll give you a slogan. How does she want to lower the price of groceries? She'll give you a platitude. How is she going to make the lives of her fellow citizens better? She turns around and runs from the camera. A person like that has no business being near the Oval Office of this country. We cannot let it happen. And I'd ask you, I mean, to all of you out here, this is one of the things that's at stake. I mean, look, I imagine, at least I hope, that you guys aren't thinking about voting for Democrats in the future. But look, we cannot reward this kind of politics where they switched Joe Biden from the ballot 2 months ago without a single vote being cast. She runs from the basement. She does a few softball interviews.
Yeah, shout out to AW1. Yeah, they see it all, bro. You know, haters watch. Listen, I'll tell you, haters are your most loyal fans. No offense to people that rock with the channel, right? But haters are your most loyal fans. They watch your content for recognizance. So that means they looking at everything with a magnifying glass and a microscope. So basically what you got to understand is that, you know, for the most part, when people make false statements, they're just flat out lying. You know what I mean? Because I'm really sounding like a Trump supporter, right? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I am, right? So, you know, what the liar will do, what the scoundrel will do, right? What the person that is, you know, of poor human quality will do is, instead of debunking any type of talking points that I have or saying how I'm incorrect and then showing how I'm incorrect, they will manufacture incorrectness in what I'm saying by taking clips and artistically changing the composition of what I said to make it match a certain narrative and then twerk with it, instead of actually, you know, presenting information. You know, and again, you know, I could care less, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to actually feel sorry, because the thing is, you got to actually feel sorry for people like that, because there's more people like that do that type of tactic in the world than there are who don't. And one of the reasons is because, you know, a lot of people being born in the modern world, a lot of these people born in the modern world are being born with deficient brains as a result of a lot of different things: trans fats, diets, drug use, you know what I'm saying, fetal alcohol syndrome, and all different kind of things that just creates terrible, incapable, suboptimal human beings that really should be in a zoo instead of in society. And you know what I'm saying, that leaves the rest of us that can function normally out here to deal with it. So, you know what I'm saying, we deal with it and we keep it pushing, right?
This article for the Post talking about Barack Obama's choice of words when he started lecturing Black men while at the Pittsburgh Harris campaign's office. And the reason I wanted to respond to what he said is because his words were essentially stating that the reason for some Black men's hesitancy for voting for Kamala Harris had more to do with her being a woman and the prospect of a woman being in charge of the country. And what was very poignant about his response was how he was going to tell some hard truths. Essentially, the truth to him is that Black men have a misogyny problem. They just can't stand the idea of women leading anything.
Now, again, does the support levels prove that? Does the support levels support that idea? Let me know. Let me know. Right? Look, man, listen, I ain't mad at it, crew. Shout out to DeAndre, heavy metals in the air. Yeah, facts. Facts. Look, shout out to Carlton. Look, hey, Carlton, you know we can't leave no stone unturned. Even the ones that somebody about to smoke, we can't leave them unturned.
To mention that Black men like myself grew up in a household where Black women led. And the idea that the only reason why someone would have a problem voting for Kamala Harris has more to do with what's between her legs than what's between her ears. It couldn't possibly be that she was considered the border czar. She told the migrants to do not come, and yet they came, and the Biden administration did nothing. It couldn't possibly be that her, amongst other Democrats, were fully behind COVID restrictions and didn't care about the repercussions of lockdowns, yet allowing big corporations to remain open. And they called you a murderer if you wanted to go back to work. They didn't care about the decimation of these particular policies, of forcing closures, of removing people from jobs because they refused to get a vaccine. They didn't care about these things. And there was one particular party that was behind it. And she represents Joe Biden. She can try to distance herself, but even petty Joe Biden brings her back in and says, she was right there with me. So Kamala Harris has the stain of the Joe Biden administration on her, and she can't pretend that she has nothing to do with it. I can go on and on about all these different reasons as to.
So now let me ask you guys this question. If Kamala Harris has been vice president for 4 years with Joe Biden, and according to him, 4 years will give you the stench of Joe Biden, I think we got a lot of warm water cycles and bleach to wash the stench of Democrats off of us. A lot of showers, a lot of chlorohexidine, a lot of detergent, a lot of lemon joy, right? By his logic, by his standards, right? So here's how can Kamala Harris, right? She's not allowed to distance herself after a 4-year association. We got more than a 4-decade association. So how does the starting process of distancing and detachment occur? You can't just start chest pounding and get on YouTube and go live and say, yeah, we don't mess with the Democrats, don't vote. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. It's not going to work. You know, oh, that ain't my bot that did that, bro. My bot would have put a comment in the chat if it did any type of moderation. That might have been YouTube that did it. YouTube got YouTube. A lot of times I'll be commenting to y'all during the intro, and YouTube is just constantly blocking my comments. You know what I'm saying? It'll show you on StreamYards if your comment got blocked or not, but you typing it in, like me typing it in, but like other than that, you can't really see it. Right? Am I lying though? Shout out to Denise. Am I lying? A lot of hygiene, man, but people got to do a lot of political hygiene, but a lot of people don't want to do the political hygiene. They want to wear the same clothes out 2 days in a row. You know what I'm saying? You know you ain't supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying?
To why I'm choosing not to vote for her, and it has nothing to do with her being a woman. Matter of fact, being a woman is not even on my list as to why you should not vote for her. She does a really good job of creating a list for us for why we should choose otherwise. And so at the end of the day, I believe Black people,
See, this is that dark. This is one of my favorite Kamala Harris pictures right here. I use this right here for the thumbnail all the time. This is the dark Sith Lord Galactic Empire Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? See how she ain't got no soul behind her eyes wearing this black Saturn suit? This is the one that I use all the time with her mouth open and that demon coming out of it.
Job of creating a list for us for why.
Look at that.
Why we should choose otherwise. And so at the end of the day, I believe Black people, Black men, Black women, all Americans have the right to choose whoever the hell they want for president. And I shouldn't be restricted because I look a certain way or I'm of a particular culture to choose one particular party or one particular candidate over the other. And the idea that multimillionaire Barack Obama gets to come and lecture the working class Black man and tell them to do the right thing as he heads back on a private jet to Martha's Vineyard, I have something aesthetically wrong with that. I feel like the Democratic Party is a party of the elite, and that includes the Black elite, and they have zero problem lecturing Black people to tell them to do what they're supposed to do. Whereas other demographics are.
There's no such thing as Black elite, if you ask me. I don't agree with agreeing with false equivalencies to try to make headways with groups of people who don't like me, because I could care less if they like me or not. There's no such thing as a Black elite. I'm saying it, and I'll prove it if I need to. Now, you might have some Boule members and you got some people that got a little bit more pocket change than other people, but there's no such thing as a Black elite. It's not a fact. It's not a factual thing. And I'm not going to say it to make certain people look at me more favorably or not, because they're not going to look at me more favorably anyway. I don't care if they look at me at all. Ain't no such thing as no Black elite. Where's the Black equivalent of BlackRock? Where's the Black equivalent of Chase Bank? Where's the Black equivalent of MSNBC or Hollywood? Where's the Black equivalent of Harvey Weinstein. Let me guess. Somebody gonna say Diddy. Who and where are the black elite? Where's the black Elon Musk? Let me ask you guys this question. How many black billionaires are there in the United States? Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Crew Reality. Now, again, Kamala Harris doing that, right? Somehow her doing that turned into us allegedly black policing. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Right. It do be some people that be black policing, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how somebody can make a statement about how quote unquote black they are. And then when somebody says, well, there's this information that kind of conflicts with your proclamation of what you're saying is black, and then that's them black policing. The initial black policing was, you need to accept me because I'm presenting you my idea of black. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what she should have did was presented some damn policy, right? That's what she should have did.
Are told, what can we do to serve you and get your vote? We are expected to vote Democrat for no reason, and we get crumbs for it. And when we ask questions about the crumbs that we're fed, we're told we're not doing the right thing. So yeah, I have a major problem with the former president of the United States coming and lecturing Americans of a particular demographic and shaming them for deciding, I don't know, should I vote for the person who was part of our demise? Or should I vote for the person who, I don't know, the economy was at least halfway decent when he was in office?
All right, so there you go. You can choose between hand-me-downs and leftovers, right? Sounds great. Sounds great. You get a choice between hand-me-downs and leftovers. Facts. Shout out to Crew Reality. We got to maintain that 2-to-1 ratio. Big facts. Like, again, it's just nonstop. It's just nonstop. And the problem, the problem with this, man, is that, you know, in order to make a point on social media, you got to maintain, you know, the intensity on the message so heavy. It takes up so much time. It's so ridiculous. You shouldn't have to do this. You know what I mean? Like, if we lived in a world where the mainstream media was accurate and people had functional brains, we wouldn't have to do any of this. Shout out to Ricky Guillory. What's good with you, bro? We wouldn't have to do any of this.
The U.S. presidential election, former President Barack Obama has opened a can of worms after he lectured black men to vote for Kamala Harris while speaking in Pennsylvania last week. America's first black president had some frank discussions with young black voters who could play a crucial role.
How did he have a discussion if nobody was able to say anything back? So I want you guys to pay very close attention. The Party of Freedom and Democracy's idea of a quote unquote discussion is when there's one-way communication. The Party of Freedom and Democracy's idea, right, of a discussion is one-way communication. There go your freedom and your democracy. Shout out to Ricky. Ricky said numbers show that Kamala Harris's problem is not young voters or black voters. It's white men. They are not rocking with her. Yeah. Yeah. And we actually showed that earlier. And as usual, black people are willing to give and provide white privilege to white people and will accept the mantle of being the reason why Kamala Harris's presidency failed. I don't understand it. I don't understand any of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand it. Shout out to Crew. Crew says you're getting it right, Rob. It's like that. Folk with money floods the street with nonsense. Us and our little studios cannot match unless it's many of us. Yeah, facts. And even then, they still got the law enforcement structures and infrastructure and all that. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk turned off Starlink. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We got to wedge something in there. Right? Now, like I said, you know, people got to start looking at stuff like a business, if you ask me, or they don't have to. Nobody has to do anything. Anybody can do whatever they want to, right? But if you want certain outcomes and you want certain results, your actions should be consistent with what the results are that you want, right? And if you want to have successful business in politics, then the idea would be to start coming up with some efficient political business processes. Efficient political business processes would not necessarily be to give white people white privilege. We saw what that did during slavery, right? Created a huge racial wealth gap that people don't want to acknowledge now. And then also dealing with Jim Crow afterwards, right? So we got to start accumulating a learning curve. We got to start accumulating sets of data and put those sets of data into processes where we're able to project out particular outcomes that we're looking for. And I wouldn't disagree with bro, shout out to you, bro. That I don't know if you saw any of those videos from that little series that I did called Tools of Industrial Strength, but that's what I was talking about in the Tools of Industrial Strength series. We got to acknowledge the resistance in people to want to do these things. And again, you know, it don't necessarily mean I don't believe in being a Gestapo, right? I don't believe in going around forcing people to do it, but at the same time, we just got to acknowledge that it's there. So when people ask certain things, you know what I'm saying, we got the accurate stuff to fire back at. Like, yo, what you asking about this for? That ain't what you've been putting your energy towards. You know what I'm saying? You ask, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the week, I ain't got no money. You ain't work all week. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? That got to do with anything other than the fact that you ain't go to work. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why most of these companies are is the unspoken reason of why universal basic income will eventually be a bipartisan idea. Most that's a whole nother story, but yeah. Not only that, people are going to probably we might actually be on the tail end of this. We'll see. But there's going to be a significant jump in how long people live in the very near future. Some of us might benefit from it. I don't know if it's a benefit to live longer, but if you look at living longer as a benefit, some of us might benefit from that and some of us might not. It's coming real soon. You know what I'm saying? As a result of that coming real soon, what's going to happen is that Social Security is going to decrease way faster, right? Because you're going to have more able-bodied people retiring during retirement age. And there's not going to be enough jobs because at that point, when people's life starts to increase, if they haven't gotten population, you know what I'm saying, to kind of slow down, which right now we're talking about population decline, but population decline is, you know what I'm saying, there's some elements of quantitative easing in there. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be a huge population and not enough jobs on top of it with, you know what I'm saying, artificial intelligence doing a lot of mainline and supervisor level work. The fourth industrial revolution. It's not really going to be a lot for people to do, and the cost of living is going to skyrocket, and people aren't going to be able to afford it because they're not going to have any jobs. Which is one of the reasons why, as much, see, both of these political parties are playing the game. As a result of the direction that technology is going, at some point, we are going to have a more higher weighted average socialist society than capitalist society, simply because of the disparity of human belonging. That's going to create a huge issue in the future. We might not live to see that. We might not. You know what I'm saying? But again, you know, that these are Discord conversations, right? This is going well beyond, you know what I'm saying? that's going way beyond what we doing here, right? And I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't think most of the people on YouTube deserve those conversations. You know what I'm saying? Those are conversations that are, you know what I'm saying, that are deserving of the people on not Patreon, on Discord, you know what I'm saying, who engage in the projections of the future. And like, future planning and stuff like that. I don't believe that if you don't plan for your future, that you should benefit from a future. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said the thing is, what is the point of living if no other people to live with? Bro, I could man, I would have a great time by myself. Shit, man, look, bro, stop. If I man, listen. Sometimes I think about if it was only me in existence a lot. I think about it sometimes a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Role in this year's election, asking Black men to accept the entry of women, particularly women of color, in corridors of power, Barack Obama's words managed to touch a raw nerve. Though most Black men agreed to President Obama's sentiments, some made some rather strong objections.
So now, again, when you look at the data, how could anybody agree with Obama's sentiments? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug, bro. Listen, facts, bro. That would be so amazing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says, I think the same, but all my solo planning is prepping for other humans and species. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't be upset if there was, you know what I'm saying, like machine life. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be upset if there was more efficient biological life. If there was more efficient biological life, I might not be upset with it. You know what I'm saying? But the way that things are in the current reality, I would be okay by myself. You know what I'm saying?
Our next report brings you more.
Aaron, I think you had something to say now.
Former U.S. President Barack Obama has found himself on the wrong.
Hey, I think it's funny that Barack Obama walked in with his forehead scrunched up like that. Like, bro, who you mean mugging, bro? I mean, like, why you walking in there like you about to check everybody? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. I think some people are built like that. I think some people are built like that. I think other people. I think people like me are kind of a minority, but like I think that I don't think that everybody necessarily needs human contact. You know what I'm saying? I think that there's some people that could need it, you know what I'm saying? But then there's other people that don't. And you got to remember, spending years in jail is not equivalent to not having human contact. There is actual human contact in jail. And the human contact in jail could possibly be some of the contributions to what makes jail an unpleasant experience. It might not be the solitary, right? Might not be. You got COs, you got wardens, you got taxpayers, you know what I'm saying? You got this other cellmates and other inmates. There's a big difference between absolute nothing and jail. You know what I'm saying?
Former U.S. President Barack Obama has found himself on the wrong side of American voters, particularly Black men. Last week, the 44th President of America gave a blistering performance in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Speaking in the swing state, Obama called on men and Black men to vote for Kamala Harris.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I've noticed this especially with some men who seem to think Trump's behavior, the bullying and the putting people down, is a sign of strength.
Let me ask you guys this question: would you like to cite your sources? Who thinks that that's a sign of strength? I don't think I've seen anybody that thinks that that's a sign of strength. There might be some people that do, right? But I wouldn't say that a majority of people see that as a sign of strength. Would you guys? I don't think most people would say that. But Obama is confidently standing there stating that as a fact and is being accepted as a fact.
And I am here to tell you that is not what real strength is. Real strength is about working hard and carrying a heavy load without complaining. Real strength is about taking responsibility for your actions and telling the truth even when it's inconvenient. Real strength is about helping people who need it and standing up for those who can't always stand up for themselves. That is what we should want for our daughters and for our sons. We stand up for themselves. That is what we should want for our daughters. Up for those who can't always stand up for themselves. That is what we should want for our daughters. And for our sons, and that is what I want to see in a president of the United States of America.
And that wasn't it. As Barack Obama continued to open a bigger can of worms after addressing the crowds from the podium, he spoke to a group of black men separately.
How are you?
He urged them to embrace women in power and pick Kamala Harris as their next president.
I'm going to go ahead and just speak some truths, if you don't mind.
Again, so these are Barack Obama declared truths that we've shown are not true. Yeah, doing all that hollering. Facts. Shout out to Crew. Crew said dude in the white shirt looked like his handler. Right.
Because my understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities,
I would say that accepting things that are not factual that appeal to emotions has become a built-in part of our accepted culture and way of life. Do you guys notice how in regards to any of this, nobody fact-checked anything that Barack Obama said? I'm the only channel that's done this particular way. Because in most cases, I'm the channel or the first channel that does a lot of stuff in a lot of particular ways. The reason why is because I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I see that last one, Crew. Crew said YouTube be nuts. Rob, you seen it in my comment? Yeah. I seen a couple. Another thing too is I be having to switch the screen because I don't have two monitors. So sometimes I have a window up and like I'll miss like a whole block of comments. So my bad if I missed any. So think about this, y'all. Again, to me, I don't even think really that credit should be given for the majority of the backlash that people had, because I think that is misplaced backlash. I think that the majority of the backlash that everybody is celebrating is emotional response, because none of it countered any of the nonsense that Barack Obama and his surrogates and proxies have said. None of it countered any of that. So I don't think those are flexes. Yeah, yo, put the link to it in the chat, AW1. Hopefully, you don't put the link in the chat. Put the link in the comment section after the chat. Bet good, good. Whatever you want to do, bro. Whatever you want to send. You know what I'm saying? I'll put that bad boy to good use. Trust me. But yeah, man, like this, like, I'm I would say that I'm disappointed, but I'm not disappointed. I'm kind of just, sometimes you hope to see things and you just don't. I would have really liked to see like this just completely broken down, and then it been somebody that they had to respond to, and that just didn't happen. It just doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It just didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd have liked to see Anderson Silva, you know what I'm saying, retire as the UFC middleweight champion, but that didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? That didn't happen. It is what it is, right? Sometimes you don't get what you want. But in this instance, I think that this is kind of a necessity. People are going to start having to take these high level approaches to dealing with these particular type of issues. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. You said, did you see the interview that I spoke of, Jill? Which Jill Stein interview? Which one? Because she did a couple interviews. She's been kind of on an interview tour. She was on the Breakfast Club. I think she went on the Black Authorities channel. I didn't watch that. I watched the Breakfast Club because the reaction between her and Angela Rye was funny, but I didn't watch the one on the Black Authorities channel. I don't really watch Jill Stein or really, you know what I'm saying, like follow her all like that. And the reason why is not anything because of her. The reason why is because I already know what the Green Party is all about. They ain't nothing new for me. You know what I'm saying? I did a video, like, I want to say about 4 years ago, called the Many Faces of Socialism, where I went through on that video in detail the Green Party platform. You know what I'm saying? So, it ain't nothing really that Jill Stein could sell me. I hear what she's saying, right? And my thing is, I'll make a comment like, yo, you know what I'm saying? They all extensions of the Dems. Yeah, fact. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Anybody, and I know, shout out to you, bro. Yeah, I think you already in the Discord, Crew. Ain't you in my Discord? But anybody that watched that video about the 5 faces of socialism, they good. They understand the Jill Stein stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just join in there, bro. You know what I'm saying? We chop it up all the time. We debate in there. You know what I'm saying? I don't really go on the audio, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? We be chopping it up in there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Yeah, y'all got to check out that 5 Faces of Socialism video. But if you had watched the 5 Faces of Socialism, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, it's like, listen, man, the Democrats, they like, this is one of the reasons why it's important to understand, like, what encompasses, quote unquote, the left. When they talk about the left, like, there is some significant meaning behind that, right? And like the drawing the correlations between the significant meanings behind that is important. Jill Stein talks about reparations, right? You got to understand the Green Party's idea of reparations, right? Now, when Dr. Cornel West was running, right? Dr. Cornel West was kind of on the all lives matter with everything, with the reparations. And there was a lot of people that jumped out the window on Dr. Cornel West, right? About that. Now, here's my thing, right? I said, yo, here go this with this bullshit with what they're doing with the reparations. But what y'all got to understand is that it's the party platform. This is what the party platform is. And you got to understand what parties these are. These are leftist parties. There's not going to be any individual dealing with anything that comes out of a capitalist consequence from the left, because the left believes that anything that harms one harms everybody. So to make a repair, you got to repair everybody. There is never going to be an individual targeting of anything coming from any leftist organization. those aren't the remedies for the leftist problems. Expecting a capitalist remedy from a leftist political organization is the same as going to a holistic doctor and asking for medicine. It's that they're not consistent with the same ideologies. However, they've ran quality control and they've told people that this is what we'll give you or this is what we'll advocate for, and people take them at their word for it. Then when somebody like me who says, you know what I'm saying, like, y'all didn't read the fine print. Here go the fine print right here. Well, we got to wait till somebody else say it. Okay, well, you know what I'm saying? Like 4 years later, somebody else said it. You know what I'm saying? And people, I don't know what people thought. People was on autopilot. You know what I'm saying? I hear people, I'm leaving the Democrat Party and going to the Green Party. Listen, if you think that you're leaving the Democrat Party and going to the Green Party, I'm going to tell you what you're doing. What you're doing is you're going from the living room to the kitchen and you're still in the same house. That's what you're doing. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, we ain't got thick glasses. Yeah, ain't got thick glasses. You know what I'm saying? So now the Jill Stein question, right? Even though the answer to the questions have been around for a very long time, the Jill Stein question is over. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, people don't like the Democrats, right? Again, which is real, you know, when I hear people, they'll be like, oh, you know, I'm gonna rock with the Green Party and this, that, and the other. The Green Party is further left than the Democrats. And one of the reasons why people claim that they don't like the Democrats is because the Democrats are so far to the left. So you're going to say I'm not voting for Democrats. I am going to vote for the Green Party. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Directional, like in terms of directionality, that doesn't make any sense. But again, that's the problem. There's very few of us who have requirements on what must make sense versus what must not make sense. Shout out to Crew. Crew said Jill couldn't answer Jason about immigrants. What was the question? And again, I don't know how to say this, but again, I'm not sure how much people are familiar with the Green Party platform. The Green Party is pro-immigration. Like, again, I don't understand why. What did anybody think that there was going to be any type of border restriction coming from Jill Stein simply because she's not Kamala Harris? Now, a lot of these questions, right, you can put them on a graph and you can answer these questions yourself before even wasting your time with a candidate. If the Democrat Party currently is the furthest to the left that has ever been on immigration, and the Green Party is even further to the left than the Democrats, where's the Green Party going to be on immigration? Jill Stein ain't going to be deporting no anybody. You know what I'm saying? Jill Stein going to be saying that a lot of people that say over there, a lot of stuff that people say over there in that chat, Jill Stein going to be xenophobe shaming a lot of people over there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said Jason pressed her on immigration. Jill didn't answer about that. Well, better than Kamala, but Jill is open borders. Yeah, I mean, so it ain't really nothing to press. And again, to me, that press, I don't understand that. If we know that the candidate is more to the left than the Democrats and Kamala Harris is open borders, I don't even understand why would that issue be pressed? You should already know that this person is open borders. These borders, you know what I'm saying? The Democrats, the Green Party be more likely to abolish ICE. You know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris to say something like the ICE is like the KKK. The Green Party would be to put it, and we're going to get rid of ICE. They more further to the left. But here go to, but again, Jill is pro reparations, and she's pro reparations for all. She's pro reparations for Native Indigenous people and all this other stuff. And again, if political directionality, right? And honestly, I don't think it's our job to deal with immigrants. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, for real, if you ask me, the immigration, that is a current issue, but it's about to not be a current issue, and AI automation is about to be a worse and longer issue than the immigrants. Jill was lying. And as far as lineage reparations, if she said lineage reparations, and if she wasn't lying, then what she meant was lineage reparations for anybody that they attach reparations to. The Green Party is not pro reparations for only foundational Black Americans. They never have been, and they never will be. You know what I'm saying? You can go look it up on their party platform. And of course, she's a politician, so she might say one thing in one place, and it might not match up with what's on the policy statement. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, now, in my opinion, right, this is stuff that everybody should have known. Everybody should have known that. No one should have had to watch The Breakfast Club or, you know what I'm saying, The Black Authority to see what was going on with Jill Stein or the Green Party. This is stuff that just should have been commonplace. You know what I'm saying? Now, here go my thing, right? As far as that goes, shout out to Crew. Crew said, I have no problem with AI automation. Just teach us, Americans, to upgrade rather than import workers. I only 50% agree with that. I only 50% agree with that. I don't think that business owners owe it to Americans to do anything to Americans other than work Americans to death, if they so choose to. That's the only thing that they're entitled to, if you ask me. I don't think that they're entitled. I don't think that businesses owe Americans anything. I think that if Americans want domestic workers, then Americans should not only be domestic workers, but Americans should design their cost structures for their businesses that are friendly to hiring American workers. If I had a company, I'm hiring all AI. I don't care who gets hurt. I'm gonna put it out there. I don't care. I'm hiring AI. Honestly, I'm not even hiring AI because I ain't gotta hire AI. I don't have to hire AI. You know what I'm saying? It's just I'll just give it the instructions. I'll just write the prompts. I'm not gonna pay anybody if I don't have to, right? Now, if that's the negative consequence that occurs and harms me or my business later, that's just my burden that I gotta bear, right? But if I establish a business and I run the business the way that I want to, and I'm within the regulatory frameworks, I don't believe that I owe anybody anything as far as just expected I'm going to give anybody this. I don't agree with that. I don't think that these American businesses owe Americans anything. The only thing that they owe Americans is if they've been paid, they owe Americans the product. That's it. I don't think that Americans should feel entitled to, you know what I'm saying, employment salvation through anything other than Americans' own entrepreneurship. So if people feel that America, you know, if they want to build an American business, build the American business, right? Run the American business, make that American business be American. However, I don't believe that everybody should be forced to do their processes like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says if they get business discounts and taxes, also I'm voting. So if you get AI, you must hire a worker. Public corporations owe the American people, in my opinion. Here's my question. Why? What do they owe them? And here's my question. Do people owe the corporations? I think that there's kind of I don't know really who owes who more. I know that they work together, but I don't know who owes more to what. What's more of a contribution? Who provides more of a contribution? These corporations, these organizations, or the people? I honestly can't say who does or doesn't. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that the corporations owe the American people though. Especially public corporations. Public corporations owe their shareholders. And every American ain't a shareholder. You know what I'm saying? I think the only people that owe anything are people that are in debt, right? And America owes black people for all of this unpaid labor that America was built off of. But I don't, and as far as any other type of debt structure, or I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't really believe that there's a viable case for it. But just because there's a law doesn't mean that that's a cause and effect relationship, right? Now, who are the people that allowed it to form? Who is gonna stop them from forming it? You know what I'm saying? The corporation shareholders create the corporation, they create the corporate body. As far as constitutional law about anything, there's constitutional law about everything. So does anything that's encompassed in constitutional law, does what's encompassed in the constitutional law owe the constitutional creators? And then as far as the corporations owe the people who allowed it to form, I don't think so. What is the charge? What's the, you know what I'm saying? What's the quote unquote value? Anything is allowed to form anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like what is the charge on it? And then, you know, what's the lounge? You said, my Discord, it's not connected to the live stream, bro. It's just on there. You know what I'm saying? I think if that's what you're talking about. Oh yeah. My Discord is not connected to the stream, bro. It's not connected to the stream. But I think that there's some issues with birthright citizenship though, too. I wouldn't disagree with that. And I think that a lot of the issues with the birthright citizenship is just again goes to quality control, right? It is basic quality control. Speaking of quality control, we could apply that to immigration, right? Vetting is part of quality control, right? So if there's no vetting, it makes sense why there's all the criminal issues that there are with like Trinde Arago and stuff like that. There's no quality control coming through. You know what I'm saying? But again, they don't want these conversations being had, and they try to make sure to steer it away from this type of conversation as far as they can, so that people can't recognize actual issues and deal with the actual issues. If people was able to create a whiteboard and put up all of the quality control issues and deal with each of those issues individually and eliminate them, I would say within about 5 years, we could have a large chunk of issues that people have resolved. But the problem is that on many sides of the spectrum, resolution is not the optimal solution for the people who are benefiting off of the status quo. And there's a lot of people that benefit off of the status quo, and there's people that talk about the status quo that claim that they hate the status quo that actually benefit off the status quo. It's the same way that the red pill, the people that are anti-red pill claim that they hate the red pill, right? They claim that they hate it, but they, you know what I'm saying? The red pill bashing has been very fruitful for them. So once that red pill is gone and there's nothing else to discuss, no more red pill bashing, no more big paychecks. So you're lying. You know what I'm saying?
Is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw.
Yeah, well, see, that's that, and I'm not, and see, this leads into the question of prearranged marriages, right? Like prearranged marriages, if you ask me. See, I used to kind of be, because I grew up in, you know what I'm saying, the United States, and like I would look at other cultures and I'd be like, man, that'd be crazy for your parents to pick out who you with. Like that'd be crazy for your parents to pick out who you with. But like as you grow older and you start to have experience with other people, and you start to like see how people move in the world, and then when you become a parent, prearranged marriages is like first line quality control on a good, you know what I'm saying, sustainable relationship for your kids. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny how like people have moved against that because the culture has programmed that these type of things are quote unquote too tight of controls. But the very same culture that is complaining about too tight of controls actually wants tight control. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I seen that. Shout out to Ricky. Early voting numbers don't look good either. I've heard they down about 40%. Yeah, I saw that. We're going to talk about that tomorrow.
When I was wrong. And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
But the lecturing didn't stop there. As Barack Obama put on a stern fatherly act, he asked black men to learn from black women whom
Barack Obama put on a stern fatherly act, they said. So, you know, this is a guy who raised all girls.
Lecturing didn't stop there. As Barack Obama put on a stern fatherly act, he asked black men to learn from black women whom the former president claims are against Donald Trump.
Because the women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. They've been raising us and working and having our back.
Who raised you? What you talking about? Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, bro, your reason isn't good enough. I think it's this. Yeah. Yeah. Now, here go my thing, right? You know, I wouldn't say anything about that if Barack Obama didn't say anything about that. But Barack Obama said something about that. But now, you know, I'm not supposed to say anything about it, right? Right? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like these are the things that happen. These are how people put themselves, you know what I'm saying? These insidious, ridiculous, just retarded conversations that people have been saying and espousing over all of these years and just dumb shit. This is the equivalent of it to where you get, you know what I'm saying, the president saying stupid shit. And it's just okay because stupid shit is just okay. I didn't have multiple women raising me, first and foremost. I don't know what type of environment he grew up in, but the only woman that raised me was my mother. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, no disrespect to people that had a different family structure, right? But again, Barack Obama is the one that's trying to, quote unquote, make these relationships and these relation correlations, right? You all are all the same as me, and this is how my life was. Therefore, this is how your life is or was. And so you need to believe and feel the same things that I feel, because there's no difference. I'm sorry, bro. I don't agree with that. They've been well, yeah, they've been saying it. And here goes the thing, right? I think we could spread the information as fast or faster. We've all seen, look, I'm gonna tell you, things find a way to travel, right? Priority determines speed outside of the machine constraints. You can have a situation within a neighborhood where nobody has a cell phone and the information can get from one end of town to the other faster than a text message about certain topics, certain things. So again, it's in most cases, it's priorities. You know what I'm saying? Now here go my thing, right? As far as Obama being raised by his white mom and his white grandma, I don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me, like, you know, it is what it is, right? But what isn't what it is why are you, Obama, trying to sit there and you're trying to sit there and shame people, saying that these people should accept this experience that you haven't even had. You haven't had this experience. You're saying these women that raised us, you weren't raised by one of these women. Why are you trying to say we, and then you're trying to sit up there and shame these other people that you had a different experience from? Another thing that we, you know what I'm saying, as far as, you know, the white mom and all that, you know what I'm saying, like he had a Kenyan dad as well, right? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying, like, no offense to anybody that got a Kenyan dad, but like, I don't know how we're supposed, I mean, you're telling us this, I don't know how we're supposed to relate to it. Just give us the policy, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and speak facts. Stop saying that people aren't supporting Kamala Harris when the data says otherwise. Stop saying that you've had these experiences when the data says otherwise. The data about black male support and the data that Barack Obama presented about, quote unquote, women raising the men in this group of room, or in this room, the group of men in this room, is inconsistent. It's incorrect. You know what I'm saying? It's incorrect. It falls flat. And again, a thing for me that was so frustrating. I expect people like Barack Obama to talk like this. I don't know, like, newsflash, I don't know if people was asleep or if people wasn't paying attention. But yo, man, you know what I'm saying? 8 years of being the president, it's hella content out there, hella videos, hella clips out there of Barack Obama talking crazy to black people, talking crazy. And now all of a sudden, people's nuts dropped when this nigga was in office talking crazy like this for 4 years. But if he was talking crazy like that and you pointed out that he was talking crazy like that, Monolith come for you. You know what I'm saying? You the one with the problem. You know what I'm saying? You the one with the problem. Now, shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, I know he is a tether because he's lying. I know he's lying because he is a tether. I know that he's lying because the statistics don't support what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? I know that he's lying because the statistics don't support what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? As far as the tether thing go, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, like I said, I got to use the one punch knockouts, man. You know what I'm saying? I got to use the one punch knockouts. You know what I'm saying? I can't use the YouTube shit. I can't use the YouTube shit. You know what I'm saying? I got to use the one punch knockouts. You know what I'm saying? This nigga was lying. Here go the numbers. I ain't got shit else to say about it. You know what I'm saying? The mother niggas can talk that tether shit. You know what I'm saying? That's they shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't my shit. That's they shit. Cause I'm not a talker. You know what I'm saying? I don't do all that shit. I don't do all that Muhammad Ali fancy shit. You know what I'm saying? I do that. I bust a hole through your gut. You know what I'm saying? With a body punch and that's it type shit. I don't do all that fancy head bobbing and head motion and all that. Nah, you know what I'm saying? This jaw gonna be on the floor and that's gonna be it. I don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? To each his own. You know what I'm saying? To each his own. You know what I'm saying? This nigga's a liar. You know what I'm saying? And again, you know, I would have used our statistics, but we ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got none. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. And when we get in trouble, when the system's not working for us, they're the ones who are out there marching and protesting.
Why wasn't the system working for us and you was the president for 8 years? Let's talk about that, black man. If any black man needs to be shamed that's in this room, it's the one that's doing all the talking. Why would the system? You was the president. Why would? How come you ain't fixed the system? You know what I'm saying? Again, all you gotta do is just ask, like, yo, what's up with these questions?
The ones who are out there marching and protesting. And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you. That's not acceptable. That's not it. This shouldn't even be a question.
What Obama meant was that the Democratic...
That's the first thing that he said that's actually true. This shouldn't even be a question, but not for the reason why he said that it shouldn't even be a question. It shouldn't even be a question because this is very simple information and it's all factually incorrect. And if people really cared about politics like how they care about politics, this should be reference information that's right at the tip of everybody's tongue that could easily have been dismissed in conversation versus having to do just repeated hours on end and hours on end of social media content and amateur comedy hour. Just all of this just insatiable ridiculousness that we have to endure before we get to the actual point of what's going on. This is ridiculous. I'm trying to tell you, man, one of my 2025 goals that I have for my YouTube channel is I'm going to show how stupid a lot of content is and how much time is wasted with a lot of this bullshit. And then another thing that we're going to do is we're going to do a social media audit. And we're going to talk about all the stupid ass shit that people talk about on social media and ask what is the actual dollar amount that anybody has gotten out of it. Yeah. And how long has Obama said that? Obama was hard on, you know what I'm saying? He was the tough on law enforcement president, right? Just like Kamala Harris was a tough on crime prosecutor, right? Now, black people, shout out to black people, right? Barack Obama sold out. He's in support of the police. I'm outraged. The Democrats support the police. Eric Adams support the police. Let me ask y'all this question. Again, this is talking about the political directionality. If people say they're surprised when a Democrat supports the police, I'm looking at you kind of the way I'm looking at people that, you know, Jill Stein is like, I want open borders. Of course she wants open borders. Now, if Kamala Harris, if people calling Kamala Harris a radical leftist and the Green Party is further to the left than than you know what I'm saying, than the Democrats, and they calling Democrats radical leftists, then that mean that they really radical, right? The left expands the government all the time. That's one of the reasons why the tax costs usually tend to go up when there's a Democrat in office, because they put a lot of money into regulation and a lot of money into the government. The police are part of the government. They're directly part of the executive branch of the government. There is not going to ever be any Democrat that is ever anti-police. Democrats are pro-control in all situations. And in order to be pro-control, you have to expand the government. You have to have more government organizations. You know what I'm saying? So again, when a Democrat tells you, I'm going to defund the police, the Democrats don't defund shit. When the fuck have Democrats ever? The only thing Democrats defund is black people. The fuck? What the fuck? What the hell do the Democrats ever defund? How can anybody be so gullible as to believe a Democrat saying that they're going to defund the police? That is pure insanity to me. This is why when people say that shit, I like that. When people say that I got tricked shit, I can't with it. You ain't get tricked. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says, what is the solution? You know what the solution is. World domination. It's the only solution. We're living under a dominated world, and that solution has worked well for the people that it benefits and some people that get trickle-down benefits. We're not part of that. You know what I'm saying? World domination is the only solution. If you don't believe me, ask the United States why they got military bases all over the place. If you don't ask me, if you don't believe me, then ask Great Britain. Why is Great Britain's flags embedded in so many flags all over the world? That's not the Thanos solution. The Thanos solution is death. This is a solution that's been tried and proven. Why do we have dynasties of empires? You know what I'm saying? Now, what's the definition? What's the definition of losing? Right? So who are we saying is losing? Are we saying that the current world order is losing? We're losing? Us as black people or the current world order? If you ask me, one of the immediate indicators to tell who's winning versus who's losing is to listen to what most people talk about on a day-to-day basis. Let me ask you guys this question. How many black people are having conversations on a day-to-day basis about how great the United States is and about how well it's treated us and how good we're doing? That's my question. It's important to keep a close eye on the scoreboard. You know what I'm saying? So that you take the right shot at the right time. A lot of groups have a manufactured sense of urgency. and their sense of urgency is not legit. We got an actual sense of urgency, and at the same time, kinda deny reality. And I don't know if it's in an attempt to, I don't know, seem similar to these other people that we kind of share space with or what. But again, if you're not looking directly at the facts and you're making assessments based on things that are not factual, I don't know if the decision, if the results coming from those decisions will be optimal. And my question, right, is what are 10 decisions that we've made in the last 20 years that have been optimal and provided optimal results? Let me know what you guys think. Let me know.
Party is seeing a slump in support for Kamala Harris among Black men, and that it was a major concern in the upcoming presidential election. What started out as a fatherly lecture came back to bite back Obama. Black men took to social media to share their frustration. While some cracked jokes about the former president, others told him to get lost and go back to his mansion. Most users said that they did not need anyone to tell them whom they should be voting for. Some Black men took pot shots at Barack Obama. One user even said that Obama acted like a Black father himself by disappearing for years and only coming back when he had the authority.
Wow. And actually what's interesting is that that's not what this tweet says at all. That's not what this tweet said at all. Did y'all hear that? Listen to what this lady said.
User even said that Obama acted like a Black father himself.
That's not what this tweet says. She said that some people even said that Barack Obama is acting like a Black father himself. And then they put up Dr. Boyce Watkins' tweet. Now the thing is that, you know, Dr. Boyce Watkins has said some weird stuff before, but like on this tweet, he didn't say that. So what happened is that this lady had a human glitch and her own sentiments and thoughts about Black men came out. Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention. The idea of the terrible Black father, this is all white propaganda from white men, especially to attempt to decrease Black people's population. If you attack the idea of a man being able to be a father, it helps to quantitatively ease the population by limiting the perceived access of those men to reproduction with other women, because effectively that's going to make women not want to reproduce with them by being seen as a quote unquote potential bad father. It's the same reason why they try to provide those negative stereotypes of Black women being bad mothers. It's to in addition to abortion, decrease the idea of Black population to create what's called a quote unquote natural eradication. That's one of the reasons why they have the propaganda that's created these quote unquote desirability ideas in Black pill and right swiping. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Vincent Harper. What's good with you, bro? But this lady is lying right here on Boyce Watkins. His tweet didn't say that. It says Barack Obama lecturing Black men is like a deadbeat dad, not speaking to his kids for a decade, then showing up like he has some kind of authority. He didn't say shit about a Black dad doing that. But this Indian lady on this channel did say that.
Whom they should be voting for. Some Black men took pot shots at Barack Obama. One user even said that Obama acted like a...
But see, like here, but this right here. This is the culture, though. This is the culture, right? It's some people that don't like Dr. Boyce Watkins, right? So because them people don't like Dr. Boyce Watkins, it's permissible to allow slander against him because we don't like him. That's emotionalism. I don't have no feelings toward Dr. Boyce Watkins one way or the other. He says some weird stuff, and you know what I'm saying? He makes some decisions that I wouldn't necessarily make, but I make decisions that other people wouldn't necessarily make, right? It is what it is, right? But the lady right here is clearly lying about this. Like, they lying on this man, and it's just okay. But these the very same people that sit up there and say, you know what I'm saying, there was some type of code that we supposed to be on and shit. Well, they just sat here and let this Indian lady lie on Boyce Watkins. And they sat here the same way they sat there and let Barack Obama lie on all black men. That's why I can't fuck with none. This is why I fly alone. You know what I'm saying? This is why I fly alone. I fly alone because I can do my own quality control. I can't do quality control on every single thing. Especially, you know what I'm saying, when you got people that's, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, who really trying to be compliant with quality control. Ain't nobody trying to be compliant with the quality control. So it ain't no point in trying to force that shit on anybody, because I'm about autonomy. I'm not about forcing people for shit. But at the same time, no, it gets frustrating when you sit there and sit, like, people will look at this and be like, they just let this slide, so it's okay for anybody to do whatever. But then somebody be blaring, beating their chest, talking about being on code and shit. Shout out to my man Telegram. What's good with it, bro? I mean, it's clear as day. Boyce Watkins is being lied on by this news channel. He didn't say that. This racist ass lady on the news channel let her, you know what I'm saying, she had a Freudian slip. You know what I'm saying? But you guys remember last time an anti-black person had a Freudian slip, black people went and took it and turned it into a slur to use against other black people. Shout out to Shatera. What's good with it? When that lady was sitting up there talking about nakers and shit, then everybody started saying nakers. So this is what motherfuckers do. You know what I'm saying? This is a pattern of behavior. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. This is the unspoken shit that you're not supposed to speak about. You know what I'm saying?
Barack Obama. One user even said that Obama acted like a black father himself.
Now, again, one user, Boyce Watkins, he didn't say this shit. We looking at the tweet right here. He didn't say that. This Indian lady said that. You know what I'm saying?
Pot shots at Barack Obama. One user even said that Obama acted like a black father himself by disappearing for years and only coming back when he had the authority.
That's crazy that she just said that and people just allowed it. I don't like Boyce Watkins. He gonna get what he get. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess. I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, not really, but okay, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. Like, hey, I don't know. What's the quality control standards on this? This lady she read this tweet, and the tweet was inaccurate. What's the quality control standards on it? You know what I'm saying? Like, now as far as how this should be dealt with, fact check. You know what I'm saying? Let it fly. What happens here? I don't know. Me personally, right? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody out here playing no defense attorney, but at the same time, though, like, say some shit right. If there's a reason to critique somebody, you already got the reason to critique them. You don't really need to make shit up. You know what I'm saying? People got their critiques of Boyce Watkins. They don't need to make shit up. Right? But emotionalism allows people to supersede their alleged and perceived standards of behavior to act in a sleazy way when it's justifiable for an individual that they think that is justifiable against. I don't like Boyce Watkins, so I'm gonna just let this Indian lady say some old anti-black shit about this nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's just it. Really? I guess. That's YouTube pro-blackness for you. You know what I'm saying?
Many accused Obama, who was also the first Black American president, of doing nothing for the Black community. Barack Obama wanted to gather more support for Vice President Kamala Harris, but he's managed to do the opposite. Recent polls show that not just Black men and Black voters, but even Latin Americans are pivoting towards Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
So again, these look at this. Look.
Support for the Republican candidate.
Come on, man. Look, it's Black people fault that the Democrats is losing. Look at that. Lysol ratios. What I tell you. Another thing that this exposes is that a lot of content creators on YouTube can't do basic math. These people didn't pass their classes in school. They didn't pass the high school competencies. They didn't pass their proficiency tests. They haven't taken 1,000 level math classes in college. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "Where does lady report from?" I think she reported from India. This is one of those channels. I think this channel was like the sister channel of Ion. Let me ask, how many? This is gonna sound fucked up. How many people do you all think don't understand the concept of 100%? Because that's what this is indicative of. Oh, you already know. Let me talk to the manager. But see, this is in another country. These people crazy, bro. They're in another country. This is true about the Black people, and that's the end of it. That's your customer service correspondence. This is true about Black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, Lysol ratios. You Black men need to go support Kamala Harris. Looks like Black men support Kamala Harris to me. And I all the math classes that I just criticized other people of not taking, I took them all, got A's in them all. I can show my transcripts if necessary. I'm sure there's people out there that can look that type of shit up. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, right? What's wild about this is that the way that they're talking about Trump, you would think that Trump had the 92% and the Democrats had the, you know what I'm saying, the 7%. They're encouraging that dyslexia that so many of us suffer from. Running that quality control, Black menticide, right?
Candidate among Black voters is at an all-time high in
90% and 9%. Good Lord. I heard some content creators, and they said that Black men need to support Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? I question if they passed math class or not. Because I don't know what, again, how much further beyond 100% support do people, I don't understand what, like, are we supposed to do something that's like not consistent with the laws of physics? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. What is the upper limit of support? That's why I keep asking this question.
over a decade. Meanwhile, Black support for the Democrats has fallen by 14%.
It's fallen by 14%, and it's still far beyond the support that other groups are giving the Democrats. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what kind of conversations these are that people are having. This is what I'm saying. This is one of the reasons why I have to do my own content on this stuff, because I can't even I can't even really conceptualize what other people are talking about in regards to this. Right. Well, and again, shout out to Patrick, right? My point of this live stream is not to talk about the trend, right? The trend that exists, right? Not denying that the trend exists. This is Democrat misinformation. Black men are supporting Kamala Harris, and they're saying something that's blatantly not true. And other black people have, as a lot of black people tend to do, adopted the anti-black talking point and continue to run with it and run an amateur comedy hour with a lot of not funny jokes. You know what I mean? And I don't understand why that's the MO. To me, like, I don't get it. It don't make any sense. It's weird. The Democrats shooting at 78%. Nobody would turn down a free agent that's shooting at 78% for a sports team. There's a lot of emotional issues and a lot of psychological issues. And one of the issues is that people really love and thrive gender war content. And this was a gateway to plebiscite babble to be able to talk about, quote unquote, black men don't support black women, yada, yada, yada. Black men need to do more. And, you know, people bid it. A lot of the black men who responded to this, they didn't respond to this appropriately. Basically, they just wanted to respond and, you know, give their rebuttals to the gender war content. Everything ain't about a gender war. You know what I'm saying? But they're running quality control out here. Yeah, and shout out to Patrick. Me too, bro. That's some bullshit. I'm seething at the Indian woman, but again, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I've run quality control on these people. So I expect that from the Indian people, but the people who claim, right, about the code and all this, I'm more disappointed that this hasn't been dealt with. You know what I'm saying? Because the Indian people ain't really going around saying that they're not racist. You know what I'm saying? You got Vivek Ramaswamy, you know what I'm saying? Like, white people embrace me. I hate black people. You know what I'm saying? Manual reviewer, I'm talking about somebody else, not saying a blanket statement. You know what I'm saying? Well, I be looking at a lot of the nonsensical, hypocritical shit, and I kind of just be lost on it. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Among Hispanic voters, Donald Trump is seeing a rise among Latino men.
Now look at this. This is a more normal. This is more normal, right? And again, when it comes to the gender, all men are trending in a direction going towards Trump. However, the white media and black people have adopted the idea that black men have some sort of defect that is causing them to trend in the other way, that trend in the same direction as other men are going. I don't, you know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of men die of heart disease. You know what I'm saying? Black men tend to die at a higher rate of heart disease than other men for a lot of different factors. Nobody really gives a shit about that, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, black men are trending with other groups of men, right? Which is what everybody says that we can't do because we're dumb and incapable. But now when we are trending with other groups of men, somehow it's a problem. It just doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't make sense because a culture of accepting not making sense and emotionalism has become normalized as the MO. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "Oh, that little anti-black Indian bigot just said some slick shit about Sangar on that podcast with Crystal Ball. Oh, on what's that called? What's it called? It's called Breaking Points, Rising Points, Breaking Points, I think."
While Hispanic women still support Kamala Harris in large numbers.
So as you guys can see, you know, again, look at these stats. These people aren't being blamed for a loss. How consistent with reality is this? I want y'all to look at this. Black men and black women are entertaining. Black men and black women are entertaining pointless banter, you know what I'm saying, amongst each other, while accepting the idea that one or the other is to blame for the win or the loss at these ratios, while there's no conversation about these people being blamed for the loss. We're gonna have to do a video. We're gonna have to do a series about black people providing the stimulus package on white privilege, and about the eager adoption of white supremacist talking points that black people tend to do. We're gonna have to talk about that. Shout out to Fat. All right, I'm about to get it off the screen. We're about to run it. Because again, like even me talking about it, right? We're never gonna get to the bottom of it because people don't fuck with me all like that because they don't like this shit, right? So we're never gonna get to the bottom of it, right? But again, so what we have to come to the realization of is that the action shows that people do not want to get to the bottom of these things, and that is just what we got to take from it. Now, where we go with it, only time will tell. But that reality has got to be absorbed. You know what I'm saying?
Kid. Meanwhile, black support for the Democrats has fallen by 14%. Among Hispanic voters, Donald Trump is seeing a rise among Latino men, while large numbers.
Now, see, it's a lot of people that do content. You know, when it's time to do, if I was doing a live stream on the other channel or something like that, we was talking about something else, I would do it. You know, we would have fun. We'd be kicking it. I'd do a performance. Why do I need to do a performance? Right. We're looking at the performance. What do I need to do a performance for right here? Right. What I need to do a performance. We go to performance right here.
But Trump is trying to change the tide. He knows that he's growing popular among the Hispanic community. And this is despite the Republican frequently calling Latino countries a shithole while terming Hispanic migrants as criminals and rapists. Identity and race politics is peaking in the United States. The Democrats are reaching out to people of color, and so is Donald Trump.
Look at this, man. Hey, look, man. Hey, listen, man. Hey, look, I could. Hey, people, you sound so cold, right? Hey, listen, man. Like I said, man, I lived long enough and seen enough to become the villain. Like I said, one thing that's different about other people and me is that I actually believe what I say. I believe it with conviction. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, just like the blacks on that news piece I saw where they were complaining about the migrants in Chicago, but when asked who they're going to support, they all said Kamala except one. Right. Facts. At this point, you're knowingly self-sabotaging. There's nothing at this point, the detriment of that situation would be on us not recognizing a self-saboteur and not allowing that person to self-sabotage. The best course of action that could be taken right now is to make sure that you are able to sustain yourself and to speed up the self-sabotage process of those who wish to self-sabotage. Speeding that process up to get them out of the way quicker. If you ask me, you know what I'm saying? If you're looking at process management, you know what I'm saying? Because otherwise you're wasting your time. I don't understand all the time wasting. Yeah, man, shout out to Win, Lose, Rug. Bro, facts, that's monolith automation. Yeah, that's monolith. That's how you can literally say something that's nonsensical with a straight face and then expect people to not look at you like you're crazy. Like, what? I can't stand the conditions that I'm in. Who are you going to vote for? Somebody that's going to blatantly continue these conditions. What? Okay. There shouldn't be any, I mean, it is what it is. And again, I'm not sitting up here saying, oh, these people deserve harm. Listen, man, hey, you just let them do their own thing. One problem I think, if you ask me, that people have is that for whatever reason, man, it seems like people can't leave other people alone. Let them people do what they do. I don't understand it. Whatever, but you know what I'm saying? You understand it. So you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, right? I don't need to be policing these people, right? My content is for the people who listen to me. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with the Brooklyn Queen? My content is for the people that listen to me and have discussions with me and like, okay, we're going to try to rationalize and make sense of some of these things, right? But my content isn't to tell people, you know what I'm saying, like what to do, other than, you might actually want to try to make fact-based decisions and not deny reality. That's about as far as it's going to get with me telling somebody what to do, right? But these other people, man, they flying out the window to tell you what to. Obama jumping out the window to tell you what to do. His legs hanging all out. You know what I'm saying? Kicking. Shoe fell off coming out the window. You know what I'm saying? Hey. Look, listen, just like, you ever played a video game? You remember back in the day when you had to play the video games and you couldn't play two players at the same time, and the person that was playing the video game before you got to a stage that they wasn't going to be able to beat. So we're just like, man, just, you know what I'm saying? Just end all those 2 extra lives that you got so I can hurry up and play. That's where we at politically. Just end all this shit so we can hurry up and play. You know what I'm saying? Right?
He already enjoys the support of white male voters by an overwhelming number. While the vice president enjoys support from women and women of color. After migration, economy, and abortion, race has made an entry in the race for the White House.
So there's that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says, so Kamala and Biden are who flooded the country with these migrants, but I'm still going to vote for them. Well, Trump is racist and say mean stuff. So mean language is worse than detrimental policy. And again, if listen, it's a lot of, I don't believe this, right? Yeah, I'm talking about Mario Brothers. You already know what I'm talking about, AW1. The very first one, too. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, then not on top of it, right? We can even go beyond the Biden shit. They voted for Brandon Johnson, too. So you double down. First you vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Then you turn around and vote for Brandon Johnson. And again, with the mean language, right? They said that this was mean. They said that this was mean.
You ain't black.
That's true. We've already factually established that this is true. I know Patrick don't want me to put the numbers up again, so I ain't gonna put them up again. But
you ain't black.
Man. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Free Thinker for standing on business for 12 months.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to Patrick Tyler, right? Patrick Tyler says yes after seeing Lori Lightfoot. But here go the problem, though. This is the shit with the political directionality, right? Brandon Johnson was more progressive, clearly, and talked like it, said it, and everything. More progressive than Lori Lightfoot, right? So as an alternative to Lori Lightfoot about the things about Lori Lightfoot that they don't like, they went and got somebody who is more extreme with the shit that they don't like about Lori Lightfoot than Lori Lightfoot. I don't understand it. I don't understand this shit, man. This is the shit. So if you say that you like skinny girls, right? You like skinny girls, you know what I'm saying? And then you go on a BBW dating app to find skinny chicks, and then you keep complaining because there's so many big chicks on there. The fuck wrong with you? The fuck you on a BBW dating app trying to find skinny and petite women? What was wrong with you? I don't like Lori Lightfoot because of all of her leftist policies and shit. So I'm gonna go vote for this Hershey Kiss head motherfucker. That's even more leftist. It don't make no damn sense, bro. It don't make any sense. I don't think anybody should be nice about this shit. I don't think no one deserves niceness. No one deserves to be handled with kid gloves. Everybody need to be handled like they got brass knuckles on. You know what I'm saying? Am I lying though? I don't know why I keep swiping and all these fat bitches keep motherfucker, you on the BBW side. What the fuck you expect? These is chicks that eat, nigga. The fuck? We done voted for Brandon Johnson and then got all these damn migrants here. I don't know what to say. That people was getting mad at me during, you know what I'm saying, when I be talking about Chicago and all that shit, but I'm supposed to be like everybody else and be fake and be outraged and shit. I can't be fake and be outraged when I saw your ass light the fire and you walked in the damn house. I'm not doing that shit. I ain't giving that shit to nobody. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, no, Rob. He may did, but blacks think these politicians be talking to their quality control. Why they thinking like that? Why they thinking like that? These the very people that always grow up, ain't nobody talking to you. Now, if you grow up telling everybody ain't nobody talking to you, why is it that when ain't nobody talking to you, you think that somebody is talking to you? Like, you know what I'm saying? We got very specific phrases on how we grew up to know who's being talked to, when and where. Don't be in grown folks' conversation. Okay, you know you're not supposed to be in that one. Ain't nobody talking to you. Okay, I know I'm not being talked to right here. We know when people are talking to us versus when we're not. It's built into how we talk. Now, I don't know how them other people talk about it because they're not like us, right? But the people that is like us, I know how we talk about it. And we got parameters on how we enter and exit and pay attention to conversations and things that, you know what I'm saying, are being directed our way. But then it all flies out the window when it comes to dealing with political responsibility. I don't have any answers for it. This is why I just, you know what I'm saying, like I throw this stuff out here and then it's like, okay, I don't know. What should we say? What should we do? You know what I mean? Shout out to Kid Gravity. Make sure y'all show Kid Gravity some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, subduction in the chat for Kid Gravity with the 20 months of support. Definitely appreciate it, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Yeah, shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, you see how all it took was once for the Dems to dump on the Arabs over Gaza, they feel, and now they aren't supporting Harris. Once, just once. I believe they really ain't gonna show up. Quality control, bro. That's what now again, you know, don't nobody like talking about the quality control, but they got quality. It's pure, clear-cut evidence of 6 Sigma quality control. Menticide. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says the Arabs are going with the Greens this year, which you know what I'm saying is still, still a Democrat vote, but you know what I'm saying it's not. So now again, right? It's an investment as well. Now that Jill Stein, who's green, got a little bit of Arabic vote. You know what I'm saying? She really gonna not be answering no questions about stuff. You know what I'm saying? Black people be asking her. Now she got somebody else where she, you know, says she'd be like, "Hey, I ain't gotta say that. I ain't gotta answer this shit now. I got these other people that's gonna be talking about some other shit." You know what I'm saying? So why the mis and disinformation? This is what we got to ask. Why the mis and disinformation? And again, why the inconsistent behavioral shit? It doesn't make any sense. but we're not supposed to say anything about it. Nobody now, you know, when this shit dies down and you know what I'm saying, there's, you know, the election is already gone and years go past and I'll move on to some other shit and start talking about some other shit that people would dig up the quality control shit and people would be out there saying the Democrats been running quality control on motherfuckers. It's like, nigga, I've been past that shit. I was back there, you know, the same way these motherfuckers is on this red pill shit now. I was back there, you know what I'm saying, back during the C-19 time. You know what I'm saying? I moved on from that shit, right? The same way I'm probably be moved on to something else beyond the quality control shit. But we got the whole content library of the quality control shit, and we already have proven that the quality control shit is true when it comes to the Democrats. Right? So the question then becomes, how do you break the processes that are creating the quality control, that are creating the mind control? Because it's mind control. I mean, again, we've proven this. Let's do our own quality control. This is why I do constant surveys, continuous improvement. Remember, I believe what I say, right? How many of y'all would agree that quality control on Black Menticide has been successful for the Democrat Party with predictable Black behavior on Black voter predictability? If you guys would agree and say that would say that the Democrats have run quality control and made Black voters predictable, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would say that Black voters are unpredictable, give me a thumbs down. Woo, I'd like to see the data that you use to give me a thumbs down, but if you got it, I'll entertain it. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. What's good with you, bro? Make sure y'all show AB Promotions some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AB for funding the organization.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Me personally, bro, I'm gonna tell you, man, the mind control has been effective. It's worked. The voter numbers are a clear-cut proof that they worked. Okay? Clear-cut proof. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit that like button, take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell. The U.S. economy, right, has been on the forefront of Americans' minds for several years. Now, this is an article from October 25th of 2021. We're going to go down here to race. Because, of course, we got to bring race into it. It's only not okay to bring race into it if you're Black. If you're white and you make money off of information about race, then obsessively gather information and have conversations about race. Right? That's the rule. Democrats have a tremendous amount of diversity in their ranks, especially when compared with the 87% white Republican Party. The most loyal block of Democrat supporters are African Americans, with women supporting Democrats at a staggering 90% of the time and men slightly less. This support is ingrained in the culture and cuts across age, income, and regional divisions. This support has been longstanding for many decades, but has increased in intensity since Democrats chose Barack Obama as the party's standard bearer. Hispanics, the fastest growing ethnic group in the United States, also tend to support Democrats, voting for them 60 to 70% of the time. 60 to 70% of the time, and never get blamed for a loss. 90% we get blamed for a loss. Make it make sense. And nobody talks about it in those terms. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker, man. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Black Free Thinker funding the organization for 3 consecutive declared sponsorships. Facts.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Right? So again, Obama is a liar. Obama is a liar. Right? Now, shout out to P. Burley. P. Burley said, important point about Jill Stein's Arab support might mean Black Americans fall by the wayside. Typical left. They only want to talk Gaza war and global warming. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug says, sound like a monolith to me. Bro, if y'all agree with Win Lose a Rug, throw them thumbs up. Y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, well, what gives me hope is us. It's broken on a lot of us. And yeah, I know, Rob, you never support either party. Yo, but here go the thing, right? I do support a party. That the party that I support is extra political means. I support power. You know what I'm saying? I support using whatever is available to get whatever you need to get done. How many people work at a job and you ain't got all the supplies that you need, but you expected to get the job done anyway? I support that. So whatever Kamala Harris got that can be utilized, or whatever Trump got that can be utilized, I support utilizing what's there until we can create our own what's there. A lot of people are just so stuck in emotionalism. They just want to sit in a corner and pout until some type of customized politics falls out of the sky for them. And that right there is what I can tell you for sure is never going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Shatera. Shatera said, I'm facts. I'm with you. Like, to me, this is why I'm like, yo, like this shit don't even make it's. We literally looking at everybody's brains just explode. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is, okay, what's on the menu here, right? I went to the restaurants a lot of times and they ain't got everything that I want. So I pick off some items, you know what I'm saying, and utilize those items to satisfy my hunger and then move on. In doing that, I'll be able to work the next 2 or 3 hours or whatever I'm doing on my break, finish my job, get my paycheck, go to the store once I get paid, and then get the food that I do want. But a lot of people, for whatever reason, seem like they can't organize their actions or their thoughts in that fashion. I can't get what I want. I'm just going to do this and I'm going to go do that. Whatever. And for you to utilize the party, and again, there's a false narrative, right? People say that if you don't vote, then you can't complain. Actually, if you can complain about anything if you want to, right? First and foremost, right? Second of all, if you're a taxpayer, you can complain. And third of all, if your expectation is to survive and thrive under any environment, then you're going to know how to benefit from what on each side and utilize that shit to get what you need. So voting may or may not be necessary. But again, no one's going to present these things to you in that way. Right? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, I remember when you said some of these blacks will call. Bro, yeah. Shout out to Shatera. Shatera said the only bright side of this in November is that we will witness some epic crash outs. Oh, they're going to be epic. People going to, you know what I'm saying? I'm probably going to get crashed out on. It's going to be people that don't like shit that I'm saying. They're going to, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. They'll be all right. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said the party which is going to win on November 5th is the CCP. Yeah. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, this is crazy right here. I mean, to me, again, I expect the dishonesty from Obama, right? I expected dishonesty for the most part from any politician. Where I'm just kind of taken back is the adaptability of these falsehoods. Oh, you already know I'm gonna be streaming that day, bro. I might stream. I don't know. I might be depending on what be going on. I might mess around and be busy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I really would have liked to see like just the you know what I'm saying, the target get hit, and it just didn't. It just don't, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just like for real. You know,
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We have a great show for you today. As always, I'm Amber Duke, joined at the table by Kevin Walling. Kevin, good to see you.
Amber, good to be with you. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Love you joining on the end of the week. And we've got a big show for you today. But starting off right off the bat, Democrats are pulling out the big guns, as you see right behind us. Former President Barack Obama came out swinging at his first rally for vice president in 2024 Democratic presidential nominee.
He came out swinging and hit all the black dudes. He came out hitting and swung up and hit all the black dudes, man. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, I remember when you said some of these blacks will call me crazy, but drop to their knees and pray, expecting something to happen magically. Bro, they be saying hocus pocus, abracadabra all the time. How many times y'all heard? Listen, man, I'm gonna sound disrespectful, and I ain't even trying to disrespect people, but it'd be people, you know what I'm saying all kind of single word sentences in languages that they don't speak, think of some type of magic about to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, again, that's quality control with the thought process. You know what I'm saying? Quality control with the culture. If in one instance somehow magic is supposed to occur, that magic should occur in every instance when that action is replicated. But again, it's been permissible, right, to not be consistent with reality. So because it's permissible to not be consistent with reality, only as we choose how our, you know what I'm saying, emotions will allow, you get to where there's no requirement of making sense. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said my mama one of them, bro. I think most people's mamas is one of them, bro. I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I like that. I tend to not, I don't be really trying to convince people of, you know, that type of thing as far as their religious beliefs and stuff like that. But when I use it in context of like thought processes, you know what I'm saying? You know, people can't separate an analogy from, you know what I'm saying, like an assessment. And again, you know, I got a different view on how things work. You know what I'm saying? It's not so much so that I don't believe in a lot of that stuff. I don't believe a lot of that stuff has been accurately written or accurately described. And I think that there's actually more scientific stuff and technology in regards to that type of thing than what people are attributing to as what's called quote unquote magic. I think that magic in many cases is technology that people don't understand. I don't think that magic is mythical. Like if somebody says something, like if somebody say, for instance, somebody says, you know, a voice word, right? We like, if you don't understand technology and you talk to a computer, oh, they must be praying to it. Like, no, you said a voice activated password. Like, you know what I'm saying? Siri, do this. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? People write about us 1,000 years ago. And these superior human beings had this God that they worshiped to called Siri. And every time they would speak into these magic boxes, Siri would tell them how to deal with situations that they were faced with. Yeah, that's dramified for your iPhone got AI on it. But somebody that don't understand telecommunications and somebody that don't understand science is going to look at that and say, oh, look, that person is talking to that box and that box is talking back to him. I don't understand why people don't think that it's possible that there could have been superior technologies a very long time ago, that there were people that didn't necessarily understand those technologies, because we have such an overabundance of scientists today. We got people today that don't even understand basic technology, but everybody back then supposed to have understood terraforming and let there be light and shit. Like, okay, it's like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Again, no requirement on anything making sense. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, that's how I am. I don't believe praying and magically something is going to take care of your problem as you just sit back and it's lunacy. I don't even believe that the actions that were going on, I don't believe that those were what people are not copying things the right way. Like, I don't think that what people saw back then was praying. In the Bible and all that stuff, those were direct conversations. Like, they weren't really praying. Like, they were actually having conversations. That's different than what people call prayer today. People get on their knees and pray and don't nobody say nothing back in today's time. Now, people will say, well, you know, I got the job or XYZ. Nah, bruh. In the Bible times, whoever was getting prayed to was directly responding back. It's different. You're sitting here living in New Testament times, lying, saying that you're having an Old Testament experience. You're not depicting what you actually believe properly while sitting there calling me the non-believer. You know what I'm saying? But again, this is the emotionalism of the shit. It's not what your pastor said. Now ask your pastor why Satan was able to break free will. Well, why you need to ask that question? Aren't you the surrogate? Isn't that what you're there for? In the Bible, it said that Moses spoke to the burning bush. You know what I'm saying? It said that God spoke. And not God spoke. Now, in the Bible, it specifically said, right? Because the people of today will sit there and say, well, you know, God allowed me to get this money to get the new car. God was allowing shit back then. And it specified and said that in the Bible. There's different events. There was events where God came to people in dreams. There was events where there was direct communication. And there was events where God made things come to pass that people prayed for. All of those phenomenon are all listed and accounted for in the Bible. But in today's world, you have people saying that all three of those things are the same thing, and they're not. They're not the same thing. A prayer, you basically leaving something on the voicemail, allegedly, right? A conversation is somebody picked up the phone and said something back. A lot of stories in the Old Testament where the phone got picked up and somebody saying something back. A lot of times in the Old Testament, somebody picked up the phone and said something back and said, you might see this. You might see an olive branch. That's how you know shit is over with. That got told to somebody. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same as what people are saying today. Also, the Old Testament or the New Testament said that one of the reasons why, allegedly, right, the quote unquote, you know what I'm saying, Son of God came down, right, is to be a barrier of communication between God and humanity, because humanity kept getting artificial intelligence genocided by God. You know what I'm saying? How do you deal with human unfaithfulness? How do you deal with the sin issue? Eliminate humans. God was taking them AI answers back in the day. The flood was an AI answer. Get rid of them. They can't do shit right. Fuck them all. How do you get shit done right? Eliminate the motherfuckers doing shit wrong. God been on that quality control. God been on that AI shit. You know what I'm saying? But again, people, they don't want to look at shit like that because it's forbidden to fuse science and religion. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, man, a lot of stuff people be saying I prayed on it and got it answered was just your ass putting in work already that you made it out of. Why is it that hard for people to see that it was them? Right. Well, and again, as far as the prayer thing go, there's a difference between God directly speaking to you and a quote unquote prayer. Those are two different things. Those are different in terms of the Bible and like religion and you know what I'm saying, shit like that. Those are two different forms of communication. They're not the same thing. Because God in the Bible has talked to people when they weren't prayed to. There was times when Job didn't pray to God and God talked to Job. It was times when Moses and Aaron didn't talk to God and God directly spoke to them. Prayer is when the human initiates the contact between, you know what I'm saying, human and deity. It's two completely different things. But again, these are human limitations of people. You know what I'm saying? Like again, like you really, when you start like breaking things down, you understand why you can't really have any type of conversations with particular people, because people have an adjustable level of fact, and in a reality, there shouldn't be an adjustable level of fact. There can be variation for relativity, but there can't be an adjustable level of fact. Like you can't do that. This is an adjustable fact. I spoke to God. I had a conversation with God. Okay, did you? Did it look like the burning bush and shit like that? Nah, I just prayed. That's not a conversation, that's a prayer. The burning bush spoke back. Those are two different things. But because of the inefficiency of human emotion to be able to support what it is that we believe in, so that we don't feel disconnected with our worldview, which is more important than reality, we will make these two different things the exact same thing in order to satisfy our need for belief. I don't understand. It's perfectly again. I don't think that it was ever a requirement on anybody who believes in religion to ever prove religion. I don't think that was ever a thing. I don't think anywhere in the Bible it ever said you need to prove God. Did it ever say that anywhere? I think that in the Bible it said that you need to have faith in God. I don't know how you can have faith and proof at the same time. How do you do that? How do you simultaneously have faith and proof at the same time? There's no need for faith if there's proof, right? Somebody help me out here. Right, but my question is, are you supposed to have faith or are you supposed to prove God exists? I don't think that the burden to prove God is on any religious practitioner, but for whatever reason, a lot of religious practitioners take that up as some type of burden because of their own insecurity in their belief. Right. So my question is, why do so many people try to go around proving God? I don't understand. Why are you, if you're a non-believer, then you don't have faith, right? So I don't understand why so many people who have faith go around. What you need to be doing is you need to be reinforcing your own faith and belief. Right? I don't understand why they try to force those things on non-believers. Non-believers don't have a requirement to believe anything. They're not believers. Like, dude, I mean, to me, like, that don't make sense. If I've already established that I'm a non-believer, right? I don't believe. I don't have faith. You're the one that's the believer. You're the one that needs to reinforce your faith. Right? I don't understand how that gets transferred to other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this. Hold on real quick. I don't think that there's any biblical requirement of prove God. Yeah, but look, shout out to Rising Suns TV. Rising Suns TV said, yes, there were many instances where Hebrews had to prove their God was the real God versus the Baal God of the Gentiles. The reason why they didn't have to prove their God was real. They had to prove their God was real to themselves because they started worshiping Moloch and shit like that. That was on them. They're not supposed, if they had proof in their actual God, then they wouldn't have worshiped Moloch. So again, it came back to self-reflection, and they fell far away from their God, which is the person that they are supposed to be having faith in God. They failed to have faith in God and worship golden calves and shit like that, which is a self failure, right? So there was no proof, there was no requirement on anyone other than the people who held themselves to the requirement and failed their own requirements. They failed themselves, right? So when these Hebrews and other people encountered other groups of people and other populations, those other groups of people and other populations, one, either tried to get the Hebrews to believe in their gods, like the Egyptians, right? Or, they did the little test like how they did with Moses and the Red Sea and all that. But the requirement was always on the Hebrews to believe in God. A self-requirement based on a covenant between God and the Hebrews. So that shit really don't have anything to do with anybody else. So it's Hebrew fault, Hebrew failure. There was no outside requirement of them to go around and prove God to everybody else because God wasn't for everybody else. God was for them, right? At least according to the Bible. So that when the Hebrews had to prove their God, they had to prove their God back to themselves because they fell from God. Ain't that what it says in the Bible? They're the ones that fell from God, which means they fell from their own faith. So again, the requirement of proof was on them to bring their faith back up to a what? Acceptable standard, running quality control on that faith. They fell off of the parameters of their own faith, or their own quality control on their own faith. Who did these Hebrews have to prove that God was the real God to? Honestly, they didn't have to prove that God was the real God. God was talking to them directly back in those days. So what they had to prove was they had to prove to God that they actually had faith in him again and that they wasn't cheating on him with a golden calf. That's what, right? Am I interpreting this correctly, or am I wrong about this? Shout out to AB. AB said, yeah, that's what happened. So there was nobody that came around on the outside and was like, you need to prove that your God exists. Didn't nobody do that? They fell from their own requirements. They made a covenant and they fell, you know what I'm saying? It was like marriage vows, you know what I'm saying? They made vows and they didn't fulfill the vows. Now they in trouble for cheating. That's what happened. At least that's the way it's explained. They didn't follow the contract. Here, I give you this technology. I give you shit like the Ark of the Covenant that'll destroy your enemies as long as you just do what I tell you to do. I ain't really fucking with what you telling me to do today. All right, well, fuck you. The Ark of the Covenant ain't gonna work, and I'm about to fuck with the environment so that all kind of shit happen, like floods and shit like that. Kill all y'all motherfuckers. The fuck happened? That's what happened. Now I'm gonna fuck with I'm make these diseases and shit. I'm gonna make these, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make all these diseases and leprosies and shit. Now y'all gonna really be out here fucked up. I'm gonna fuck with the ground and make it radiated so plants and shit won't grow. And y'all motherfuckers gonna have 10 years of plagues and shit. Y'all gonna call it plagues because y'all stupid. But really what happened is I fucked with the atmosphere and put some shit in the ground so the plants won't grow because we have technology and you don't have any technology and you're an idiot and you think that an aircraft is a bird. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. I appreciate you, bro. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Patrick for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Yeah, shout out to Patrick. Patrick said the Ark of the Covenant was technology. All of that shit from back then was technology. They did like some type of simulation where they recreated the Ark of the Covenant. And the reason why the Ark of the Covenant, the people that carried it had to wear these particular garbs that you will hear about or read about in the Bible is because the way that it was designed and engineered, it created a static electricity field. That's one of the reasons why when you watch the Raiders of the Lost Ark on Indiana Jones, it's depicted that when the top came off of it, all that electricity came out and melted that dude's face off. That's the same reason why, like, the pyramids are also thought to have been some type of electrical device because of all of the I think it's calcium chloride that's lining the walls of the pyramids and the gold tops, and because they built on ley lines, it'd be able to harness some type of static electricity. And I'm not. I think that some of that shit. This we going way beyond. You know what I'm saying? But again, if you ask me, most of this shit is technology that people just don't understand. You know what I'm saying? It's technology that people just don't understand. What's the difference between let's run quality control. What's the parameters on technology versus magic? What's the difference? Both of these things are processes, right? If I can create a process that allow me to appear and disappear and recreate that process, what's the difference between if I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I'm gonna call it teleportation, or, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna call it magic. I disappeared and reappeared. The same action is occurring. I figured out a process that allows me to, you know what I'm saying, disappear and relocate. Like, it's to say, it's a process that I've discovered. It's a process that I've perfected that allows me to do an action and then get the same end result after doing that action the same way a whole bunch of times. What's the dividing line between magic and science? Mythicism and science. How do you know which one is which? How do you know that they're even different? I don't believe that there's a difference. You know what I'm saying? People tell me, like, you don't believe it. I like, quote unquote, I don't believe in God. And I'll be like, no, I don't believe in religion. It's actually religious people that don't believe in God. Shout out to Rising Suns TV. A spell is another way of saying recipe. A recipe is what? It's a process. You follow this recipe, you'll get the same good tasting food or the same nutritious food or whatever each time. Everything is a recipe. Everything is a process. You bombard people with 400 years of slavery, bombard them with 60 years of propaganda. We've created a recipe for lemmings who vote Democrat their entire life. We've got recipes. We've got processes. A recipe is a process. It's got component parts. The ingredients are component parts, right? Quality control out here. Facts. You know what I'm saying? And again, when I say that I don't believe that people believe what they think they believe, that's everything. That's a standard down the line for me. I don't think that most people that quote unquote believe in religion. I don't think I don't think that they believe it. I think that if people really truly believed in religion, they will want to understand more, not for proof, but to understand, just to understand more. But you don't see that though. I think that once you get to a certain point in studying religion, or once you get to a certain point in studying certain mythicisms, I think that the natural progression would be to go and move into science. Right. Now, shout out to AB. AB says, Rob, big facts. People aren't following the creator, the belief in religion. Yeah, I don't think that they are. And another thing, I don't there's evidence in religion that you don't have to be religious to get chosen by the creator either. If there is a creator, you don't have to be religious to get chosen by the creator. You don't even have to be a good person to get chosen by the creator. You just got to do certain shit right, at least according to the Bible. So what that means is that there's key actions that are being looked for, and whether your understanding of religion is not really even relevant anyway. It's not even relevant. It's proof. It's proof in the Bible. That shit don't even matter. You got to do this and you got to do that. You got to do this and you got to do that. Barabbas ain't do shit. That motherfucker was in the right place at the right time. Got a free ticket to heaven, allegedly. The fuck? What's the other? Elijah, allegedly, right? Elijah didn't even die. He just, they just, you know what I'm saying? Just poof, he just out of here. That motherfucker just vanished into thin air. Oh, you good? You coming with us? Come on, let's go. There's plenty of stories in the Bible where some shit like that happened. Am I lying? I'm the heathen though, right? I'm the heathen. I'm the nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm the nigga that don't believe in God, and shit's why motherfuckers gonna fuck with me and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Raising Sons TV. Raising Sons TV said, our laws and regulations are in fact spells. When you violate these laws and regulations, you get punished, as long as there's somebody who can interpret these laws correctly. I don't know. That many things can be true at once, right? That could be true as well. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. AB said, you are not a heathen. That's, hey, people say that. You know what I'm saying? You disrespecting God. I be disrespecting God. I don't think I disrespect God. I've never come in contact with God directly to quote unquote disrespect God. I don't think if I identified God, that God would answer to me saying God. I don't think that God would even be recognizable to me, because if God technology was so advanced back in the Bible days, who only knows where it's at right now? It's probably completely undetectable. Never be able to come in contact with you know what I'm saying? Unless there was an effort made to come in contact with me somehow. You know what I'm saying? I just, again, like a lot of these things is like practical and shit. And again, you know, it is what it is. I don't, you know what I'm saying? But for whatever reason though, people stray off of the idea of actual reality. You know what I'm saying? Most shit that took place in the Bible, I don't believe is impossible to have happened. But the people that believe in the Bible don't believe this shit that happened. There is no one that believes the Bible that actually believes that a burning bush spoke. I actually believe that a burning bush spoke. I actually believe that shit. I actually believe that a burning bush spoke because I don't think that it was a burning bush. I think that it might be some shit that looked kind of weird, like a bush that has some type of like speaker or holographic communication in it, and they was actually talking to that shit before it completely blew up. That's what I think happened. I don't think it was no actual tree that was talking. But again, that's because I got a multi-dimensional imagination. Some people believe that, you know what I'm saying, there was a tree, right? And it was called the tree of knowledge. And when people ate from that tree of knowledge, also called the tree of life, you know what I'm saying? It changed people. Yeah. I believe that. I believe that at some point there might have been different genetic components. And I believe that that tree had some chemicals in it that possibly could change certain genetic components. And as a result, the components that changed your brain that allow you to be able to think in a way that we think today might have changed other things along your DNA that cause people to age quicker. Because when you're dealing with people that can terraform, why the fuck would they not be able to genetically manipulate some shit? We literally just sat here and listened to a story about all of these, you know what I'm saying, animals being created. But we shouldn't believe that, you know what I'm saying, genetic manipulation took place. Okay, sure. Now, mind you, what I'm saying, right, is more far-fetched than the shit that people believe somehow, despite the fact that everything that I'm saying, you can go to a science book or a lab and look up. But these motherfuckers saying some abracadabra shit that you can't really prove, and it doesn't correlate to anything. Make it make sense. How many people have heard of people getting radiation poisoning, little pellets? You know what I'm saying? You know, there was an instance where the KGB has shot a radiation pellet at a German journalist, I believe, or German politician on a plane or something like that. And it's, you know, it's caused him to have cancer. Cancer is genetic manipulation. Viruses cause genetic manipulation. I don't believe that humans had the same type of thought processes in the first manifestation of humanity that current day humans have. I think that certain things changed somewhere along the line. Who knows what that change might have been? But the only event that talks about that particular type of change is the quote unquote tree of knowledge and the quote unquote tree of life. And interestingly, knowledge, right? The idea of binary, which is literally the only language that we speak, good and evil would be a representation of binary, just like the yin and the yang, which is a representation of binary, right? So, you know, you understand some type of binary, yes, no, plus, minus, right? 0, 1, good, evil, another form of binary, right? So now we had this ability, this enhanced ability to come up with complex binary communication, right? As a result of the quote unquote tree of knowledge. And interestingly, allegedly, humanity was allegedly designed to be immortal, right? Ironically, you get death from the tree of life. All right. This all could be activated with certain codons and genes being turned on and turned off. Don't necessarily have to be magic. They do this shit all the time. You could get what's called a chorionic villus test for your child that's not born. And if it got signs of Down syndrome on it, they can do shit to turn on and turn off them genes. Motherfuckers do this shit today. The fuck people be acting like this. This is what I'm saying about how the political conversations is so low brow. People be talking about real life actual shit that's going on today as if it's science fiction. It ain't science fiction. This is going on at your local hospital. But this how de-evolved people are. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, like I don't necessarily believe that shit the way that it's written. But again, believing the shit the way that it's written, if there is a superior deity or a superior group of people or superior whatever, that's not a knock on them. The Bible and all that shit allegedly is human interpretation of that shit. They didn't write that shit. So again, this is humans falling short. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Raising Sons TV. Raising Sons TV says, that's why when you go to court, the first thing the judges ask you is if you are competent or understand the crime that you are being accused of. It's a statement of acknowledging right or wrong. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? So, again, like, you got to ask these questions, man. And they don't want you to ask any questions. And it's always a problem if they don't want you to ask any questions. Y'all remember what happened when people was talking too much? Everybody was like, let's get together and build this tower of quote unquote Babel, as much as everybody says Babel. And God said, y'all dangerous and dumb and y'all talk too much, man. Fuck your tower of Babel. And you're going to have different languages for the rest of your existence. Fuck y'all. AI solution. I don't want these motherfuckers talking. Let's fuck up how they talk. This AI shit ain't nothing new. And this is one of the reasons why I believe, right? Me personally, again, I don't know what the actual reality time frame is. You know what I'm saying? And again, to me, all evidence points to the fact that the reality that we live in is some form of a 3D printer. Oh, that shit sound crazy. It actually really, for real, doesn't. Where did everything come from? And how does shit get formed? There's instructions on everything, on how everything gets formed. There's instructions right inside of you of how you got formed. We all got a built-in barcode. Like, the fuck? Our DNA is a built-in barcode. It's simply information. So then you got to ask yourself the question, is information a fundamental part of physical reality? Because that's not even accounted for. Can information be destroyed or created? Energy can't be destroyed or created. It can only be exchanged. I don't know if there's an exchange rate on information in absence of information, but I don't know how information can be created or destroyed. I don't know. I don't know how that could occur. And this is why you got to tie in computational theory with the laws of physics. And this is why we did them long ass streams about computational theory a long time ago. Most people don't even know what computational theory is. That shit Elon Musk's supposed to be so smart in talking about, but he don't talk about this shit. Everybody be glazing Elon Musk though, because he got some apartheid blood diamond money. You know what I'm saying? People glaze him on that anti-blackness. That shit don't make no damn sense. You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. So let me ask you guys this question. What's the component parts of physical reality? Are there component parts? Yeah, there's component parts. How do they figure how the formations in the universe will form? They run quality control based on the interaction between component parts. And the interaction between component parts determines how particular structures form, right? Which means that there's a solution set of things in or outside of parameters and control that will or won't happen. How do you know where an electron is going to appear? You calculate the probability of its location in a valence cloud, right? You calculate the probability. Quality control, right? So really, for the most part, with any situation based on anything, you can use any calculations to get any answer to anything that you want to, as long as those answers are within the constraints of the laws of reality that we're governed by. This is one of the reasons why, for the most part, Fibonacci transfers across many different things. You can use Fibonacci retracements to kind of track your investments, and you can use Fibonacci sequencing to see the natural spirals that occur in many different places all throughout reality. It's programming language. The entire reality is programmed. And another thing that is a false concept is two false concepts. Chaos is a false concept, and nothing is a false concept. There's no such thing anywhere that we know of where physical nothing exists. No one can prove physical nothing as an actual concept. It's just an idea. It's a placeholder. Zero don't exist. It's a placeholder. Zero is a representation of physical nothing. It doesn't exist. It's an identity. Even in math will tell you zero don't exist. It's an identity. But again, you know what I'm saying? We use these words and terminology in just regular day talk like it's something real. And then we ask the question, well, why do we accept shit that's not real? Because, you know what I'm saying? People make habit of communicating about that type of thing all the time. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that any type of there is nothing that is not attainable to anyone, anywhere, at any time with the right, like Rising Suns TV said, quote unquote, recipe. But the problem is that people don't want to create a recipe. You know what I'm saying? So look at this. So this is why I call reality the reality network. Because I believe that we are on a information network of some kind. And what we're actually dealing with is complicated biodigital renditions of programmed ideas. And I could, if you know what I'm saying, I could prove this, right? But it would take forever. The theory of computation. In theoretical computer science and mathematics, the theory of computation is the branch that deals with problems that can be solved on a model of computation using an algorithm, right? You see these algorithms right here. All this is a complicated decision-making process, right? Which once it can become automated, right? So now when you get to these things becoming automated, there is a level of inactivity and a level of automation where at this particular level of automation is consciousness with a certain amount of complex actions. So there's a scale of conscious and unconscious. And even when something becomes conscious, that doesn't mean that it's at the level of consciousness that we are. There's a level of activity versus inactivity. And at a certain level of activity, one level of consciousness is what people classify as quote unquote life. Because life is a bunch of automated processes all working together. So life is automation. This is a fact. You know what I'm saying? So now what sequence of these automations work together to create what people consider as a quote unquote consciousness? That's the question. People don't know. I think they do know, but they act like they don't know. Consciousness also, in my opinion, can be perceived. It's relative. I don't necessarily know if quote unquote we are conscious, but how we define ourselves, right? We define ourselves as having consciousness, but I don't necessarily know if we're actually conscious. I don't know if things that we classify are conscious are actually conscious. No, literally nobody knows. How would anybody know? You can't know because no one can really define or locate consciousness. Right? So look at this. Computational complexity theory. In theoretical computer science and mathematics, computational complexity theory focuses on classifying computational problems according to their resource usage and explores the relationships between these classifications. Okay? Those things are extremely important to people's ideas of existence. But the interesting thing about people's idea of existence is that people truly do not care about existing. People think that existence is just a given, which is bizarre, because as far out as people have seen in the galaxy, as far out as people have seen in the universe, the existence of objects like us at this point with our instruments that we have seems very scarce. So if there's all of this surface area and all of this volume, right, this giant container that we're in that's called the universe, people take for granted a scarce resource within it and think that it's just given. It's bizarre to me. I guarantee you that the existence of existence is probably more scarce than gold on the planet Earth on a relative scale in comparison to the universe. But people take it for granted, though. Shit crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? But that shit crazy to me. But then I'm crazy to some people, right? You know what I'm saying? That's the shit right there. So yeah, I don't think that religious people owe it to anybody to prove their faith. The only people that owe it to prove their faith is they self. You know what I'm saying? We was talking about the Hebrews earlier. The Hebrews didn't lose, you know what I'm saying, any type of relationship with God because they failed to prove their religion to anybody else. They failed to practice their faith. So then they got taxed. They got taxed because they made a deal. They made a covenant. They didn't just get punished neither. They the ones decided to make a covenant. there's that as well. Because some people make a covenant and is allegedly called selling your soul. Other people make a covenant and somehow it's called saving your soul. I don't know. I don't know how those two things can be true at the same time. You know what I'm saying? When they're the same action, but okay. Right? One instance you're selling your soul, the other instance you're saving your soul, but both of them you're making a covenant with some entity that's allegedly more powerful and can punish you and you can't punish it. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Right? But then again, those people that have faith, they have faith for us, right? Those people that have faith, they have faith for us so they could have a not fun life their entire life and then sit there and see somebody like Barabbas go to heaven. Hey, you know what I'm saying? This is what people pick and choose, right? That's what they pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? We've been on a crazy tangent. Let's get back to Barack Obama. Everybody gonna unsubscribe now.
Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania just last night. The former president, of course, took some jabs at former President Donald Trump, and he also had a message specifically for black men.
Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives.
Now, listen, check this out. Speaking of this shit not making sense, right? These very same people that believe in all this shit, they'll go out and vote for somebody like Barack Obama, right? They'll also vote for somebody like Kamala Harris, and then they'll go to church and they'll call people that's part of the legitimate community an abomination all at the same time. Yeah, shout out to Win Loser Rug. Bro, I agree 100%. Win Loser Rug said it's impossible to not see the connections as projected outcomes. Bro, facts. And this is, bro, this is why we on the quality control for a minute. Now, if you look at all of this low quality shit, things will start, it'll start making sense. Okay, this is why this is happening. 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 And you'll be able to calculate shit very, very quickly. And the reason why you'll be able to calculate shit very, very quickly is because after so many calculations, you really don't need to calculate anything. It'd be more like a matching game. Okay, I see this happening, that happening. At first, it'll be calculated. Again, it's machine learning, right? Machine learning is based off of human learning, which is funny because that actually makes human learning machine learning, right? But again, this is people not wanting to admit reality. Again, I've said this before. I believe that humans are machines. You know what I'm saying? I think that there's evidence that supports that. But AI and neural net, all of that stuff, literally most technologies are based off our anatomy, which is interesting because somehow we're using technologies based off our anatomy to somehow surpass our anatomy, right? It doesn't make any sense. Machine learning is a field of artificial intelligence concerned with the development and study of statistical algorithms, not quality control. Not quality control again, that can learn from data and generalize to unseen data and thus perform tasks without explicit instructions. At what level of layering this do you create what would be considered a consciousness? Well, at whatever levels, whatever we got going on, right? I guess is either this or something similar, right? So it's not like it can't be done because it is done. We're here, right? So it exists, but the question is, people are trying to replicate it. I don't know if people can replicate it or not. Probably. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to, but it's just interesting. But then they think that we're not this thing that we clearly are, because we're taking instructions of how we're created and using those instructions and creating derivative creations based on our own specifications, which is bizarre. It doesn't make any it doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. ML finds application in many fields, including natural language processing, computer vision, speech recognition, email filtering, agriculture, and medicine. Look at this. The application of ML to business problems is known as predictive analytics. Statistics and whoa, look at that. Whoa, isn't that the bell curve right there? Huh. This shit dumb. You know what I'm saying? Right? And mathematical optimization, mathematical programming methods comprise the foundations of machine learning. Data mining is a related field of study, focusing on exploratory data analysis and EDA via unsupervised learning. See, look at this. They got a whole series on artificial intelligence. I think that all intelligence is artificial, but, you know, that's neither here nor there, right? Now, you know, if you ask me, these are the solutions, you know what I'm saying, that would allow people to be in position to be able to make the type of moves that people claim that they want to make. Right? But again, I'm loyal only to logic, facts, data, and reality. And the logic, facts, data, and reality do not support that people actually want these things. They don't. It doesn't support it. There's no support of it other than what people say, and what people say cannot be trusted. Only people's actions, and even in many cases, people's actions can't be trusted. A pattern of actions, in some cases, can be trusted, but in most cases, generally, people just can't be trusted. They can be predicted. Prediction and trust is two different things. If you can predict that somebody is going to lie to you, can they be trusted? You can be trusted to lie. How do you trust somebody to lie? You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Is predictability the same as trust? I don't know if it is or not.
Other reasons for that. So now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable.
And former President Bill Clinton will hit the campaign trail for the vice president this weekend in a push.
Now, when Barack Obama said being a man is putting a woman down, why didn't anybody ask Barack Obama what is a man versus what is a woman? Why didn't anybody ask him that? That's part of Democrat tenets, right? What is a woman? What is a man? Why didn't anybody ask him what is a woman? What is a man? You know what I'm saying?
Push to gain support from rural voters across battleground states. Bill Clinton will begin his stops in Georgia on Sunday and is expected to continue through North Carolina next week.
Meanwhile, Trump gave remarks at the Detroit Economic Club yesterday, and in case you missed it, let's watch.
The whole country is going to be like, you want to know the truth? It'll be like Detroit. Our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's your president. You're going to have a mess on your hands. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed, along with Newscomb, California. And
Trump crazy as hell. He called Gavin Newsom Newscomb. Hey, listen, look.
Have a mess on your hands. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed, along with Newscomb.
That Trump crazy, man. Trump crazy as hell.
California, and we're not going to let her do that to this country.
25 days away from the presidential election, it's looking like Republicans might take control of the Senate. The latest polling from the New York Times and Siena College shows Republicans leading in key Senate races.
Man, that's hilarious, man. He called him new scum. What's wrong with Trump, man? What's wrong with Trump, man? Oh, man. So, yeah, man. So we got to, I don't know, man. Maybe one of these days we have to go down some of those rabbit holes. I don't think that they're really rabbit holes, though. I think a lot of this stuff is really easily, proven. But, I don't think I think that there's a lot of people that got a vested interest in living in their delusion versus, the people that want to actually explore the outer limits of reality. And the thing is that, listen, I don't have a problem with people that want to be safe in a delusion. Just admit it. You know what I'm saying? That's why, Cypher, right? Cypher admitted it. Hey, man, look, I don't like this shit. I'd rather be in the Matrix. Hey, I'm not mad at that, man. I get it. I respect it. I respect the fact that there's a fictional character out there who is willing to say, man, I ain't with this bullshit. Plug me back the fuck in. Hey, it's a lot of people that would actually say that. It's a lot of people that actually move like that. But the problem is that when everybody's not pushed to capacity, you don't really get to see what everybody is actually made of or not. So people get to present with a dishonest presentation. I'm about this life. I'm about that life. You ain't about shit. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? You ain't about shit. The fuck out of here. So yeah, man, I think we could go into more, you know what I'm saying? And believe it or not, I actually got some energy, but you know what I'm saying? I'm about to kick back. So yeah, man, I know ain't nobody about to get to this you know what I'm saying, all the way far out here, 7 hours worth into the live stream. But yo, if y'all want to actually talk about that kind of stuff shout out to Cameron, what's good with it, bro? In more detail, let me know. You know what? Actually, hold on real quick. If y'all haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment and hit the bell. Hold on real quick. I want to see something. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, so I forget who. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I think it was Brooklyn Queen that actually sent this, right? Since we got on this topic. Let's see, hold on real quick. All right, since we got on this topic, let's actually do this. Let's actually do this. Shout out to K. You already know we still going, bro. All right. So, yeah, man, we talked about artificial general intelligence before. Right? And my question for most people is, how do y'all feel about it? I don't think that most people are even having conversations in terms of this, man. And it's kind of irritating to me. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of irritating. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug, bro. I appreciate you. Make sure y'all show Win Lose the Rug some love. Hold on, my computer's acting crazy. My computer doing its own thing. My computer gained consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Make sure y'all show Win Lose the Rug some love. Oh, you know what? Shout out to Win Lose the Rug for the big bag. Make sure y'all get y'all spoons and forks and knives.
In Springfield,
gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when now? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Hey, facts. Shout out to Win Loser. Yo, the bottom right cat be going in. Hey, man, that cat in the bottom right be putting in work, man. That cat be putting in work. So look at this. New supercomputing network could lead to AGI. Now, again, right, what do people know about AGI? One of the things that they say about AGI is that AGI could, quote unquote, possibly, quote unquote, change humanity, right, in unforeseeable ways. What does that mean? Basically, you know what I'm saying? People won't be at the top of the food chain anymore. That's what that means. Change reality in unforeseeable ways. It's pretty damn foreseeable if you ask me, but whatever, right? Scientists hope to accelerate the development of human-level AI using a network of powerful supercomputers, with the first of these machines to be fully operational in 2025. Now, again, imagine artificial intelligence. Look at this, right? Okay. Imagine artificial intelligence with the ability to use instruction to 3D print through nanotechnology, right? Imagine this. For the most part, it would be able to do anything on demand. How is that different than people's quote unquote presentation or idea of what they believe God is? Imagine if AGI has been successfully created. What does AGI look like? Who knows, first of all, right? Because it might not even have a human form. It could just be existing in some network, right? Which is interesting, right? Because if the universe is a network, it could be just existing in a network, but whatever, right? So it's just existing in this network, right? It could possibly have a humanoid form. You guys have seen the AI robot Sophia, right? So imagine first generation artificial general intelligence has what appears to be like some type of humanoid form. I guess I don't know what it would look like. The Terminator, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Some type of humanoid form, right? And you would interact with it. You would witness it. It would be able to seemingly create things out of the clear blue sky using nanotechnology. What's the difference between that and the perceived idea of God? Shout out to Kevin Smith. What's good with it? Now, how many people have seen movies like, you know, Wrinkle in Time and, you know what I'm saying, The Wizard of Oz and all that kind of stuff, right? Why am I asking this question? I'm asking this question because doesn't it seem weird that like the quote unquote mystery man and all the man behind the mirror and man behind the curtain and all that is always depicted as some type of robot like or metallic like entity? And again, if you ask me, you know, they say in the Bible, you know, the Old Testament God, quote unquote, is a harsh God. I don't believe that the Old Testament God is a harsh God. I don't believe that. I believe that that Old Testament God is on some AI shit. And the reason why I believe that that Old Testament God is on some AI shit, because it literally moves and operates in the same way that AI does. So now let's possibly assume that these things are real or correct, right? how long allegedly have humans been in existence? Here's the even better question. Is our human body just a suit for the DNA information that actually gives the information instruction of our reality expression? Is our body a robotic biosuit that encapsulates the real instructions, which is our DNA? That's my question for you guys. Shout out to Kevin Smith. Make sure y'all show Kevin Smith some love. I appreciate it, bro. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. And we having cats and dogs for breakfast.
In Springfield, the cat. Fuck that cat.
Shout out to you, bro. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show Kevin Smith some love. So yeah, man, we gotta deal with this, right? And they say that quote unquote art imitates life. Now, mind you, none of that makes anything factual, but we got to ask ourselves the questions within the constraints of our reality, where there's not really on a relative scale, there's not really much room for what people quote unquote call imagination. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if imagination actually exists. What there could be is recall and conjuring. Right? Shout out to my man AW1. AW1 said, yeah, you're getting paid today, Rob. Facts. So now here says AI spans technologies, including machine learning, which we just talked about, and generative AI systems like GPT-4. The later offer predictive reasoning based on training from a large data set. And they can often surpass human capabilities in one particular area based on their training data. Think about that. They are subpar at cognitive or reasoning tasks, however, and cannot be applied across disciplines. And I think that that's temporary. AGI, by contrast, is a hypothetical future system that surpasses human intelligence across multiple disciplines and can learn from itself and improve on its decision making based on access to more data. See that? It's about improving decision making. So even at levels of becoming an artificial general intelligence is improving itself by running constant quality control on itself, aka machine learning. Now, somebody say what Robb is talking about is stupid, right? It's so damn stupid that the AI does it. But remember, I fucks with AI. Fuck with AI. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the supercomputers built by Singularity, which is an interesting name, right? Net. What are they trying to do with their company? That's a good question. Let's ask this question. What is this company called Singularity Net trying to do with their company? Will form a multi-level cognitive computing network that will be used to host and train the architectures required for AGI. Company representative said in a statement. They about to have some master mold type shit going on over here. They're gonna have that thing from iRobot popping off up in there. You know what I'm saying? These include elements of advanced AI systems, such as deep neural networks, which mimic the functions of human brain, large language modules, which are large sets of AI systems, data AI systems trained on. This is like the AI going to the gym and working out. So just imagine the AI going to the gym, working his brain muscle out. And multimodal systems that connect human behaviors, such as speech and movement inputs with multimedia outputs. And I think that connecting human behavior with AI, again, I think that the connection of human behavior with AI will be a detriment to humans because of how defective humans are. I think if AI is allowed to be left alone and AI be AI, I think that, you know what I'm saying? I think things could be okay because there won't be any human pollution. But once humans start polluting the AI pool, AI will perfect on the negative traits of humans, and that'll be where humans, you know what I'm saying, have their demise at. Humans will have their demise based on AI being able to be better at being worse than humans. Oh, the irony of that is insane. You know what I'm saying? Building a new AI supercomputer network. The first of the supercomputers will start to come online in September, and work will be completed by the end of 2024 or early 2025. Companies' representatives told Live Science, depending on supplier delivery timelines. Okay. Look at this, on the road to the AI superintelligence. Fun, fun, fun. How many people can't wait for that to happen? I think that there's a lot of people still think that we're living in a movie, and we're not living in a movie. None of this is entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Hold on real quick.
Intelligence-based computer program.
Listen to this.
A new artificial intelligence-based computer program called the
What's going on here? Oh, you know what? They on that dumb shit. Hold on real quick.
A new artificial intelligence-based computer program called the Ramanujan machine could help reveal hidden relationships between numbers. The machine, named after the iconic Indian mathematician Srinivasa Ramanujan, enables the discovery of new mathematical propositions called conjecture.
Well, look at that. The art turned them into the art. Look, the art turned them into But anyway,
artificial intelligence-based computer program called the Ramanujan machine could help reveal hidden relationships between numbers. The machine, named after the iconic Indian mathematician Srinivasa Ramanujan, enables the discovery of new mathematical propositions called conjectures that have a good chance of being true. The AI program scans a huge range of possible mathematical formulas, looking for patterns that might hint at new formulas for mathematical constants. Constants are numbers, like pi, that always have the same value and can be used across multiple equations. The Ramanujan machine has uncovered more than 100 intriguing conjectures so far. Some, like these two, showing a...
Now look at what this computer is discovering. Now, there's patterns that look like this that exist as in what we consider and what we call quote unquote nature. Fibonacci sequence being one of them. Right? Right? But look at the computer figuring that out. Again, man, listen. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Listen. Look. Man. Shout out to James Sumler. What's good with it, bro? The thing that I find the most sad about this is that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's very few people that care.
A way to express the constants E and pi have been proved. Most are still awaiting proof. This conjecture has to do with the Riemann zeta function evaluated at the number 3. The Riemann zeta function is at the center of what is considered by many to be the biggest unsolved problem in mathematics, the Riemann hypothesis, which offers a $1 million prize for whoever solves it. The algorithm's new conjectures are on RamanujanMachine.com, where anyone can take a stab at proving whether they are true, and thus turning the conjectures into brand new mathematical theorems.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. Now, if people want some money, come up with an artificial intelligence system that's powerful enough to efficiently solve all of these equations on this page, and you'll get some money, $1 million. So now here it says building a new AI supercomputer network. The first of the supercomputers will start to come online in September, and work will be completed by the end of 2024 or early 2025. Company representatives told Live Science, depending on the delivery times. Okay. Modular supercomputer will feature advanced components and hardware infrastructure, including NVIDIA L40S graphics processing units, AMD Instinct Genoa processors, TENS Torrent wormhole server racks featuring NVIDIA H200 GPUs alongside NVIDIA's GB200 Blackwell systems. Altogether, they form some of the most powerful AI hardware available. The supercomputer in itself will be a breakthrough in transition to artificial general intelligence, while the novel neural symbolic AI approaches developed by the Singularity Net AI team decrease the need for data processing and energy somewhat relative to standard deep neural nets. We still need significant supercomputing facilities. Singularity Net CEO Ben Goertzel told Live Science in a written statement. So again, my question for you guys is, a company that's called Singularity.net, what are they trying to do? What's their purpose? What I mean, it seems to me, it says it kind of right in the name. What are they trying to do? Is that something people should, you know what I'm saying? You know, Jim Clyburn is concerned with black men who might vote for Trump. I'm kind of concerned about companies called Singularity Net. I'm kind of concerned about that. Shout out to Cameron. I'm not sure. Y'all don't know what this company called Singularity.net is trying to do? The mission of the computing machine we are creating is to ensure a phased transition from learning on big data and subsequent reproduction of context from the semantic memory of the neural network to non-imitative machine thinking based on multi-step reasoning algorithms and dynamic world modeling based on cross-domain pattern matching and iterative network knowledge distillation. Before our eyes, a paradigmatic shift is taking place towards continuous learning, seamless generalization, and reflexive AI self-modification. I don't know how good that could possibly turn out. I don't know if that's really safe. The road to an AI superintelligence. Singularity Net's goal is to provide access and data for the growth of AI. The growth of AI, is that a complete, really, description of what this company is trying to do based on its name? I don't know if anybody knows. It doesn't seem like anybody knows. What is this company trying to do? This company is trying to do something pretty significant, seems like. AGI and future artificial superintelligence, a hypothetical future system that is far more cognitively advanced than any human. To do this, Goertzel and his team also needed unique software to manage the federated distributed computer cluster. Federated computer clusters allow for the abstraction of user data and the exposure of summary data necessary for large-scale, yet protected computations of data sets containing highly secure elements such as P2. OpenCog Hyperion is an open source software framework designed specifically for the architecture of AI systems, Goertzel added. This new hardware infrastructure is purpose-built to implement OpenCog Hyperion and its AGI ecosystem environment. They are actually sitting up here talking about building AGI. Yeah, that's exactly it. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. How many people have ever heard of the Transhumanist Party of the United States? Now, to the people that saw that video called The Many Faces of Socialism, we briefly touched on the Transhumanist Party of the United States. Right? We briefly touched on them. Look at this. Hold on real quick. Yeah, Epstein was a supporter of a transhumanist community called H+. H+ was similar to the Transhumanist Party, but this is an actual political party here. Look at this. This is wild, right? Look at this. We value initiatives and reform that will improve the human condition. They call it the human condition for as many people as possible, with as much beneficial impact as possible, and without regard for scoring political points or defeating the other side. We seek to achieve the next greatest era of our civilization, which will require constructive solutions to the problems of our current era. All of these problems can be solved if we look away from the political trench warfare of today and towards a far brighter future. Look at this. The Transhumanist Party supports efforts to use science, technology, and rational discourse to reduce and eliminate various existential risks to the human species. What if this party is an existential risk to the human species? Now, you know, subcategories. Let's look at the subcategories. You see, number 3 is space colonization. Why are these categories on here? Look, what kind of world are we about to be living in? Life extension, artificial intelligence, space colonization, robotics, biotechnology, nanotechnology, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, cryptocurrencies, vertical farming. That's interesting. Universal basic income, existential risk, and rationality. Why are these things on here? Life extension. Artificial intelligence, space colonization, resurrection of all mankind through science, an article by Albie Donnie. Resurrection of all mankind. Look at this. DNA database creation and conservation. To establish a conservation database of DNA samples from all deceased individuals that have lived on Earth. I don't want my DNA sampled into any of this. I don't want anyone having access or advantages to my DNA. If I can't use it, nobody else can use it. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say it. You know what I'm saying? I might have a cure of the world, anything in me. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Humanity will just die. It is what it is. Ain't that terrible? Shout out to Lois. What's good with it? Think about this. Look at what happened to Henrietta Lacks. They just took her cells, the HeLa cells. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if I got biochemical gold in my DNA. It's dying with me, and it's staying dead. But now, you know, here's the thing, right? They probably got samples of everybody's DNA already somewhere, some database, some entity, whether it's your, you know, medical company or your government, whatever, right? Life extension. Says, man, listen, out of all these on here, life extension is the worst one. People just don't understand. People don't get it. You know what I'm saying? People don't get it. You got the space colonization, then you got robotics, nanotechnology. What's up with 3D farming? 3D farming is one that people should really kind of be, you know what I'm saying? That should kind of raise some. It's a lot of this shit that should raise eyebrows and shit, but you know what I'm saying? You know, it don't until it's too late, right? Then it's an emergency when it's too late. There should never be an emergency ever. Emergencies should have the lowest numbers of occurrence of any type of event. And I think that when or if humanity is extinct, then they will. You know what I'm saying? 3 scary breakthroughs that AI will make in 2024. Look at this. It's a lot of, man, look, we're gonna have to we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Now let me ask you guys this question. It's a lot of opportunity in this type of stuff. What is anybody gonna do with it? Is anybody gonna do anything with it? What I'm the most disappointed about is that we're living in 2022 and we're in the midst of a presidential election, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people just ain't even having any conversations in terms of any of this stuff. Which of these politicians is gonna improve our market share in AI, Black-owned artificial intelligence businesses? It's just not there. It's not there. People talking about other stuff. People talking about other stuff. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. That's what's good. Brooklyn Queen said, I'm taking AI or taking IT classes. That's what's good. If you ask me, many people should do that. Many people should do that. And many people should start working on coming up with ideas of customized AI that they think would be a good business idea and propose it and make it. And I got to agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, stuck on a proverbial hamster wheel. Stuck, bro. Stuck. And listen, make no mistake. They want a lot of people stuck on that wheel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going on the wheel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going on it. So look at this. To grant users with access to the supercomputer, Gorzel and his team are using a tokenized system that is common in AI. Users gain access to the supercomputer through their tokens, and they can use and can add data to the existing sets other users rely on to test and deploy AGI concepts. In their simplest forms, AI tokens mimic tokens from the freestanding video games and arcades. Players had to buy tokens and then insert them into the video games to get a certain amount of chances at playing. In this instance, the data collected from playing the game is accessible to everyone else who is playing, not only at one arcade, but also wherever that instance of the game is located in other arcades around the world. GPT-3 was trained on 300 billion tokens, typically words, parts of words, or punctuation marks, and GPT-4 on 13 trillion. So do you guys see the jump the jump of token trainings that GPT-3 versus GPT-4 had went from 300 billion to 13 trillion. It's similar to crypto, win, lose, or rug. It's just a tokenized system. Yeah. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says Google is offering a lot of certification programs as well. It'll at least get your foot in the door so people can expand from there. Yeah, I agree. And a lot of stuff you can learn on your own too. You know what I'm saying? Listen to this. I want y'all to think about this. Just conceptualize this. Just talks of this kind of stuff, despite the fact that being real and in physical reality, is an extreme turnoff to people because it scares them. People don't like feeling scared because they don't know how to manage themselves when they feel vulnerable and out of control, despite the fact that not one of us is in control of our own lives. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. So now here it says self-driving cars are trained on thousands of hours of video footage. OpenAI Copilot for programming is trained on millions of lines of human code from the website GitHub. Okay. Leaders in AI, specifically DeepMind's co-founder Shane Legg, have stated systems could meet or surpass human intelligence by 2028. That's 4 years from now. I believe that we will see AI surpass human intelligence within our lifetime. So now let me ask you guys this question. Once AI surpasses human intelligence, what happens at that point? What happens at that point? Gorzel has previously estimated systems will reach that point by 2027, while Mark Zuckerberg is actively pursuing AGI, having invested $10 billion in building the infrastructure to train advanced AI modules in January. So they're buying facilities not to train people, right? Which is fine, to train AI, to train artificial intelligence. To train artificial intelligence to do what? To train artificial intelligence to learn. Singularity Net, which is part of the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance. How many people know what that is? Sounds like, I hope they got some really, really good locks on the door. My logic is undeniable, said Vicky and iRobot. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it might be, and people just don't like what the logic is. Right? When people be on the wrong end of that undeniable logic, they're not real big fans of it. You know what I'm saying? I think I think if I'm not mistaken, I think Vicky had some plans for humanity that people wasn't really feeling. I know Will Smith wasn't feeling that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, I hate to say it. As far as I'm concerned, I could care less. Shout out to Lois. Lois says, why do the quote unquote hybrids need AI? I don't know. Can you rephrase the question? I think that everybody could benefit from AI. I just don't understand why there's not a lot of interest, in my opinion, on our end in AI. I rocks with artificial intelligence. You know what I'm saying? I just wish that we had more of a interest or in a presence in it. A lot of times the bizarre weirdness when it comes to what goes on around here is people have technology cowardice, and I really don't understand it. Do you know how many people I heard say that cryptocurrency? How many? Let me ask you guys this: how many people did y'all hear say that cryptocurrency was the quote unquote mark of the beast? Shout out to Mama Zeke. Mama Zeke said, "Hey, BLR, wild long stream. I think Robb is Dracula. Does he sleep?" I kind of woke up like real late night, and I was like, let's just do this real quick. And then it ended up being not real quick. Yeah, shout out to AB Promotions. I've heard people say that too. I've heard so many people say that it literally made me sick to my stomach, and I wanted to throw up pea soup all over the place like the poltergeist or the exorcist. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's my question. How is it? Is first of all, quote unquote, it's the mark of what beast and how? That's my question for people. Cryptocurrency is the mark of the beast. That's what they say. So I think that there's a technology aversion. And now, I shout out to Lois. You guys know I don't believe in good or evil, right? I don't believe in good or evil. I also believe that evil, if we're going to use the definitions of evil, evil can be an interpretation of self-negligence to where you allow yourself to be disproportionately harmed by elemental quote unquote factors. So to me, the lack of self-survival is a form of immorality. So when people say certain people practice immorality, I would kind of look at historical events and say other people practice immorality by self-negligence. I don't believe it's moral to allow yourself to be destroyed. If you ask me, those who allow themselves to be destroyed are the people who should be levied the punishment. I don't believe the destroyers should be levied the punishment. The destroyers are reaping the rewards of their actions. Whether those things are right or wrong, if we're not the judge, right, it's hard to say what's right or wrong. It's just action versus inaction. Right. And me personally, I feel it. I don't believe in any religion at all. Me personally, I believe in technology. As you see some of these like old school like cartoons and stuff like that, or like some of these old movies like Star Wars and stuff like that, and they have like the quote unquote religion merged with the technology, like how in Star Wars, like the technology, like the Jedi was like merged with the lightsaber technology and all that. That would be me. That would be more like my type thing. It would be like the scientist in a cloak type thing. Not so much, prayer, right? Which again, there's a lot of rabbit holes in this direction that we can go down, right? So now here says a collective of again. So let's get back to this. Super The Artificial Superintelligence Alliance. That like I said, I hope they got locks on the door. You know what I'm saying? I really hope they got locks on the door at this place. I don't think that locks on the door at this place would matter really, because I think that this type of stuff that they got in the labs here could probably just, probably just open the locks. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says a collective of companies dedicated to open source AI research and development plans to expand the network in the future and expand the growing computer power available. Other ASI members include Fetch AI, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think Fetch AI, they got a cryptocurrency. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Fetch AI got a cryptocurrency, don't they? If you're still in here, bro, that might be a cryptocurrency to take a look at. They recently invested $100 million in a decentralized computing platform for developers. Now, let me ask you guys this: when it comes to this emerging and new market, you know what I'm saying? What are people doing in regards to this? Like, how are people trying to utilize this as an opportunity? Oh, AGI got one too. I don't think that I don't see an appropriate response to technology. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. FET is 150. All right, good look, bro. So now here's my question, right? We've been through all this. Like, we did an 8-hour stream, man. Shout out to us, man. We killed it, right? So now, out of all this 8 hours, my question, like, because again, we talked about some, in my opinion, some pretty important stuff and some future changes and different things like that, right? Now, my question is, projected out to the next 5 years, what are we going to see happen with any of this stuff? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said you must have made some good money with crypto. I made some decent money. Not good, right? Because I'm trying to have life-changing money. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance token manager involving Singularity.net, Fetch AI, and Open Protocol will be implemented in a two-phase process starting on July 1st of 2024. Look at that. They're going to start pumping them tokens up, pumping them tokens in the machines. Once they start pumping them tokens in the machines and the machines start learning, it's going to be wild. Look at these pictures of artificial intelligence and humanity merging. They got it on Live Science. This is funny. Y'all should check this out. Look. On Live Science, they got a category called human behavior. Human behavior. What you guys think that's about? 3 scary breakthroughs that AI will make in 2024. I don't think that any of this stuff is scary. I think what's scary is humans. I think that what's scary is humans. Yeah, shout out to my man Black Free Thinker. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Free Thinker. We're gonna give him the $10 bonus anyway. You know what I'm saying? Black free thinker hit us with the 8. We're going to give him the 10. That's how you do, right? You know what I'm saying? You give your loyal customers the 10. Ain't that right? Ain't that what you do? You give your loyal people the 10. You know what I'm saying? The real people know about that. All them clowns on YouTube that say crazy work every other fucking sentence, they don't know shit about giving loyal customers the 10. But the real niggas give the customers the 10. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, still going strong, fam. From the monolithic groupthink to AI, vintage BLR. Big facts, bro. Get your forks, get your knives.
In Springfield,
Fuck that cat.
Shout out to you, bro. I definitely appreciate it. AB said that big girl is killing me. She almost killed herself and not with her hands. You know what I'm saying? She almost killed herself and not with her hands. She almost slapped herself right in the head and not with her hands. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. So yeah, man. So they say that humans will reach the singularity within 21 years. A lot of people will still be alive within that time period. Now, you know, again, all right. My question is, what do people expect to do avoiding this kind of stuff? What's the expectation? It's the same question that I asked about the Democrats, right? Like the Democrats expect 100% black support. I mean, they damn near get it, right? They damn near get it. People haven't said anything about it until now. And when given the opportunity to hammer Barack Obama on misinformation, they chose to do other things. Dropped the ball. It was a historic ball dropping. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yeah, them bad boys like, you know what I'm saying? I was cracking up. But like, what is people's plan? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said the Dems ought to give us 100% support, but we get brutal PDs and illegals getting bennies in return. FTP USA. Yeah, I agree. But now here go the thing, right? People got to understand machine learning and machine systems and all of that stuff, right? So we got to understand the expected outcomes. And the expected outcomes is to maintain a persistent level of poverty. That's how the United States is engineered. So I think the best course of action for people to do would be to only deal with reality and if-then statements. And I think that people should only deal with reality and if-then statements because the people who, you know, claim to be addressing these things politically have done a horrible job and have shown an incompetency and non-proficiency in this. Right? How many people know what an if-then statement is? Basically, an if-then statement is a cause and effect. I know they use them in programming, but I think they're in geometry too. Right? Yeah, they call them conditional statements. Let me see. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button, Please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. All right, look, conditional statements. Big picture, if-then relationships have an important role in geometry and more than geometry. Many geometric statements are actually if-then statements, also called conditional statements. Yeah, so they call them if-then statements. A statement with a hypothesis followed by a conclusion can be written in if-then form. Hypothesis: if the United States is in existence, it's at all times working to maintain a state of poverty for you. Yeah, they use it in geometry theorems and proof, and it is in DOS programming. All right. So what's the hypothesis? The first if or part of a conditional statement, an educated guess. Now let's look at politics. When we talk about people and their political projections and the stuff that people say and the stuff that they believe, how many people can we actually say actually come with educated political guesses and educated political talking points? I find most of them to be not educational. I find most of them to be not based in fact. I find most people's political statements to be based in detachment from reality and entitlement. Shout out to Dre. What's good with it, bro? That's what I find. If you ask me, 90% of political content on YouTube provides content that in most cases, if utilized in a political arena, will be 0% effective. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at data. I'm looking at that based on data. I'm looking at that based on significant change or perspective tradition, significant change. The conclusion, right, would then be a second or then statement, part of a conditional statement, the conclusion of a hypothesis. Converse, a statement where the hypothesis and conclusion of a conditional statement are switched. So that means it's the converse. It's the switching, where the hypothesis is written where the conclusion is at, and the conclusion is written where the hypothesis is at. Negation of a statement is the opposite of original statement. So as you guys can see, this is basically translating mathematical relationships into a written language format. Okay. Now, this is what I'm talking about. We're going to run the receipts on the Democrats running quality control, saying that math is racist. Right? They saying that math is racist. See? Math is racist crowd runs rampant in Seattle and Portland. So what they're basically effectively saying is that black people are anti-math. See how they got all the CRT stuff at the bottom? Judging by East Coast liberals' attack on Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for quote unquote fighting against woke math textbooks, you'd think the battle is a new one. But the math war has been raging for years on the West Coast, where progressives have almost total control over school curricula. The governor's critics were skeptical, arguing this move was a little more than contrived political theater. They immediately demanded examples of the problematic textbooks. Progressive writer Judge Legum, for example, claimed Ron DeSantis was overstating the presence of critical race theory in curricula, noting it is not typically something you find discussed in a K-12 math book. Okay. Though DeSantis pointed to some specific examples of CRT-inspired teaching materials, it's not as simple as pointing to math problems in the textbook. CRT is a lens that tints every subject, and it's endemic to classrooms in the Pacific Northwest. Okay. Seattle Public Schools introduced the CRT lens into math classes through the district's Ethnic Studies Department. Okay. In 2019, the department released guidelines for K-12 math teachers to use in the classroom as part of a pilot program at a handful of Seattle public schools. The framework that claims mathematical knowledge has been appropriated by Western culture, and that math has been and continues to be used to oppress and marginalize people and communities of color. Yeah, access to not being able to have math. Okay. There's just whole conversations going on about black people and black people being used as the cannon fodder for these conversations that a lot of black people make the conscious choice to not be privy to or about. And if you choose to not be involved with your destiny, in my opinion, you don't deserve a destiny. If you guys, how many people agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. When talking about these kind of things, one of the reasons why a lot of people, kind of stay, they kind of keep their distance from, over here and, what I'm saying, engaging in these conversations with us is because a lot of people want their asses patted and shit. They want to have a, hour-long, 15, 20-minute, 30-minute sob story about how good people are supposed to be treating each other. I don't believe that necessarily everybody is supposed to be treating everybody good. There's no requirement that says that. The only requirement is that you got to do what's necessary to survive. And if you ask me, a lot of people slacking on doing what's necessary to survive. That can only be blamed on the person who has to do the surviving. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't like that. And the reason why people don't like that is because that's going to either put the light and the lens on people's inabilities or negligence, whatever the case may be. But regardless, it's one of those two things because shit ain't getting done. Right? And people don't want to hear about shit not getting done. The reason why people don't want to hear about shit not getting done, that's why so many conversations is framed in terms of quote unquote, well, what is this party or what is this president or what is any of these people going to do for us? I'm going to tell you what people will do for you, harm you. That is what they will do. So these questions should all be answered. What is this person going to do for me? Harm me? What is this person going to do for me? Steal from me? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we don't have to ask these repeated questions. There's this thing called value-added activities. People should be repeating value-added activities, not questions that they already know the answer to. Time is valuable and time is finite. You got a limited amount of time, and the disadvantage of that is you don't know how much time you actually have. You've got an unknown supply of time available assigned to you that's fixed upon entry into whatever the hell this is. Right? yet it's taken for granted and taken advantage of. It's taken advantage of like you could just replace it. These are choices. You know what I'm saying? Now, mathematical knowledge has been appropriated by Western culture, and math has been and continues to be used to oppress marginalized people and communities of color. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people ever lost a fight before? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Win-Lose Rug. Win-Lose Rug said facts. If we believe what we say we believe, then sorry to say the actions don't display that. Yeah, I agree. How many people ever lost a fight? Shout out to AB Promotions. I lost fights too. When you listen to people online, you think that everybody online got like a 20-0 record. They beat the shit out of everybody. Newsflash. No, they didn't. You know what I'm saying? No, they didn't. Now, here's what's interesting about this shit, right? If you've ever lost a fight in your daily life, how often do you think about that fight that you lost? You might think about it like immediately, right? But as time goes on, you don't really think about it too much. You might tell a joke about it if it come up in conversation, but nobody sits around and just dwells on that fight that they lost all damn day, right? If you ask me, oppression is a lost fight. It's a fight that was lost. You get oppressed when a hostile force wins in a fight against you and decides that you should stay alive, right? If you don't talk about or think about recently that time when you got your ass beat, I don't understand why do people constantly frame their reference to historical ass beatings. I don't get it. So, thinking of that time when you was in the parking lot at the club and somebody knocked your ass out, like, you're not supposed to think about that, right? But somehow it's supposed to help you and be a benefit to constantly think about, 4, 5, 6,000 years of an ass whooping. I don't, to me, that doesn't seem therapeutic. You know what I'm saying, to say the least. But political parties, for whatever reason, seem to believe that that is somehow helping things. I don't understand it. There's a difference between learning from mistakes or learning from history and re-traumatizing yourself, programmed re-traumatization. If you're in a state of programmed re-traumatization, this programmed state of re-traumatization that you're in is never going to be able to allow you to operate as an optimal individual, because you're going to constantly be dealing with the inefficiencies of whatever emotions you're going through in revisiting that trauma. And this goes back to what I was saying about how when it comes to the Democrats always couple, shout out to John Guillory, what's good with it, bro? The Democrats always couple some type of trauma with some type of event. But the problem is that when it comes to, like, dealing with, a lot of the people that we talk to and a lot of people that we see, these people embrace the trauma and they don't embrace it in a way of being a corrective. You never really hear anybody saying, man, like, they bust me up, you know what I'm saying? Like, they knocked me out, you know what I'm saying? They beat me up real bad. Man, next time, no, they're not gonna catch me slipping. You don't really hear that shit. Don't you know what I'm saying? Really, people don't really say that too much. I don't understand why not. I say it, right? I don't really hear too many other people say it, though. Now, one thing that people will say is when it comes to, when people start talking about, like, history and trauma, man, everybody will list off all of the, like, fucked up, you know what I'm saying, massacres and shit like that happened. I don't know what, I get it, and I understand that this is part of history, but in listing all that and then not following up with, well, when it's my time, I'm gonna do this, or when it's my time, this about to happen. If you don't follow it up with that, I don't know. I don't really understand the function of it. Like, I don't know. I like when I win. I don't like listing the times when I lost. I like listing the times when I win. Quality control has been ran to where people take more pride in listing the L's versus listing the W's. That's one thing that's largely problematic, in my opinion, that I see. But people are so accustomed to doing it. If you point out that they're doing it, or you be like, yo, this is kind of a weird flex, they're going to look at you like you're the crazy one. They're going to look at you like you're the crazy one while practicing their lives the way that you're telling them that they practice it. You don't sit around and talk about when you got your ass whooped all day. The fuck you doing? You know what I'm saying? So now here says Seattle math teacher Sharuda Sharud is a believer using ethnic studies in her high school course, Mathematics for Liberation, to tell students that the subject is used to oppress other people. Well, math is used to oppress other people. We literally just showed how Barack Obama utilized math to oppress other people. I mean, it is done. Right? She says that she enjoys teaching through the ethnic study lens because it dismantles the quote unquote toxic white culture of math classes. What is the toxic white culture of math classes? What is it? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said, I remember that time when I got jumped and lost my front teeth. Bro, I was outside this club this one time, and somebody punched me. I had a window down in the back seat of a car that I was in. I don't know who this person was, neither. It was just a wild night. Somebody bust me in my head through the car window, and it knocked one of my contacts out. And I knew I shouldn't have got out the car. Man, I got out the car. I was so irritated, man. I was ready to fight, but I didn't have the other contact in, and I couldn't see. And I need my glasses and my contacts to see. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't see nothing. And then I got snuck from the other side. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you said shout out. He said you remember that time that I got jumped and lost my front teeth. But yo, listen, I'll tell you what though. That time right there, that was the last time I ever lost a fight. That was when I was in how old was I when that happened? I want to say I was like 26 or 27. I'm saying after that, that was it. That was when I went through my little phase of like when I was bricked up too. Man, I went to the gym. Man, your boy was in perfect shape. You know what I'm saying? Your boy was carrying weapons. I was like, man, listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. And I wasn't even mad. I was just irritated because I was sore because I got busted in my head. You know what I'm saying? I had a black eye and my eye was swollen. So I was irritated about that because of how I looked. But man, when that shit went down, I was like, oh yeah. I was like, man, I can't wait. Because the next time this happened, bro, I'm about to lead the next person. They gonna look worse than this if they even survive. You know what I'm saying? It never happened though. After that day, I never got into another fight. You know what I'm saying? I never got into another fight after that day. And I ain't gonna lie. I was in tip-top shape. I wanted to get into a fight so bad. I wanted to so bad. Now, I wasn't going to go start nothing with nobody, but I was waiting for somebody to violate because oh my God, they was about to get it so bad. They don't know what was about to happen to them. But I think people could kind of tell that was what the case was. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people kind of was like, I'm good. This nigga look crazy. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, when we're only teaching them that one master narrative, That's the master narrative that is around in society too, because they grow up. And when they teach their kids that, that's how they approach the world. That's how they engage with other people. That's what they see as normal. That's what they see as standard. See the quality control, normal and standard. I'm just saying, right? You know, it ain't worth listening to shit, right? You know what I'm saying? That's why that's what they see as law. It's all based on white supremacy culture. Sherrod explained to the South Seattle Emerald. All right, and we should take a look at this. This is what this lady looked like right here. She said, look at this. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but I don't. Why do people allow all of these? Don't even get me started, man. Don't even get me started. We're gonna talk about this later. This lady right here, ethnic studies educator Sharada Sherrod, get on giving math purpose. She's sitting up here telling you about white supremacy. Shout out to Carlton, man. Strange flexes. I don't be knowing. You know what I'm saying? I don't be knowing, man. You know what I mean? What y'all think about that? We're gonna go back to this Newsweek article again, because now listen, they keep saying that math is racist, right? I don't think that math in the classroom is racist. I think that the weaponization of math is racist. And again, you know, weaponization of incorrect data and incorrect facts, like what we saw Barack Obama do, is racist. Right, while being upper caste. Right. Yeah, that lady said that math is racist. And of course, it gets, white people will listen to non-white people say some shit, and anything, you know what I'm saying, involving racism, despite the fact that racism is a European concept, race is a European concept, white people get to turf accountability of that to black people, and black people allow it. So you got all of these systems in play working together, working against what we're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, as noted in Luke Rosiak's book, Race to the Bottom, black students' state math exam scores in these pilot programs plummeted to shocking lows. So again, they running quality control, right? Because if we make 5% of black people pass these tests, then we got 95% of idiots. And quality control has been ran. We've created a good new crop of idiots. Now, again, remember, this is what I was saying about how these idiots are so stupid that they can't even look at what's going on with this Obama situation and wade through the simple statistical arguments to be able to disprove Obama's mis or disinformation. So what you have is a nonstop loop of ass bouncing and twerk content to compensate for the lack of brain calories. Crop of stupid people coming off the quality assembly line. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said math is a science and science is a science. How the hell is science racist? I don't want to know what they are smoking and or drinking. Facts. But the actual science that is actually racist, like Charles Darwin's book that's called The Downfall of Man, is not discussed. While Charles Darwin is is hailed as an abolitionist because you can't trust history. You know what I'm saying? It's more people that's concerned with some wild ass shit like whether Abraham Lincoln was black or not. Who cares? You know, they say that Abraham Lincoln is the first black president. I don't give a shit what the hell somebody said. What does that? Who cares? Why is this even wasted? Why is there even a debate on that? That's irrelevant information. There's such a plague of irrelevant information. Shit's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? After years of consistent progress at John Muir Elementary, for example, the passing rate for black students fell from 28% to 18% after the introduction of the ethnic studies framework. Why was you only passing at 28%? Jesus. And then the rate went down to 18%. What's going on at this school? Do you guys see these numbers? This is the quality control numbers right here. Yeah, I gotta agree. I hate that need to tie ourselves to something greater. Motherfucker, be great. Right, exactly. Like, this shit is just so bizarre to me. Like, Abraham Lincoln was he? I mean, they said that he had skin of copper. I mean, so do Vivek Ramaswamy. You know what I'm saying? But okay. We got the patent to skin of copper and shit. You know what I'm saying? I said, like, I honestly did, from the pictures that I seen, I ain't trying to be funny, man, but Abraham Lincoln looked like one of them white dudes that can get dirty. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but it's like some white people can get like where they got like a dirty complexion. And when I say dirty, I'm not being I'm not trying to be like condescending. I mean, like, they have like they constantly look like they've been working in a chimney, but it's the complexion though. Abraham Lincoln looked like one of them type of people that got like that type of complexion. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Niecy. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the Jersey Shore complexion. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It's like that motherfucker look like dirty complexion. You know what I'm saying? To me, Abraham Lincoln looked like one of them I've been working on the railroad type motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Is that what the complexion is called? Melugeon? Is that what it's called? Hold on, let me look real quick. I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought that was just some shit that I seen. Let me see. Hold on real quick. That's funny. Melugeon. Melugeon. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. You see, hold on real quick. Melugeon was a slur historically applied to individuals and families of mixed race ancestry with roots across colonial Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina, primarily descended from free people of color and white settlers. In modern time, the term has been reclaimed by the descendants of these families, especially in southern Appalachia. Despite mixed heritage, many modern Melugeons pass as white. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. Now, them JD Vance's people, but that's another story. You know what I'm saying? That's another story for another day. them is JD Vance's people, right? Because JD Vance, the Appalachian. You see all the proud white people saying that they're voting for the crook and the hillbilly, which is the same people that are on the dollars that they spend, but that's another story for another day, right? but the proud people that are voting, calling the man a hillbilly, he wrote a book where he called himself a hillbilly. That's where them people come from, is the Appalachians and shit. You know what I'm saying? So there was an article, actually, a video from The Guardian, where they actually talked about a family like that. You know, of course, one of the things that they was talking about, they was trying to get reparations. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Yeah, like I just, when I hear people say that kind of stuff, I'm like, yo, why is we even having these conversations, man? Yeah, shout out to Win Lose the Rug. It's like basically mulattoes. Melungian. Oh, Melungian. All right, I got you. Melungian. Got you. Melungian. That's funny. So now here's look at this though. I'm concerned about these math scores. The passing rate of black students fell from 28 to 18% after the indoctrination. Now, if you flip this around, if you flip these numbers around, this number here will give you what? This will give you 72%, right? This number here will give you 82%. So it basically can be said, right, if we use an inverse mathematical relationship, that the people that failed is go on to vote Democrat based on percent. Yeah, the George Clooney types. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I couldn't even think of his ass, but yeah. Now, in today's world, right, the sensitivities, the fragility, you know what I'm saying, the false equivalency of oppression and the need to be victimized, somebody hearing me saying that will be like, he was saying that white people were dirty. He's a black supremacist. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, you know, whatever, right? People live in their truth. So if you heard that, that's what you heard, I guess. What you gonna do about it? It's not what I said, but that's what you want me to have said. So let me just go ahead and get that to you, right? I guess I said it. You know what I'm saying? Well, down. The basic argument from the math is racist crowd is that white supremacy culture is endemic to mathematics classes, and it's why black students' math scores are lagging white students. Now, we know that white people believe that black people are genetically inferior, right? White people by culture believe in the bell curve while lying and saying that they don't. They believe that they are inferior or superior to everyone, and they believe that everyone else is inferior to them. And now here's the thing, right? If you ask me, that idea is not really original. And I believe that most people find a reason to create a false inferiority complex amongst comparison between other groups of people. What I would say is that white people have established a power structure to where they can exercise their inherent feelings of superiority. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you know, many people believe that there's some type of ethical line or some type of ethical difference. I do not. I believe that the difference is ability to exert versus ability to not exert. So I believe that, you know, the white people are able to exert their beliefs, which is why they do. Other people are not able to exert their beliefs. That's why they don't, but they do in instances when they think that they can. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that there's this false equivalency of some type of ethical, moral high. I don't believe in none of that shit. I don't believe in none of that shit. The way I look at this type of shit, as I call it, traffic light cam theory. Most people will run a red light unless they see a traffic light cam. Most people will run a stop sign unless they see a traffic light cam, which basically means that you would act on impulse, but there's a control mechanism to make you stop. Quality control. Most people want people to stop being racist because they can't utilize the racism. You know what I'm saying? And I think that people need to understand that as a mechanism instead of trying to equate it to some type of ethics. some type of ethical guidelines. You just not being right. Nobody's just being right. Being right's not it's not a real thing. Nobody's practicing being right because there is no such thing as being right. What we're doing is we're animal kingdom. We're animal kingdoming. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're doing. We're living in the survival of the fittest. The survival of the fittest. That's what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says a coalition. Hold on. A coalition of left-wing educators introduced a pathway to equitable math instruction, a toolkit introducing an integrated approach to mathematics that centers Black, Latinx, and multilingual students in grades 6 through 8. I didn't take any of this shit in school, and I killed it in math. I kicked ass in math, and I still do. Let me ask you guys this question: How many people asked for this, or how many people think that this is normal? Before we even go into this, they sit up here talking about the racism of white supremacy and all this math shit. I'm trying to figure out why these Black students is failing at 28 and 18%. That's not, you know what I'm saying? Like the passing rate for Black students at this school fell. It was already low as hell. Only 28% of the Black students passed. Then it went down to 18%. If you ask me, this low ass, this mediocre ass shit should have been a national story. Somebody need to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? How come nobody talked about that? I talked about the Baltimore school systems and they shitty ass scores and how they're failing down there, right? People don't really like talking about them failing school systems for some reason. So now here it says the group hopes educators will remove white supremacy culture from math classes as they navigate the individual and collective journey from equity to anti-racism. I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. What do you guys think? To me, what's the worst issue here is those pass rates. They worried about, listen, these people that claim that they're not racist are worried about the books that are being used to teach, and the kids is failing. You know what I'm saying? They're failing, and it's getting worse. It went from 25 to 18%. How many of y'all would enroll y'all kids in a school that has scores like this? Not me. Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If y'all haven't smashed the like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Yeah, shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said facts, and Black boys are doing the worst. Notice Dims haven't mentioned this at all. They haven't mentioned it at all. They haven't mentioned it at all. Shout out to Lois. Lois says inner city children are traumatized long before they start school, on top of not being properly educated. I taught in Florida, ages 6 through 12. Very difficult. I bet. Left-wing educators were quick to quote-unquote embrace the pathway. Last year, the Oregon Department of Education promoted and legitimized this fringe resource in a training session for teachers, igniting a firestorm of controversy. I bet you this ignited lots of controversy, not from Black people. This is that kind of shit that goes on that involves black people, but black people see two groups of white people fighting and be like, this ain't got nothing to do with us. Man, it's got everything to do with you. It's got everything to do with you. But somebody taught you that it don't have nothing to do with you. Shout out to Bronze God. Yeah, I had to beat my own record, bro. I had to beat the record. You said it was 10. I got to do 11 now. I'm not surprised. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that in a bad way. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, though, I'm not completely against the medical system and the use of, you know what I'm saying, certain medications. But what I am against is, you know what I'm saying, overuse of medications and not utilizing preventative pathways. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, though, right? This is what I'm talking about right here. It's not the Henrietta Lacks days anymore, right? So there had to be an informed consent. Like there's a process to get that medicine. First of all, the parent or the guardian got to take the kid to the doctor's office. They got to get a referral if they go into a psychologist. That, you know what I'm saying? Like if the parents was on their job, once the primary physician referred them to the psychologist, the parent could be like, nah, I ain't doing that. But now we're dealing with the faults and failures of these parents, which is something else that got to get put on display. So then once they take up the referral and then go to the psychologist or psychiatrist, they got an option to where they could go to a counselor, or they could go to a social worker, or they could go to somebody that prescribes drugs. Then they go to somebody that ends up prescribing drugs, right? Now, before they take them drugs, you know what I'm saying? They can deny the consent to the care, but they don't deny the consent to the care. Then once they accept the care, they go to the visit, right? Go to the visit, a prescription gets written. Now they still got to make it to sometimes they'll have some samples at the office. Most cases to get on a regimen, no, you got to go to the pharmacist. They don't even have to go to the pharmacist yet, but they go ahead and ain't nobody got a gun to their head while they get in the car and go to the pharmacist. Go to the pharmacist, get the medicine. Next step, pay for the medicine. Now the kid on the medicine. You know what I'm saying? The first line of defense for the child in most cases is always supposed to be the parent. Many parents don't protect their children. Some parents can't. Some parents don't have the ability to. A lot of fathers don't have the ability to properly protect their children. A lot of times, a lot of moms want to drug kids up because they don't want to be bothered. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, the simp enforcers of the world have determined that in every case, women should automatically have custody of the child. Now, again, that's not saying that all moms are bad, right? But also all moms aren't good either. And in the case where a mom's not good, somehow everything in totality is still the father's fault. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the toolkit warns educators that quote unquote white supremacy culture shows up in the classroom every time teachers quote unquote treat mistakes as problems by equating them with wrongness because it enforces the ideas of perfectionism. I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea of perfectionism, that students shouldn't make mistakes, and paternalism, teachers or others or other experts can and should correct mistakes. Both among the ideas are commonly ascribed to white supremacy culture. Now, who ascribed these ideas to white supremacy culture? Me personally, you know what I'm saying? Again, this is where you get into that pro-black coon shit. I don't understand why anybody would associate perfection with white supremacy. I don't associate anything perfect with white supremacy at all. You know what I'm saying? Actually, it's quite the opposite. I think for the most part that most deviance, variance, and you know what I'm saying, just anything that's completely away from how things should be comes from white supremacy, not perfection. You know what I'm saying? But again, this is the odd, this is the cringe weird shit, right? Treat mistakes as problems by equating them with wrongness, because it reinforces the idea of perfectionism, that students shouldn't make mistakes, and paternalism. Teachers on other experts can and should correct mistakes, both among the ideas commonly ascribed to white supremacy culture. Let me ask y'all this. How many of y'all attribute the idea of perfectionism to white supremacy culture? If you do, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I don't really associate perfection to anything other than the numerical representation of 100% or as close to 100% as possible. That's what I associate with perfectionism. You know what I'm saying? So now here says the text even argues that requiring students to raise their hand before speaking can reinforce paternalism and power hoarding, in addition to breaking the process of thinking, learning, and communicating. So there should be no order in the classroom, raising your hand. I want you guys to, I mean, how do people feel about how like these people have, these people have literally taken things that have actually legit happened to us and our experience in this country and have turned it into their own profit sharing joke and machine. And this has happened. The reason why this stuff has happened is because of all the shoulder shrugging, and this ain't got nothing to do with us. Again, everything to do with us. I ain't got time for this. You don't? Okay. People saying that shit about the election. Even if you're not voting, right? You know, because there's people that's out there that's going to shame you the way that you go. Now, mind you, right? I don't fuck with Kamala Harris, but I'm not going to shame you for voting for her. I ain't doing all that extra shit these motherfuckers out here doing. Because the crash outs is on both sides. You got people going hard you got people going way too hard on both sides. You got some real fucking clowns, you know what I'm saying, like going crazy on people that vote for Kamala Harris, right? And then you got clowns on the other side that are Kamala Harris simp enforcers that are going super nuclear overdrive on just you know what I'm saying, flying over the fucking moon. You know what I'm saying? Right. Shout out to Kurt. Kurt said, just woke up. That title messed my head up. Bro, I know this is a long stream, but bro, you gotta watch the whole stream. This is a good one. This is a good one. You know what I'm saying? And now most people, you know how it go. Most people ain't gonna like it, but you know what I'm saying? This you'll fuck with this. You know what I'm saying? You'll fuck with it. Shout out to Antithesis. What's good with it, bro? So yeah, man, like, yeah, this is some bullshit. Now, look, check this out. This was some shit that's going on in Seattle, right? We got a whole election that's going down and coming up, right? And you know, people like, yeah, man, you know, fuck this shit. This shit ain't got shit to do with us. Listen, just because you're not voting does not mean that it don't have anything to do with you. We got to make sure that we keep tight control and ownership over all of our intellectual properties, over all of our issues that we have, and we got to make sure to purify the process and to not allow people, you know what I'm saying, to be overstepping our boundaries in any terms of any type of business. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for one, like any, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like when people come out and, you know what I'm saying, you got these other people, these, you know what I'm saying, people like these, like this woman here, you know what I'm saying, and they associated with the white supremacy culture. They got Brahmin and, you know what I'm saying, like caste systems and shit over there. And they come to the United States talking crazy like Vivek Ramaswamy. Then you want to get a job sitting there talking about you fighting white supremacy, man. Get the fuck out of here. You come from white supremacy culture. What the fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? How are you going to be able to, how are you going to be able to fix this when you literally come from this type of culture? Get the hell out of here, man. Like the Latino people in Mexico, you got a city called Matamoros. Get out of here. What are you talking about? Whose side you fighting on? You hail from Matamoros, clown. You know what I'm saying? Your country, shout out to Brazil, your country used to be a horde for Confederate slave owners. Fuck the fuck off. Where the aggression at? Where the people, this is what I'm saying. Like, people got to learn how to be aggressive. Aggressive. If you're going to sit at the lunch table by yourself, spread your food out all throughout the whole table so can't nobody else sit there. I don't even want y'all here. This is my shit. You know what I'm saying? And if I want your lunch, I'll go over there and take it and put it over here. What? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. John said facts. They are, I will say, simp enforcers are a little worse than MAGA enforcers with the shame tactics, though, or the SBEing is at an all-time high. Both groups are insane. Bro, they both crazy. They both crazy. I got people crashing out all over the place. People crashing out in the comment section talking about I'm MAGA. People in the comment section crashing out talking about I'm a Kamala Harris simp. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all remember when I kept saying how stupid. Remember when I kept berating the conversations about Kamala Harris's sex life? Remember when I kept doing that when I was on that troll tip for a minute? You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I was doing that is because, if you ask me, those type of conversations were taking precedent over the comparison of policy conversations. So, you know, we had to go there, right? Like, we had to go there. When I was doing that, people were saying you a Kamala Harris simp. Nah, basically what I was saying was that, you know what I'm saying, the priority is mixed up and the talking points are skewed. You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, like how Kamala Harris, according to Trump, became black, I became MAGA somehow. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't never put MAGA on no job application, though. You know what I'm saying? You go back and look through all my job applications. I only checked the black box. I only ever checked the black box. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kirk. Kirk said, nobody more dedicated. Robb been going in since bedtime. Bro, facts. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Kurt, funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
You know what I'm saying? Because we gotta give it to them, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to give it to them. You know what I'm saying? Remember that song? Shout out to DMX. He was like, X gonna give it to you, X gonna give. Man, we gotta give it to him. We gotta give it to him. Yeah, shout out to Kurt. Kurt said facts. It's a political order of operations to this. So many idiots are out there. Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. Look, here go my thing, right? Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is where I was disappointed at, right? Everybody flew out the window to call Kamala Harris a hoe. Right? Now check this out. She might be. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying she is or she isn't, right? But the only two known individuals that she has been with that we know of, right, is actually three. Montel Williams, Willie Brown, and her current husband, right? That's all. As of there could be more, right? But that's all we know. Now, it haven't really been like any scandals or nothing. You know what I'm saying? She's not busting it. I mean, she's doing a little weird stiff dance moves and shit like that, but she ain't fully busting it open and doing nothing crazy. Marjorie Taylor Greene got busted down and cheated on her husband by her personal trainer. You know what I'm saying? And Lauren Boebert, you know what I'm saying, basically was getting busted down at the movies. And most of the people who went in on Kamala Harris for allegations of basically past relationships. And those were relationships, mind you. She was in a relationship with Willie Brown. Now, you know, it's funny, you know, Willie Brown and his wife were separated, and many people who criticize Kamala Harris for that relationship have fucked married people that were separated, right? And then there was the Montel Williams thing, which was a relationship. I think that Lauren Boebert was just on a date when she was getting, you know what I'm saying, getting down at the movies. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was also married. But the black police who will go around and black police you, right? They ain't really say too much about the Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Lauren Boebert shit. The shit was wild to me. You know what I'm saying? And again, I'm not taking up for Kamala Harris, right? Because I don't agree with her policy-wise and shit like that. But at the same time, like I said when I was talking about that shit, she's done enough wrong politically where we can get it, you know what I'm saying? We can get it in on her politically. We ain't got to make up no speculation on shit. There's no need to speculate. We got her. You know what I'm saying? What people doing, right? Shout out to John. Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Yo, make sure that y'all get y'all forks and y'all knives, because it's time to eat.
Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took one now? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat cat. Eat.
Drop that cat.
Hey, that cat in the bottom right-hand corner and the big girl, they both be working overtime on this video, man. Shout out. Shout out to the cat with the hammer pants on and the big girl, man. They both be they get their paycheck on this video, man. Shout out to John. John said, like DMX, Rob gonna give it to him, bro. You got to. I mean, come on, you know what I'm saying? We got to. Shout out to Antithesis, man. Make sure y'all show Antithesis some love. We about to do the full drop package. You know what I'm saying? We about to do the full drop package. Antithesis just funded some fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm rich, bitch!
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
In Springfield, they're eating.
Pretty. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took one now? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. The cat. Eat.
Drop that cat.
Oh man, that is hilarious. That is hilarious, man. Shout out to Kurt, man. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, and some ducks in the chat for Kurt for standing on business for 1 month.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Hold on, did I actually read? Shout out to Antithesis. Let me make sure I read Antithesis. Antithesis said funding the organization. I appreciate it, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Hey, shout out. Hey, did you see the Reaper with the werewolf mask on, bro? Hey, I think it was yesterday he did the stream where he had the werewolf mask on. Shout out to you, bro. You with the fuck shit. And we about to eat.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
In Springfield.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating.
Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he flipping at? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines. I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Man, that is hilarious. Yeah, bro, the Reaper had me dying laughing with that werewolf mask on. I was rolling, you know what I'm saying? So now check this out. Oregon math teacher Muhammad Rahman told a local news outlet that he's been using the toolkit to inform his instruction. There's nothing I might be doing that could be problematic. So just looking inside and trying to make sure that I'm the best version of myself and make sure that I'm teaching the best way that I can to my students, Rahman explained. Now, again, I don't understand how you could think that you're doing a good job when these kids are failing at the rate that they're failing. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that. Now, let me ask you guys this question. If these were young Arab kids or whatever race or ethnicity this dude is, do you think that he would feel this way? Probably not. Probably not. But if Rahman is injecting the toolkit into his classroom, pretending it's quote unquote white supremacy culture to use money in a math problem because it quote unquote upholds capitalist and imperialist ways of being, he's not serving his students. So, you know, what do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that, man? You know what I mean? Look, shout out to Kirk. Kirk said no other streamer has interaction levels like this. YouTube shadow ban Rob, and he built the Black Pyramid, bro. Facts, bro. Look, man. This is what I be saying. When people be saying I don't be trying to. Man, ain't nobody trying to hear. I ain't trying to hear that bullshit, that fake ass shit, crying about shadow banish. That thing I'm shadow. Niggas be having like 5,000 people in their chat talking about their shadow ban. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck out of here, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Try YouTubing for, you know what I'm saying, for 4 years with 24 motherfuckers in your comment section. You know what I'm saying? The people that's in your comment section supporting the shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? You getting supported with 24 people in your comment section, more than motherfuckers that got 700 in they shit. You know what I'm saying? And YouTube, you know what I'm saying, ain't doing shit with the channel and shit. And these motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, got all these people in they chat. Ain't nobody trying to hear your shadow ban sob story, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody trying to hear your shadow ban sob story, nigga. I don't be trying to hear YouTube shadow ban sob stories. You know what I'm saying? Get on there and do your content and shut the fuck up. You know what it is. What do they always say? We don't own this shit. We don't run this shit. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know what it is. You know what territory you coming with. You better hope you got the right people running with you then. Shout out to the people that rock with me. I got the right people rocking with me. You know what I'm saying? I got the right people rocking with me. Shout out to y'all. We shadow ban. What you expect? This YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, you used to get 100 likes, but only 35 views. YouTube rigging the outcome like NFL refs. Yeah. And you know, it is what it is, right? Here go my thing. I don't have my own social media platform. You know what I'm saying? And I choose to use YouTube. So I know what it is. I know what it is that come with it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Y'all be here all the time, right? And while y'all be here, as many of y'all is in the chat, y'all know that the amount of people that's commenting in the chat, it never matches up with what they say that the live stream number is. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, shout out to the 216 stand up. Facts. You already, bro, you know how they make us in the 216, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know how they do. You know what I'm saying? We about to beat this out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I don't really trip too much about that. Speaking of, shout out to Bron. Speaking of heavy on the NFL, bro, did you see them idiots, Ohio State? I told y'all I don't mess with Ohio State. They so, man, they don't even get me started. I happened to see that game in passing at work. I was like, man, look at these clowns getting waxed by Oregon by 1 point. You getting waxed by some new people in the Big Ten. You know what I'm saying? Clowns. Clowns. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? If it's Ohio State fans in the chat, my apologies. But you know what I'm saying? I don't mess with Ohio State. I'm from Ohio. I don't mess with Ohio State. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so somehow this is, again, what's racist here, according to these people, right, is how this is being taught. Not the fact that they're allowing all these black kids to fail. Slid, man, bro, they man, they pulled a monolith play. Slid with no time left, and then just, I don't know why we lose. How we lose, man, y'all. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, just you can. I'm telling you, all you can do is just shake your head, man. That's all you can do. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, I saw my Eagles barely beat the Browns. Yo, I don't know what the Browns doing this year. The Browns, listen, the Browns looking like, bro, they was looking like us out there, bro. They was looking like us out there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Shout out to my man Kurt, man. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat from my man Kurt for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
I forgot. Yeah, shout out to you, Lois. I forgot you was from the 330. From the from the East 330. Shout out to you. Yeah. Hell yeah. I forgot all about that. Matter of fact, like shit, I was actually just out that way. You know what I'm saying? I was just out that way. Shout out to Kirk. Kirk said Rob is like Megabyte, straight up embracing villainy. YouTube be patching him, trying to nerf the stats. Can't stop him. No, bro, they can't. They can't do it. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be within community guidelines. So that, you know, they really, you know what I'm saying? They really be on some BS. But I'm telling you, it'd be all good. It'd be all good. Look, man, ain't nobody tripping. We about to kick back. We about to kick it. And it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And they be playing, they play with the hologram, right? Because what I call the hologram is the reason why they play with the engagement numbers is because when people scroll through on the homepage, people don't like, they put a lot of overemphasis on the thumbnail, and they put a lot of overemphasis on like the graphics and all that. What people really pay attention to is engagement levels. So if it appears that a stream or content is being engaged higher, people are more likely to click on it. So if you scroll down and you see a live stream that says 25 people watching versus if you see a stream that says 525 people watching, unless you just have some undying loyalty to that person with the 25 people watching, shout out to me, because that's usually me most of the times, right? You're going to click the one that's higher, right? You're going to click the one that's higher, which is going to automatically give them a higher click-through rate, and it's going to make their channel appear as if it's performing better against yours, right? This is the unsaid mechanics behind the YouTube algorithm. So, you know, in order to ever get anybody in my live streams, I have to outperform other people who get the favoritism of the YouTube algorithm, which for the most part is anyone that consistently has higher engagement than me, right? Because the way that it's supposed to work is if you get the repeat people that come in, right, you're supposed to be distributed to more people. As you guys can see from the membership emojis, clearly we got repeat people, right? I mean, look at Bronze, you know what I'm saying? Look at Brooklyn Queen, look at Cameron, and look at AW1, look at John, look at Win, Lose, or Rug. There's nobody for the most part, there's nobody in here with less than a year badge, right? But in a year, the content hasn't been suggested to new viewers. But, you know, you just don't work as hard as one of the good old boys. While I'm working on a stream that's longer than most of the good old boys sit in their office cubicle. I'm sitting in my own cubicle at the crib that I built. You know what I'm saying? No, I didn't build the crib, but I built the cubicle inside the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But it's more difficult to get repeat subscribers, repeat people, like, you know what I'm saying? DJ Elmo, shout out to DJ Elmo, shout out to you Law. You know what I'm saying? Like Deneen been around for a long time. I always forget about her when I'm talking about the people that have been around for a long time. But these are people that have been around, you know what I'm saying? Lehman Lucas, you know what I'm saying? Kareem Yee, Lloyd Sky 9, forever. You know what I'm saying? They got to make that conscious choice of coming in versus, you know what I'm saying, looking at other content, because when you look at the number is not appealing to invite in new viewers. And it's written like that, or is organized like that on purpose. And people know that, right? So, you know, like, that's why I be like, you know, I entertain people, you know, I'm being shadow banned. I ain't really trying to hear the shadow ban shit all like that. And then YouTube got little features and stuff like that they offer that they will boost your content out. Like, you see people doing the vertical live streams and all that. If you do vertical live streams, you know, YouTube is boosting that content. I choose not to do vertical live streams because I just don't feel like it. I don't like how they look. I'm OCD. I like the way my shit looks, like in a certain presentation format. And I don't like how I don't like the way that those vertical live streams look. I don't like how they look. So I don't do them. So that's one thing that I do that kind of works against my own progress, right? I don't take advantage of that. Now, I do take advantage of other things, right? But if I sat here and said I do everything to optimize my YouTube, I wouldn't be telling the truth. But at the same time, the people that sit there and cry about, you know, shadow banning all the time, they don't even have enough respect for y'all to tell y'all that they don't optimize their YouTube channel by producing things like shorts and doing vertical live streams either. See, I'm flat out tell you, you know, certain shit that I could do that might, you know what I'm saying, help, but I don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Those other people would just say they're being oppressed by YouTube, which they might be, but you know what I'm saying? There's workarounds with some of that shit, and you're also not using the workaround. You know what I'm saying? Like let's keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them people also, they don't use shit like TubeBuddy, and they don't use search engine optimization and all these other different techniques. Is all these different techniques that you can use to improve the viewability and engagement of your YouTube channel, right? Stuff that has proven that works. A lot of people don't use that. People don't use jump cuts in their videos. You know what I'm saying? People don't put a pause in their shit every 30 seconds. It's a lot of shit that it's a lot of recommended best practices. And when you know what I'm saying, running quality control, a lot of the people that say that they don't have the results on YouTube that they want, if you run the quality control, like you know, Roberto Blake and Think Media and all them say best practices are to do, you don't a lot of them people complaining about the shadow ban don't have the best practices. So you know what I'm saying, if you don't have the best practices, I don't understand how you can expect the best results. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they do that. Shout out to Lois. Lois said YouTube don't report real numbers. I've tuned into two channels that have displayed 0 viewers. The moment I hit play, 30 people be in the chat room. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Kirk. Kirk said, if you did that, you'd be out there and free. Stay you, bro. Yeah, bro. Facts. You know, and again, you know how it is. You know how it is. You know how it is. You know what I'm saying? Did I? Yeah, I did. I played the drop for that. So yeah. So now here it says one could forgive DeSantis for not being able to quickly release a mountain of examples of CRT and math textbooks. How do you provide easy to digest snapshots from a textbook framed around CRT? You won't find a textbook titled Math Critical Race Theory Examination, and you won't see word problems like if Black student David is 10 times more likely to suffer from microaggressions than white student Stephanie, and Stephanie suffered 7 microaggressions today. How many microaggressions did David endure? Yo, that's wild if that was actually a question in that book. Yo, did they put that as a question in that book? Hey, that's crazy petty. Man, that's crazy. And you know there was somebody at the school board meeting that lost it over that shit. My daughter cried when she read about the 7 microaggressions that she suffered that didn't matter as much as Black student David. Her family didn't own slaves. Oh, you know it was lit. You know Blaze Media was there with the camcorders. Oh, that's the ultimate level of academic pettiness, man. Like, who asked for this shit? Did anybody in here ask for this? Because then they turn around and they looking at us all kind of crazy, and this is taking people by surprise because, you know what I'm saying, this ain't our conversation, this ain't our fight, so ain't nobody privy to what's going on out here, and you're getting the benefit of the math. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? You got somebody all mad at you, running all up on you with bad breath and sweating and shit. What are you talking about? I'm getting the benefit of the math. Yeah, our story problem about the microaggressions. Like, what? And then the situation is too tense. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you like me, I don't really be trying to fight like that when I be in public. So, you know what I'm saying? The situation is too tense. You run the risk of inadvertently starting a fight by, if you're tripped out by somebody that runs up on you awkwardly and aggressive, and you laugh in their face and they mad in the moment of a fight. Oh, you think it's funny? You know what I'm saying? Then they hit you with the heart attack punch because they know they like 80 years old trying to punch you, using all their calories, throwing their heart into a damn, you know what I'm saying, heart attack, and they done passed out, had a heart attack right into your arms while they trying to punch you and shit. You standing there holding a dead body, and then the police come run up on you, and you already know, you know what I'm saying, you standing there holding a dead person. the dead W person, you already know what's about to happen. You done messed up your whole damn day over a word problem that you didn't even know existed because, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, right? Shout out to AV, man. Make sure y'all show AV some love. AV said, bro, you're the GOAT. 9 hours. Yo, I appreciate it. Hey, we got to break the record. Quality control.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Listen, I ain't trying to go in on the dead people, you know what I'm saying? You know, but it was that situation that took place down there in Florida. And that Dunkin' Donuts, the infamous Dunkin' Donuts, you know what I'm saying? The W dude called the black dude that worked there the N-word, and he gave him he didn't give him a knockout punch, he gave him a life out punch, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, unfortunately, you know what I'm saying, the brother ended up doing jail time. You know what I'm saying? But that's that kind of situation right there. That was self-defense. You know what I'm saying? The old white man ran up on him. And you know what I'm saying? He probably, from running up on him, had already threw his heart into some type of rhythm it couldn't handle. And then he tried to run up on him with the aggression, and then the brother hit him with the soul out punch. You know, I'm gonna knock your soul out your body. You know what I'm saying? And then you know, the rest was a wrap. It became social media content. Hey, like that shit crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. That's why I ask questions anymore for the most part, because I really, for real, just don't be knowing what to say. So y'all got it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, what you talking about? That routine, we call that a Tuesday. Oh, okay. I know that. I know I had a name for it. So we call it a Tuesday. We call it a Tuesday when we one punch death out somebody. Okay. You going out on a Tuesday. You remember that song? It's going up on a Tuesday. I call that shit a death out punch. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker got deathed out. Oh, man. That motherfucker said, he punched that dude and they said, oh, you see these orbs? You see these orbs? Motherfucker traveling. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Wow. Whoo. Whoo. You know what I'm saying? Man. Anyway, it takes a close examination of the textbook framing to understand where CRT exists. And there's big money flooding CRT education groups, ensuring that it will continue to spread across the country. Yeah, it's spread across the country so much that in this election cycle, we haven't heard a damn thing about CRT. Who's mentioned CRT? Maybe Trump did a couple times. Who mentioned CRT in the election? He hit him with that Shang Tsung, your soul is mine. You know what I'm saying? Facts. What video game was that where they be like, oh, ain't that Street Fighter? Oh, that's how that was. Oh man, shout out to YJ Recon. YJ Recon says, I have been listening to you for the last 3 years, and you are very thorough with your analysis. I appreciate you, and you have changed the way that I think about you. Yo, I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad that, you know what I'm saying, you actually, you know what I'm saying, have taken some second looks at things. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, that's all it's about. Even if you took a second look and you didn't necessarily agree with one of my analysis or something like that, I'm just glad that you happened to actually say, you know what, let me investigate this, because that is the only thing that I ask people to do. If you look at something that I say and you come back and be like, nah, I don't agree with that, I'm just happy that I inspired you to take a second look at stuff. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to you. I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, the Grim Reaper was like, man, hold on real quick, bro. You didn't pay the toll. You know what I'm saying? The Grim Reaper had to speed up to catch the orbs and put them in the bag. Like, wait a minute. Hold on. This one wasn't on the docket for the day. What the fuck? Look, the Grim Reaper was on a bathroom break and shit and seen a spirit fly past the bathroom. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Hold on. Who is this? What name is this? Smith. Smith wasn't supposed to come here at 7 o'clock tonight. Smith was scheduled a car accident. What the What's going on with this knockout punch? This is supposed to be my break time. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. That don't make no damn sense. Yo, shout out to Bron. Bron said facts. Rob out here changing whole thought processes. Bro, I'm telling you, that's how you fix the quality control issue. Look, that's what they do at a job. They do what's called process management and process improvement. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they keep up with the TQM, with the total quality management, quality initiatives, quality assurance, risk management. How many people ever heard of risk management? Risk management that's just another name for quality control. People be like, I don't have quality control at my job. I got risk management. Risk management is the same thing as quality control. It's literally the exact same thing. Just a different name for it. They're synonymous. You know what I'm saying? Now look at this. You see who funded this nonsense, right? The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funded the groups behind the pathway to equitable math, which is clearly not equitable because the black kids is failing. You know what I'm saying? At 82% rate. But they paid them $140 million though. So as you guys can see, black people doing bad in the world is a profitable business for many people. Black people failing is a profitable business that'll get a nonprofit company to fund you $140 million. Okay? Now that's crazy, isn't it? That's the upper echelons of crazy. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funded the groups behind the pathway to equitable math instruction with nearly $140 million. That includes millions to the Education Trust, a fringe education advocacy group that refers to student loan debt for black students as Jim Crow debt, and Teach Plus, which encourages teachers to become social agents of change. Now, you know, as far as agents of change go, a change agent, that's a specific term, right? Yeah, that's an MPO grift. Facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, hence the monolith enforcement. Facts. Facts. But he putting big money behind monolith enforcement. You know what I'm saying? Now, they calling this Jim Crow debt. This the student loan debt for black students. It's Jim Crow debt. Yeah, I wouldn't. Shout out to Kirk. Kirk says, I did teach for America. It's a whole NPO starter company career mill for Ivy League graduates. Yeah. Making tons of money off of these manufactured crops of underperforming kids, in most cases being black, that they created. They create crops of black underperformers as a product for people to exploit them for financial gain. And we have to stop that from happening. Yeah, shout out to DC Precise. This is crazy, right? Teaching Works is another recipient of the Gates Foundation funding. Its founder believes that math is a harbor for whiteness, and the very nature of knowledge and who's produced it and what has counted as mathematics is itself dominated by whiteness and racism. Now, I'll tell you what was dominated by whiteness and racism, the Fibonacci sequence, because Fibonacci did not discover the Fibonacci sequence. He did what a lot of white people did. He saw some people that weren't white doing something that made a lot of sense and was better than what he was doing. And he just said, well, I'm going to just slap my name on this and call it mine. So, you know, there's that, right? But they're not going that direction with that. which is not critical race theory. That's some shit that actually happened. You know what I'm saying? They don't like getting credit for when something, you know what I'm saying, for when something happens, but then they like taking credit for everything good that happened. We created civilization. That's what they say. We created civilization. We civilized the world. We stole from every place we stepped foot on. Well, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. You know what I'm saying? Somebody had the nerve to say that the destruction down in North Carolina is the largest land grab in history. I looked at them and, are you crazy? How can North America, the city in North Carolina, right, is smaller than the entire country of North America, but North America itself was an actual land grab. What are you talking about? The whole establishment of North America was a land grab. What are you talking about? Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to DC Precise. This is ridiculous and a pile of BS. Facts. These activists pushing to create anti-racist math classes seem to believe that if minority students, and this is black, underperform in a subject, schools must penalize high achievers, usually the white and Asian students, to ensure that they aren't at an academic advantage. I took great pleasure in punishing white and Asian students with my superiority to them when I was in college with my grades, messing up curves and different things like that. I had a great time seeing the people's faces melt when they saw that I scored significantly higher than them and pushed their grades down into where they would have to do extra assignments. It made me feel real warm on the inside. And I'd love to do it again. I think I'm going to re-enroll in school next year. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, you don't get that good feeling like that because you know a lot of people feel good. They like the good feelings. You don't feel good like that unless you bust somebody up with your own hands. You know what I'm saying? This shit they talking about right here, this isn't busting somebody up with your own hands. But I tell you what, when you bust somebody up with your own hands and then you crack your knuckles, I'll tell you something, man. Tell you something. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing like it. Shout out to Kevin. Kevin said, is it true that the towns that were damaged are sundown towns? I've heard mixed reviews on that, and I'm not 100% certain about either if they are or if they aren't. So with me not knowing that off the top of my head, I don't want to say yeah, some were and yeah, some weren't, because I'm not too sure. Now, shout out to Torian. Torian did that Sundown Town series. And I believe it or not, I watched every video in that series, but I can't remember if any of those cities in North Carolina was a sundown town. But I do know this about the sundown towns. Most sundown towns, from what I understand, are in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? So the likelihood of it being in Georgia, you know what I'm saying, is probably a little bit less than, or being in North Carolina is probably a little bit less than it being in the Midwest. But it could be. You know what I'm saying? It could be. So now here it says the Vancouver, Washington board director moved to dramatically alter advanced classes because, quote unquote, too many white kids were enrolled. And again, you know, white people will have you sit here and say that you agree with this stuff. Well, you agree with it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kirk. Kirk said if it's a railroad in the mountains, 9 times out of 10 they ran off the black workers. Oh, absolutely. You know, all throughout they got them you know what I'm saying? They got all throughout those southern states and the Appalachians and all that. They got those you know, crazy name towns like, you know, Dead Negro River and all of that. Oklahoma got one. Kentucky, if I'm not mistaken, they got Dead Negro Holler. You know, all of those, you know, squaw is a racial slur for Native Indigenous women, right? So any of the places that's called squaw, that's basically a place named after where a European settler did something more than likely with a Native Indigenous minor female. You know what I'm saying? Squaw. We got a park, you know what I'm saying? A metro park's called Squaw Rock. You know what I'm saying? But if you say anything about it, you know, white people, you know what I'm saying, you're woke. You're woke. Shout out to Kirk. Kirk says, I recommend Elliot Jaspin's Buried in the Bitter Waters. Oh, for sure. I tell you, look, in Canada, they, man, listen, go read them stories about what happened at them boarding schools in British Columbia in Canada. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say like maybe a year or two ago, they just discovered more dead bodies. Remains of dead bodies, at least. Don't talk about it, though. Listen, if you talk about anything that, you know what I'm saying, white people did, you're the problem and you're woke. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing else to say. Shout out to AJ. AJ said, I just learned that a few years from a white man upstate New York. Yeah. A lot of the like upstate New York ain't technically Midwest. It's we get into the Rust Belt area, but they got a lot of like native, like it's a lot of Midwestern native indigenous shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they got the Dane Calloway shit. You know what I'm saying? People be saying, feeling some kind of way about that. But when it comes to like the Western PA, Western New York, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, it's a heavy native population, and a lot of the native people are, you know what I'm saying, a lot of black native people too. And you know, it don't really get talked about all like that. So like, you know, when you be like, yeah, somebody from Ohio kind of got a certain appearance, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, you know what I'm saying, when people be like, yo, you know, certain people from like New Orleans got a certain appearance, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people down there might be kind of Creole, you know what I'm saying, because of the demographics of how, you know what I'm saying, New Orleans came to be. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the Great Lakes type shit. It's you know what I'm saying? You got a lot of busy bone looking 216 Scano, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to him. He a content creator on YouTube, looking people in Ohio, and that's why. You know what I'm saying? These is real. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure there's some $5 native, you know what I'm saying, but it's these is real people that I'm talking about at the least. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? A lot. It's a lot, so much to the point where you can kind of be like, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all remember when I first did the video about 216 Scano, and I didn't really know that he was from Cleveland, and I was like, oh, he looked like a Cleveland dude. You know, like what that mean? Look like a Cleveland dude. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So now here, and then again, even, you know, it's funny, like lightweight for real, like lightweight Snoop kind of looked like a Cleveland dude. Snoop looked like he could be from Cleveland. Like if somebody dropped him off in Cleveland, despite like the only thing that would give anybody a clue that he from somewhere else is because like the way he'd be West Coast out with how he dressed. Physical appearance wise, bro look like a person from Cleveland, an Ohio person. And again, like it is a specific look with like, it's the same way, like, man, it's a specific look with Ohio people. And when I be saying people got a Chicago Southern accent, that's why I be doing the Bernie Mac voice, making fun of Brandon Johnson. It is a Southern accent associated with Chicago. If y'all don't believe me that it is a Chicago Southern accent, ask any black person from Chicago. You can hear it you can even hear it in the rap music. You can listen to Do or Die. You can listen to Twitter. I don't know what happened with Common, you know what I'm saying, and Kanye, but you know what I'm saying? You can listen to Twista, Speed Not Mobsters, you know what I'm saying? Like, who else? Crucial Conflict. I don't know what happened with the Brat neither, but you know what I'm saying? Like, but for the most part, you listen to most of them, you know what I'm saying, people from Chicago. If you don't really know the difference between your Southern accents, because your Southern accents do sound different, you'll be like, yo, these cats from the South. And like, they're not from the South though. They more than likely, they got a lot of family from the South, but more than likely they not from the South. They're from Chicago, but they got the Chi-Town Southern accent though. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said you could hear it in Polo G's voice. Yeah, you could kind of hear it in Corey Holcomb voice, but it's like kind of light though. But like Man, like AK from Do or Die, Bernie Mac, like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you listen to these niggas from Chicago, you know what I'm saying? Like, even Brandon Johnson, like when Brandon Johnson get hype, oh yeah, this nigga from Chicago, you know what I'm saying? That should just be funny, you know what I'm saying? The accents be hilarious. The accents be telling. You know what I'm saying? It's the same as like all Southern accents don't sound the same. All Southern accents don't sound the same. You know what I'm saying? Like the Texas, you could tell somebody from Texas versus somebody from like Georgia or somebody from Florida or something like that. People be like, oh, they sound like they're from the South. And you'd be like, yeah, you could tell, but like, what part of the South is they from though? Can you tell where they from? Man, listen, you could tell an Alabama and a Mississippi accent. Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Like when who was that? I think it was David Banner or something. When David Banner came out, man, I was like, bro, this nigga from like Alabama or something like that. When Dirty came out, y'all remember that song Hit the Flow? Shout out to AW1. I appreciate you enforcing the likes, bro. Make sure y'all show AW1 some love. Who remember that show? Who remember that song? You better hit the flow, hit the flow, hit the flow. You better hit the flow. Here we is, boy. Man, I knew them niggas was from Alabama. That used to be my cut too back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing that's crazy about it, shout out to Bronze. Bronze said Louisiana got like 3 different accents alone. Bro, facts. They do, for real, for real. Now, like there's a Southern accent, right? And then there's like this weird outback, like wild, like hillbilly black accent. And that wild outback hillbilly accent, that shit either be like in the outback of like Mississippi or Alabama. And then you don't get that accent until you get down like around in the like the South Midwest area. That real hillbilly black sounding shit, that's like Tennessee. That's like Arkansas and Kansas and shit like that. Like they be having wild Southern accents. It's bad in them areas too. Like, man, look, man, like you mess around and get lit up and you mess around and get lit up in Little Rock, Arkansas, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Them cats be talking wild. Like they got a crazy Southern accent. You be like, yo, this fool from the deep South. Nah, they ain't even from the South that deep. They like from like mid, like lightweight, what you consider like the Midwest a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, oh, you mean the accent which damn near requires, yeah, bro, that type shit. That title, Black Free Thinker ain't down that thing. Them niggas be from like Arkansas. You're like, huh? You will be thinking like it's like you from like South Carolina. Nah, the people from South Carolina, like the people from South Carolina, they got an accent that is a little bit more like understandable. And I ain't trying to say that as a knock on nobody, like, you know, making fun of somebody how they talk or whatever. But when I say understandable, I'm talking about like the speed of listening to words that's required to understand. Because I don't know how to explain this, but like them cats be having a slow draw, the words be having a twang, and they talk fast at the same time. So it's like all kind of distraction shit going on where like it's really difficult to understand what they be saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how you have a twang and talk slow and fast as hell at the same time, but they do. Shout out to AW. Nah, man, my parents from Cleveland. Both my parents from Cleveland. My parents from Cleveland people. You know what I'm saying? They 216. They 216 for real 216. You know what I'm saying? Kennedy and Glenville. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose or Rug. Win Lose or Rug said, Rob, you ever see Broomhauer from King of the Hill? I can't remember. I watched a couple episodes of King of the Hill. I think I did, but I can't remember who Boomhauer was. Yeah, Siri, what does Negro just say? She's like, I don't understand. there are some regional accents in the United States that have no discernible translation. You know what I'm saying? Siri give you some type of message like that. And listen, them be the worst places, bro. Them some bad. I'm listen. When I try to tell you, don't take my word for it, man. Don't fall victim. Take my word for it. When I tell you, you will get robbed in Arkansas or you know what I'm saying, when them places like that, it's bad down there. Like in Kansas and shit like that. Kansas City, man, go look at the news. Go look at the local news on Kansas City for a little bit, like for just an hour or two. You'll be like, remember when on Belly when Method Man and them went to Nebraska and them, you know what I'm saying? Oh boy, that was like, I don't like this, I don't like that shit at all. And they was lighting Method Man and them up. Method Man was like, damn nigga, we from New York. Fuck y'all niggas doing down here. That's how it is for real, for real. It's really like that. Man, you go down there, these niggas some pit bulls wearing 3-piece pimp suits, gangbanging in the middle of this. What the fuck going on and shit? This look like an overage 60s and up dressed nightclub with some 19-year-old niggas going ham up in here. You know what I'm saying? That's how it be. Cats be dressed to it like they in like it look like Harlem Nights up in there. You know what I'm saying? With like 20-year-old thugged out cats wearing the Harlem Night shit. That's the motherfuckers in the Midwest be overdressing. Like when you see like all them niggas be wearing the matching suits and shit, people be wearing the matching suits and the pork pie hat. Like that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. All of that stuff ain't like associated with pimping, but like it do be pimps wearing that kind of stuff. But like it's just regular cats be wearing that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? He said Harlem Nights. Bro, I swear to God, I ain't lying. I swear to you, I'm not lying. A-Ball and MJG, like, man, listen to them A-Ball and MJG songs and Mr. Mike and all of them cats from like Suave House and all that in Tennessee. Like, man, Tennessee, Young Buck, I think was from Tennessee, man. Like those, like the border, like the Midwest, like the middle, like the southern part of the Midwest, like even like St. Louis is wild, man. I remember, man, like people used to be like making fun of Nelly, like, cause you know what I'm saying, like Nelly had the little pop type vibe, you know what I'm saying, like with the songs, like, yo, this nigga's a thug. Like, what? He might be singing, but y'all hear the lyrics to this song? Like St. Louis is crazy. Anybody like, man, St. Louis is bad. For real. It's wild in St. Louis. Missouri crazy. Shout out to Missouri. You know what I'm saying? Missouri, look, man, listen. It's all kind of little unknown cities that like people don't know about. That's bad. You know what I'm saying? Especially up and through the Midwest. Like if you go into like West Virginia, like them is the wrong turn areas for white people. You know what I'm saying? Like you go through like Western PA, you turn off of 76 or something into one of the mountains. You be them messed around and got into some shit that looked like what's the name of that movie? Jeepers Creepers, right? But make no mistake though, the wrong turn areas for black people, that's all. The whole Midwest is a wrong turn area for black people. Don't make the wrong turn don't make the wrong turn in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? Because you will end up in a population of a city with 500 people and they are related, and you know what I'm saying? You guys gonna get jumped and robbed and shit, and you thought you was in some place like LA or something, for real. I that's how it is. It's crazy. You wouldn't believe me, but don't find out the hard way though. Just take my word for it. Trust me. You be in some little city, you won't even be able to find that shit on the map. It won't even have no roads. All these cats that come out with, you know what I'm saying? You like flannel shirts and suspenders, and you know what I'm saying? bandanas. What the hell? This shit look like the gang banging Wrong Turn family. And that's exactly what it is, the gang banging Wrong Turn family. you was right in your assessment. That's exactly what that shit is. What you thought you saw is what it was. Some niggas dressed like a blood version of Paul Bunyan with his 5 other brothers that's 7 feet tall and literally look like they've done nothing but pushed a tractor since they was 7. You know what I'm saying? For real. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, how many different types of ethnic Black Americans are there truly? Yes, you may include the distinct groups such as Creoles and Gullahs. It's probably a lot, bro, to be honest. I couldn't tell you how many or like give an estimate, but I would not be surprised. Like there's a lot. You could tell just because like, again, like you can see regional differences of how, certain, Black people look. Based on like what the composition of a place was, prior to like the establishment of modern United States. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro. Shout out to Al McCown. Al, you know what I'm talking about. You make a turn off of 76 over there by that Breezewood exit, and you get off on the wrong thing. Good luck. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says he would force higher achievers into classrooms with underachievers to meet the district's equity commitment. Meanwhile, the Democrat-controlled Oregon legislature passed a law ending a high school graduation requirement that students demonstrate proficiency in math. Remember, I was telling you about the quality control. Just let all these people pass and be dumb. And who did it? The Democrats did it. The Democrats did it. Why are you always talking shit about Kamala Harris? The fuck? Why do you want young Black kids to fail at math? You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, the Democrat-controlled Oregon legislature, they passed a law ending high school graduation requirements that students demonstrate a proficiency in math along with reading after minority students failed at high rates. Why was the minority students failing at high rates? They want you on quality control. We see this is how you get into this right here. This is how you get into. We got more content that we got to talk about later on, or at some point. Again, like these themes, they reoccur. You know what I mean? And what's disconcerting, right? What's disconcerting about it is that as we see these themes reoccur, they're not really addressed. Believe it or not, it's almost as if a lot of this stuff is falling under the radar. Either it's falling under the radar or it's being ignored. I don't know which is which. I don't know. It could be a combination of both. It could be a combination of both. Let me know what y'all think it is. Do y'all think it's a combination of both? It got to be something, right? It got to be something. So now here it says the momentum is on the side of the left, which seeks to dismantle our education system and rebuild them in their own terms. And again, if you listen to the left, they say that the right trying to do this through, what is it called? Project 2025, right? They've seen victories in Pacific Northwest. Now, as far as the Pacific Northwest go, that's, again, we all know this is white people territory anyway. The Pacific Northwest literally was an ethno state. They kicked Black people out and stole everything there. This is a fact. We can look this up. You know what I'm saying? DeSantis should be lauded for taking them on. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. There are some fundamental issues with a lot of this, right? Now, the fundamental issues that I might have with this are not the same issues that Ron DeSantis would have with this, right? But there's some issues with this. And look at this. Teachers under investigations after claims that they gave children sleep supplements. Why are you giving people's kids sleep supplements? Because the little rugrats wouldn't shut their ass up. Little rugrats wouldn't shut their ass up or what? You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't allowed to do that. What you do that for? You know what I'm saying? Little badass kids wouldn't shut the hell up. What they do that for? You ain't allowed to do that. The teacher gave them some sleeping time pills. Go to sleep. They told him go to sleep, ho, like Ludacris did. That don't make any damn sense. So yeah, man. Yeah, they was giving them melatonin. Sprinkling up a little bit of melatonin. Here, take this. Put this in here with your candy. You know what I'm saying? That's why you don't take no candy from That's why you don't take no candy from the teachers at school. They had the kids. The kids was the kids was about to fall asleep in school. So the kids was in school about to fall asleep. Sounded like Kamala Harris. We only got 4 more hours now. 4 more hours. The kids was in school doing the Kamala Harris. We only got 4 more hours now. Man, she's so goofy, man. Damn, that shit was funny though. I ain't gonna lie. She hit that one. She got that one. She nailed that one. That shit was hilarious, but she's so goofy, man. Damn. He said, we just got 4 more years. What did she say? Damn. The kids had took that melatonin trying to keep their eyes open. Sounded like Kamala. We only got 4 more hours. Like y'all got slipped something. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Cascadia has a weird blend of socialists and libertarians. Yeah, that's where they be having all them Antifa fights and them white people be politically gangbanging out there on some weird shit. Didn't they set up some old weird ass like independent state out there where they didn't have no government and then somebody got shot or some shit and they called 911 and the police wouldn't come? That's some weird shit. Like, you know what I'm saying, like, what is y'all doing over there? Yeah, come drink some of this hibiscus. Right. Man, that shit was hilarious, man. Hey, I ain't even gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? She got that one. Kamala got that one. She nailed that one. That shit was funny as hell. Carlton fell asleep and rolled over on his phone and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, man, shout out to y'all. Look, hey, we beat the record. You know what I'm saying? We got 10 hours. Shout out to y'all. I think we hit the 100. That's what's good. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Make sure y'all hit the bell. We gonna run it back at some point today. I don't know when. It might be late night again. We'll see. The later it go, the longer the stream will be. If it's during the day, like shout out to TD. If it's during the day, I ain't got time to tarry. Shout out to Carl. Yeah, see, Carlton just woke up. You know what I'm saying? Carlton doing this P. Diddy shit right here. I said, nigga, what's going on? Oh, man, Carlton woke up like...
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
Oh, man, you know I'm messing with you, bro. You know I'm messing with you. Yeah, wait, 911 told him call Ghostbusters. Yeah, 911 was like, we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't go over there. You know you in trouble when you call 911 and they don't ask no dispatch questions. They just be like, all right, and hang up the phone. Because I'm not even gonna lie, that shit actually happened to me one time. I had to call 911 for some shit that was going on, and they were just like, all right, and then just hung up. I was like, I don't think they coming. They did come because like they got the little sensor thing where if you call, they able to track like from the phone line where the call originated from. But the dispatcher, they didn't take no reporters. Hello? Now what they say? 911. And then, they said the locality and all that. And I was like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. I like gave them my situation. They didn't ask me no follow-up information. They didn't ask me to repeat anything. They didn't ask me for anything. They just said, all right, and hung up. And you're not even supposed to hang up. They are supposed to be like, do you need a law enforcement escort or anything like that? Do you need fire? Like, they kind of ask who you want to, like, who y'all gonna send? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay. Yeah, I swear they did. All right, click. Who knows? It might have been somebody first. It might have been their first day. I don't know. But even if it is their first day, why they have them on the phone though? They should have at least had somebody with their ass. They know they can't do that shit. People out here dying. That's what they call 911 for. You talking about all right and then hang up. Fuck. Oh man! Shout out to Alphabet Pimp Network, bro. We broke the record. It's 10 hours. I might actually just chop this bad boy. Y'all might not get a stream tonight. I might just chop this bad boy up into some clips. Nah, I'm about to stream tonight. I don't feel like doing that shit. I don't feel like doing it, bro. I'm about to record some new videos for BLR1. I ain't doing no clips. I don't feel like doing all that. You know what I'm saying? And my computer too slow. Shout out to Crew Reality. I gotta get a new computer from him. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. We'll see, man. We'll see how many people watch this replay. You know what I'm saying? All 10 hours of it. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. We'll see. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. And shout out to my man, Win Lose a Rug. I appreciate it, bro. Shout out to the stream sponsors. Make sure y'all show the stream sponsors some love. Shout out to my man DSB. Shout out to my man Cole Obsidian Gaming. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Shout out to KG. Make sure y'all show KG some love. Shout out to AB Promotions. Shout out, hold on real quick. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Yeah, we got our first again. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. For super chatting again. Again! All right. Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Win Lose or Rug. Shout out to Kevin. Shout out to Black Free Thinker on the again. Again! Shout out to Kurt. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Shout out to John Guillory. Make sure y'all show John some love. Shout out to Antithesis. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Make sure y'all show Antithesis some love. Shout out to Kurt on the again. Again! Sometimes I'll be rereading these comments. I'll be dying laughing. Shout out to John on the again. Again! Shout out to Kurt on the again. Again! Shout out to my man AB. I think, did AB? You see. Shout out to AB. Yeah, no, it is. I thought it was AB on the again. Shout out to AB on the again. And shout out to John Guillory on the again. Again! And for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
I appreciate y'all. Yeah, we're gonna run it. We might actually run it back and do another long live stream like this again tonight. So y'all already know, right? You know what I'm saying? With some of the copyright stuff and you know what I'm saying, having to get the stream clear for monetization, this bad boy will probably be on members only for a while. So you know, y'all know what to do if y'all interested in looking at the replay. Y'all can hit Rumble or y'all can hit members only. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all. All right. And as always, ladies and gentlemen.
Walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour. Got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him on God. Walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city, that's on money, that's on TV, that's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that face. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him on God. Walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him on God. Walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up, look, walking this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey, I'm really him. Hold up.